Part 1. The war is over, the world is saved, Madara died, Kagaya lost her powers and was sealed. Like the Juibi that broke out of her, the only difference is that the ten-tailed, with the help of some individuals, was sealed in a blonde named Naruto. The nine-tailed disappeared, absorbed by the God Tree, thereby completing a complete revival. Fortunately the seals withstood such a load of chakra. Becoming the second Jinchuriki of the God Tree brought some changes to the guy, such as, a change in the density, quality and color of Naruto's chakra, a change in hair color from bright wheat to ash white. The number of truth-seeking balls also changed from 9 received from the sage to 10 created almost by him. Also, several small horns appeared on the forehead, somewhere around 5 centimeters. The skin became pale, like Kagaya, or Madara of the Six Paths, and probably the most important change is the eyes. Eyes of a deep purple color, concentric circles all over the apple, a small pupil, 3 tomo in one eye, and in the second, for some reason, there were 6 tomo. Changes, but the war needed to end, or rather remove the eternal Tsukiyomi that Madara imposed on the whole world. Thanks to the help of the cage and the Rikudo Sennin himself, they managed to return to their home dimension. But before the eternal illusion was removed, Uchiha Sasuke challenged Naruto. Seeing those changes in him, he relied on luck, thinking that Naruto would not be able to defeat him due to the loss of the Biju and a sharp change in chakra and, as Uchiha thought, a weakening of control over this very chakra. But as it turned out, all his assumptions were wrong. The disappearance of the fox did not prevent Naruto from entering the tailed beast mode, which, although different from the past, was almost the same, or rather it gave similar indicators of strength, but outwardly it was different. Almost all the drawings disappeared, leaving only a few Magatama. The color of the chakra changed from bright yellow to toxic turquoise, somewhat resembling the Tenseigan cover. From the very beginning, this battle was not in favor of the Uchiha, and he realized this, but only too late, when they were both hanging somewhere high in the stratosphere, preparing their most powerful attack, Indra's arrow. Naruto in turn created a huge Rasen shuriken with an admixture of the tree god's chakra. The explosion from the collision of techniques was simply huge, with a radius of 500 meters. Sasuke lost almost all of his chakra and was on his last legs, which cannot be said about Uzumaki. So the guy's huge chakra reserve was replenished by a new body neighbor, so he had enough chakra for a few more minutes of fierce fighting. Having convinced Sasuke, they were finally able to remove this damned illusion. Now the war was completely over. Shinobi from different villages were returning home. There was still a lot of time and effort to spend on fully restoring the power of the villages. The losses were great. Of all the wars that had happened before, the fourth war was the most destructive, although the shortest in the history of the world. Naruto, like Sasuke, were recognized as heroes of the shinobi world, although Uchiha had to spend some time in prison, but thanks to Naruto's help, he was finally released. And he, in turn, decided to leave the village, for a while, as he himself said, to atone for his sins before the world. Naruto was promoted to Jonin and was not far from the rank of Kage, although this depended more on himself. After all, Naruto did not have the knowledge to manage an organization like a shinobi village, and he would have to study a little. Time flies unnoticed. 4 years have passed since the end of the war. The Shinobi Alliance developed. Several new countries joined the 6 main participants, namely the country of lightning, wind, fire, water, earth and the country of iron, such as the country of ice in the north of the country of earth, the country of snow also in the north, but only the countries of lightning, the country of rivers between wind and fire, the country of rain and grass between fire, earth and wind, the country of tea in the south of fire and the country of demons. As a result, 7 new countries joined the union of the 5 great countries and the country of iron, thereby expanding the territory of influence of the union, and as many thought this is not the end and the union will still grow. Naruto by this time finished training, becoming a full-fledged jonin. He began to study techniques, and not only them, under the leadership of Orochimaru, the Snake Sennin. Soon, in about a couple of years, Naruto was supposed to become Hokage, and now this place was occupied by Kakashi Hatake, the former sensei of Team 7. Naruto became much more serious, although he still remained cheerful, now no longer blonde. Naruto's chakra level was already approaching the reserve of the two-tailed cat Matadabi, and continued to grow steadily, and according to Orochimaru's rough estimates, by the end of the year Uzumaki's reserve will reach the level of Isobu. Naruto, like the Snake Sennin, believed that this was the influence of the tree god, and in general they were right. Another side effect that was revealed a little later is that Naruto's body has not aged at all since the sealing of the Juibi in him. Taking some blood from the guy, Orochimaru went to his lab to personally analyze Uzumaki's cells. As it turned out a little later, it was not Naruto who became something like a mortal, but Shinji who influenced him. Now Uzumaki's body constantly passed through itself all types of natural energy, or senjutsu, thus Naruto's personal chakra became similar, in sensation, to the chakra of nature, as well as in some characteristics such as strengthening sen chakra and similar. Now it can be said that Naruto became elusive for many shinobi with sensory techniques. Time passed, Naruto did not change a bit, well, except for the amount of chakra. As Orochimaru said then, his chakra reached the level of Isobu, but only after that the growth slowed down, and only after 2 years it reached the level of Sonogoku. Orochimaru's training was coming to an end. Naruto was a master in many techniques of the new elements, well, and a little in genetics. Many of Naruto's friends already had a partner, and some were already married: Sasuke with Sakura, Hinata with Kiba, Lee with Tenten, Nara with Temari, Sai with Ino. You can go on and on. Still, Naruto found many friends, although he rarely crossed paths with most of them lately. They were busy with their family life. Those with whom Naruto stayed were Kakashi, Orochimaru, Tenzo, Aka Yamada, and Karen, Orochimaru's subordinate, whom he may have even fallen in love with, but he did not have the courage to accept this. She loves Sasuke to death, or whoever there is. Often the four of them gathered in the cage's office, where they were rarely disturbed. Basically all reports were transferred to the chancellery, and only the most important ones, requiring the cage personally, reached the above-mentioned. Soon, literally in a couple of days, Naruto was supposed to ascend to the post of cage. Soon his long-standing dream would finally come true. How long had he been waiting for this? Many, maybe 12 years, or maybe more, he did not remember. Then came the day when Naruto became Hokage. Many people gathered in the square in front of the cage's residence. The square was completely overflowing. Shinobi, those who could, lived on the roofs of the buildings. Everyone watched the roof of the residence, waiting for the announcement of their cage. Kakashi came out first, made a ceremonial speech and introduced the new cage, Uzumaki Naruto. It was no surprise to anyone that he would ascend to the post. It was only a matter of time, and now that time has come. The crowd rejoiced, as did the shinobi. The news of the new Hokage quickly spread throughout the shinobi world. Everyone was happy to see Uzumaki as the cage on the list, especially the Shinobi Alliance. Speaking of the alliance, it has not stood still for 2 years. More countries have joined the alliance. Only some countries in the south, southwest, west and east remained. The Shinobi Alliance covered almost the entire world. Wars almost ceased, except for those that small western countries waged among themselves. 7 years passed, the world developed. The era of constant wars ended with the end of the last small war between Tori and Yama. After Naruto's appointment, finally there was no country left that was not part of the Shinobi Alliance. The center was moved to the recently restored Whirlpool country. It happened a couple of years ago, when Naruto visited his historical homeland. There he found many interesting techniques of the Uzumaki clan and small clans that became part of Uzushio before its defeat. At a meeting of the heads of the main countries of the alliance, these are, the country of fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, iron, ice and the country of demons, it was decided to announce a search for all surviving Uzumaki. The search took only a couple of months, yet almost the entire world participated in them. As a result of this operation, about 100 scarlet-haired were found, excluding those that were already in the shinobi villages. All Uzumaki were redirected from the great villages to the already restored Whirlpool village. The barrier above the settlement was also restored. From all the Uzumaki scrolls he read and studied, Naruto was able to find a similar seal to the seal of the Great Barrier and completely restore it. Karen became the second Uzukage, and the Whirlpool village was again recognized as the sixth great shinobi village. In addition to fun moments like the return of the Whirlpool and the end of all wars, there were also not very positive moments, mainly the threat of the Otsutsuki clan, who recently appeared first on the moon in the form of Tonari with his Tensagen, with which they were able to deal with it right away, and then Momoshiki's squad, who came straight to Earth, as he said, for all the chakra of the Ten-tailed, which was still in Naruto. Sasuke was able to deal with Kenshiki, and Urashiki was absorbed by Momoshiki during the second skirmish with Sasuke and Naruto, near the remaining tree that had grown with Madara's help a long time ago. The fight was not weak. The tree and everything around it were destroyed by the golem that Momoshiki created. After the fight with Otsutsuki, another mark appeared on Naruto's left hand, an elongated dark rhombus, and in his subconscious there was a feeling of an uninvited guest, which the guy decided to deal with later, and for now limit himself to several powerful containment seals. Having gathered an urgent council about the threat from outside, Naruto headed to the Whirlpool. At the meeting, various proposals for countering Otsutsuki were discussed. All options were discussed, from a full-scale war to installing a huge number of barriers with a particle of natural chakra to suppress Otsutsuki techniques in all countries. Naruto liked the latter more than destroying such a world with a new huge war, but would they have time to put up barriers everywhere? Naruto thought for a long time, and he came up with an idea, albeit completely absurd, that could help save the whole world. It consisted of building a complex barrier around the entire planet, at a short distance from the ground. Of course, this would take a huge amount of chakra, but they had Shinji, and according to legends, his chakra was infinite. Having put forward his idea for review and discussion, a few hours later it was decided to build a barrier. The place was decided on quite quickly, a temple on the territory of Uzumaki Island, found during the restoration of the Whirlpool. Here Naruto approaches the temple completely cleared of everything, finally hugging his close friends. Konoha remained on the young Konohamaru. Naruto asked him to preserve the peace obtained with such difficulty. Entering the temple, the first thing Naruto does is put barriers on the structure itself, and only then proceeds to the three-dimensional bulky seal, which he developed with the support of the Uzumaki masters. Having applied the seal finally, it shone and sharply narrowed to the size of a meter-long polygon. The seal was ready, it remained to power it, so that it would last for several years. Having concentrated, Naruto reached the Biju, sucking out its chakra, and he did not spare Momoshiki's chakra, having first purified it, just in case. The sealing was in full swing, already several tens of minutes, but that amount was not enough. Naruto's reserve was already completely depleted, as was the Otsutsuki chakra. Only Shinji remained, whose chakra Naruto was already pulling in huge quantities, immediately pouring it into the seal. It took several hours for the seal to be filled completely. Naruto was completely devastated, as were his fellow inhabitants. It would take at least several months for his chakra to fully recover, not to mention the tree god, which would take hundreds of years to recover, and since there was no Shinji chakra, there was no immortality effect, so Naruto would most likely fall into some kind of sleep, like a coma, for the same amount of time that Juibi would need to recover. And so it turned out, after realizing that the world had possibly been saved, Naruto was completely drained of all his strength and lost consciousness, falling near the seal. Hundreds of years would pass before he woke up. Part 2. The world was changing. The barrier that Naruto had erected did not last even a decade. After all, it was very difficult to cover such an area. The Otsutsuki broke into the world, although there were few of them, but this did not stop them from taking chakra from all the people. At first, of course, the shinobi held on. The main force was represented by the Kage and Sasuke, although they quickly gave up their positions. Sasuke lost his Rinnegan, which gave him some advantage, thanks to his special ability, Amanotajikara. But now it is gone, as is the advantage of the Uchiha. The Kage could not hold on for long. After all, the gap in the level of forces was huge. The world was on the brink of destruction. Those shinobi who remained gathered together. Although their strength was small even for the Kage level, they were also the target of the Otsutsuki, because they had chakra, although there was so little of it. After the death of the last carriers of chakra, the era of shinobi, which lasted for more than 1 century, went into oblivion. Those remnants of chakra in ordinary people soon died out themselves, and even those were few. People could leave after the shinobi. Several decades passed, the remaining people scattered all over the world. Shinobi became an ordinary legend. Many achievements of previous years were lost. The world rolled back 100 years, although there were those who found places from legends, shinobi villages. Although they were destroyed to the ground. But no one could prove that this was the place where the shinobi lived. Nature began to change. Volcanoes that had been dormant for most of their lives began to wake up. Seas and oceans began to rage, causing huge floods. Earthquakes around the world split continents, and even meteorite stars began to shower the earth, bringing huge changes to the landscape, and tornadoes around the world destroyed the remains of life. Many islands went underwater, as did small continents. However, people were able to adapt to such terrible conditions, although hunger engulfed the whole world. But there were fewer and fewer of them. The last decade completely broke the world. Cataclysms only intensified. There were fewer and fewer living creatures on the planet. Every day someone's life, or the life of an entire species, was sure to end. The world was destroying itself, perhaps preparing the ground for new life, or perhaps it was simply tired of everything. No one could understand this. People became nomads, hoping to find something that would help them live a little longer. The Judgment Day has come, as many wise people from different generations said. There will come a day when nothing will help people, and the world will be destroyed. On this day, the sky shone so brightly that the light reached the darkest corners of the world, illuminating everything. Then a celestial body appeared in the sky, falling at a huge speed. A huge stone crashed into the surface of the earth. The shock wave went around the whole world several times, demolishing all possible buildings, forests and mountains. At the place where the huge meteorite fell, an equally huge crater was formed. The world is completely burned out. There is nothing and no one left that could survive. Even the most resistant microorganisms perished. All that was left of the world was a charred wasteland, scorched lands, toxic and poisonous water, which somehow miraculously managed to remain, although most of it instantly evaporated, exposing more and more land, which had been hidden under a layer of water since ancient times. More than 100 years have passed since the death of the past world. From the past eras, only a temple under powerful barriers remained. The world calmed down, the cataclysm stopped, although a few meteorites still visited the planet. Life began to recover, first underwater, and then on land. Forests again covered huge territories, not bypassing the new lands that opened up after the cataclysms. Although there were some territories that still continued to be empty. The world began to recover, although it would never be the same. Chakra did not return to the world, although new energy came in its place, gradually mixing with the remaining natural energy. Under the influence of the new energy, new creatures began to appear, not yet having even a grain of reason. Also, from this energy, a creature began to be born, somewhat similar to Shinji, but different in many ways. The silhouette of this creature resembled a lizard with huge wings. The size of the silhouette almost caught up with the dimensions of the tree god itself, which amazed and frightened many creatures. It would take a lot of time, perhaps at least a century, before this monster finally appeared. The world moved on, creatures changed under the influence of this energy. The giant lizard continued to form further. The first intelligent creatures appeared, although their minds were primitive, but they began to develop. A new era should begin soon. Meanwhile, Shinji almost finished collecting energy, and Naruto should soon come to his senses, which soon happened. Waking up, Naruto did not understand how long he had been in a coma. It felt like at least a month. But that's not the point. After examining his seal, he noticed that it had not been active for a long time, that is, there was no barrier. Excitedly running out into the street and looking around, he did not notice anything except an endless forest. There was not a soul around. Using the sensorics that Uzumaki had well developed, Naruto decided to find at least someone in the whirlpool, but apart from strange signatures of other energy, he found nothing. Deciding to check who was the source of this strange energy, Naruto headed towards one of the many sources. As it turned out, this source of energy was an unusual wolf. It was 1.5 times larger than usual and had a small horn on its forehead. Naruto was surprised by this type of wolf. No, of course, he thought that this was someone's call, but then there would have been at least some traces of chakra in the animal, but there was none, which means it could not have been a call. Deciding to find at least some people, Naruto sets off on his way. Having walked more than 100 kilometers, he did not find a single living soul, only a huge forest and various animals he had never seen before. In addition, he constantly lingered on the silhouette, visible even from such a distance. Deciding to check what or who it was, Naruto headed towards the strange silhouette. After several hours of continuous running, Naruto, to his surprise, recognized the silhouette of a huge lizard with equally huge wings. Although the lizard was still very far away, Uzumaki could already judge the size of this creature, not less than a biju. He thought. Coming closer, Naruto was stunned by the size of the creature. They almost caught up with Juibi in this. And the energy that the creature emitted was so dense that the space a meter from the creature seemed to be distorted. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki decided to go further to search for at least someone, and he leave a seal so as not to lose this place. For several days Naruto wandered around the new continent. There was no one, no hint even of the presence of people. Naruto was upset. He realized that his barrier had done little to help, and the Otsutsuki had reached the shinobi and ordinary people with chakra, but where the rest had gone was still to be figured out, although he had guessed, but still needed proof, which was not there. Having decided to return to that place, Naruto turned around and picked up speed. He decided to live on, but what else could he do? Returning to the creature, Uzumaki noticed that under the influence of the lizard's energy, his seal had changed a little, or rather, some of its components had been erased by energy. As it turned out, the FUNN, based on chakra, was broken under the influence of the struggle between chakra and this strange energy. Only now Naruto noticed that the natural energy around was different, not like natural chakra, or rather, instead of natural chakra, this energy had stood up, replacing the chakra, although grains of it still remained. Having decided to make sure of this, Naruto applied a new, more durable seal and left it for several days, for an experiment. In the meantime, he was thinking about dealing with Otsutsuki in his subconscious. Having plunged into it, Naruto noticed Shinji, who was sitting behind a huge cage as usual, and Momoshiki under the seals of restraint in the form of scarlet chakra chains. Otsutsuki was still unconscious, due to the FUNN, which suppressed even the mind. Fortunately the seals on the body were constantly fed by the chakra of the carrier, otherwise the devil knows what would have happened if even the smallest part of the Juibi seal, or Otsutsuki, disappeared. Having made sure that the seal reliably holds Momoshiki, Naruto instantly concentrated on absorbing him. He does not need a parasite like Otsutsuki. Absorption, surprisingly, even of the shackled soul of Otsutsuki was not easy. Either Naruto was inexperienced in this, or the spirit of Otsutsuki is strong in itself, but now, fortunately, it does not matter. It remains to wait until Naruto's soul comes to its usual state of harmony. From absorbing Momoshiki, Naruto received the ability of the Great Byakugan and the Karma mode, which he still had to figure out. In addition to this, Naruto also received an increase in the powerful Otsutsuki chakra. Now he was just a little short of the volume of Kurama's chakra. Also, as a side effect, from absorption, Naruto received the ability to fly, and a small increase in physical strength. Part 3. Resting from another attempt to master Karma, Naruto thought about what he would do in this new world. Restore countries, for whom? Apart from him, no one in this world cared about territorial borders yet. Revive a village, again, for whom, and with whom? There are no more shinobi and most likely there will be no more. Uzumaki could not think of anything better than simply observing the world. He decided to become a kind of sage of the six paths, for this world, an outside observer. But for now there was no one to watch, except for this lizard. Who the hell knows when he will wake up? Remembering the seal left near the creature a few days ago, Naruto went to check it. The seal was almost whole, but still some parts had disappeared without a trace. It was necessary to figure out how to reduce the influence of strange energy on FUNN seals, or somehow add it to them. He decided to do this later. Now he needed to deal with Karma, the lizard, and learn how to use this energy. For now, Naruto decided to build himself a small house somewhere near the lizard. He did not want to live in the temple. Having decided to do this tomorrow, Uzumaki again began to try to master the Karma seal. So far, he only managed to spread the pattern along his left hand, from the palm to the shoulder. Since no one interfered with him, mastering it was quite simple, but the difficulty was in controlling the rough chakra of the Otsutsuki. Although his own chakra, after sealing the Juibi in him, was not much different from that of the Otsutsuki, it was much more familiar to him. It took Naruto several weeks to master the Karma seal. Its main advantage for Naruto was the ability to open cracks in space. Karma did not give anything else except some regenerative and physical abilities, or Naruto could not find these abilities, one of the two. Naruto built the house in the usual style. The walls and roof were made of wood, which was quite strong here. The foundation was made of stone. The roof was curved upward at the corners, the doors were retractable. The interior of the house did not stand out in any way. It was even somewhat meager. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a bed replaced by a couch also made of wood, pillows and something like that were missing, only a blanket made from the skins of killed animals. In principle, this was not bad for Naruto. He liked everything. The next thing Naruto wanted to do was to adapt the FUNN to the new energy. This would take a lot of time, even taking into account the fact that during his life as Hokage he studied many seals and barriers. With ninjutsu everything was simpler, they fed on the chakra of Uzumaki himself, although now they were weaker, due to the change in natural energy, the technique stopped being supported by it, and the same water bullet would take more chakra than usual. Something had to be done about this too, but first FUNN. Watching the lizard, Naruto noticed that with each of his arrivals, the energy in the creature was becoming more and more. He concluded that the creature was not yet fully formed, and it would not wake up soon, although in the last few days the influx of power to the creature had decreased, which meant that at least it was running out of energy. The lizard's body could already be seen, the distortion had almost disappeared, revealing the body itself, and not a blurry and incomprehensible silhouette. The lizard had a blue color, one could even say sky blue. Some parts of the body, such as the stomach, part of the neck, the lower part of the mouth and tail were white as snow. The creature had 4 large paws and 2 huge wings. Naruto had difficulty determining the wingspan, but he thought it was at least 600 meters. Time passed unnoticed. 3 years had already passed since Naruto was in this world. He still had problems with the FUNN. It was not so easy to rebuild the seals to absorb this energy, although the barriers accepted it as native, so there were no special problems with them. Naruto decided not to touch the ninjutsu for now, and they worked, although they required more chakra. Kama discovered one interesting ability: it can absorb any energy that the user wants. This would have been an unnecessary acquisition in the past, when the world was still full of chakra. Then he had the rasengan, which can absorb any type of chakra thanks to the Predator path, and with this energy he was not sure, there was no one to test it on. Naruto remembered the creature and decided to check how it was doing. Having reached the place where the lizard was standing, at first glance one might think that nothing had changed, but Naruto felt significant changes. Firstly, the energy almost stopped flowing to the creature, completely stopping the distortion around, although some pressure was still felt. Secondly, thanks to the rasengan, Uzumaki noticed the birth of a soul in a huge body. This means that there was very little time left before the awakening of the monster, maybe another 3 or 4 years. This worried Naruto. He did not know how the creature would behave after awakening, did not know what abilities it would have, and whether it would have intelligence. The latter worried him most of all. If it was the same as Juubi, then this world would face a huge shock, and many destroyed territories during a possible battle between Naruto and the creature. Another year passed. Naruto checked the creature every 2 days. Its soul developed quite quickly, and the previously assumed 3 years were reduced to 2 years of waiting. That is, excluding the past year, there was only 1 year left before the awakening of the creature. Naruto was amazed by such a rapid development of the soul. Uzumaki could not even imagine how strong the lizard would be spiritually. But now it did not bother him as much as the visions in his dreams. In those visions, Naruto constantly met some huge monster, quite similar to the already familiar lizard, but much, much larger. That monster was constantly talking about something, but Naruto could not understand what. Only fragments of phrases reached his ears, completely incomprehensible to him. Naruto had long been thinking hard about what the words of that monster could mean, what kind of new era. What kind of particles? And most importantly, he could not understand why he was seeing all this. He did not understand anything related to these visions, but he was still preparing for something. He tried to quickly adapt the FUNN techniques to the new energy, and recently he began to succeed. Naruto was finally able to remake most of his seals for the new environment, but techniques such as the seal of the 4 symbols, or the seal of the contract refused to work with the new type of energy, and Naruto could not figure out why. Naruto also partially learned to control this energy, just a little, only to set the desired direction. In some ways this energy was similar to chakra, and in some ways it was very different. And, oddly enough, there were many more differences than similarities. Naruto returned home with a headache that had already become annoying during this time. His head was constantly filled with the monster from the vision, and what it muttered incessantly, and what reached him from the creature that should soon awaken. Arriving home, Naruto immediately lay down on the bed, covering himself with a homemade blanket. He needed an urgent rest from all this, so he decided to sleep. After thinking a little about the future, what and how it will be in many years, Naruto fell asleep safely. During his sleep, Uzumaki somehow found himself in his subconscious. He did not understand why he was here. Looking around, he found a reason for his stay here. That huge monster from his visions was now in front of him, in his subconscious. Part 4. Once in the subconscious, Naruto noticed a silhouette very similar to the one he saw in his visions. A huge lizard with equally huge wings. Even Juubi paled in comparison to this creature. It was so huge that it felt like it would block the entire sky with its wings. Naruto could finally see the huge creature. Dark blue scales all over its body. Only some parts of the wings differed in color. The creature's eyes were light orange, the pupils were elongated, and the eye itself was so huge that it could be larger than a few large houses. The always noisy Shinji now froze in place, as if time itself had stopped for him. The tails no longer swung in different directions, ceasing to create a constant tremor along the floor of the subconscious. The huge, but not as huge as the creature's, eye no longer blinked, and the deep red apple with concentric circles, and there in the eye, no longer closed, allowing one to examine, perhaps, the strongest eye in this new world. The huge mouth, dotted with a huge number of sharp teeth, remained in a half-open state, no longer making any sounds, as before. Having looked at Shinji's condition with surprise, Naruto finally turned his gaze to the creature. It was doing nothing for now, only blinking occasionally, with interest examining the man who miraculously survived the catastrophes. The creature felt echoes of both chakra and new energy, as well as many others. But even so, this energy was simply a monstrous amount. For a long time, the creature and Naruto simply exchanged glances. Naruto tried to understand how and where it ended up here. The creature simply looked at the man with interest. The silence lasted for quite a long time until, "Who are you, human?" the creature unexpectedly asked Naruto. What? Naruto did not immediately understand what he was being asked. He was surprised that it could speak. No, of course, he was familiar with the Biju, even with all 9, but this creature was not like them, rather, it was closer to Shinji than to the Biju. "How did you end up here?" The creature rephrases its question. "What? I don't know," Naruto answered, having dealt with his surprise. "Okay, that doesn't matter now. Why are you here?" the creature asked a second question. "I don't know," Naruto said, not understanding what the creature wanted from him. "I see," the creature said thoughtfully, lowering its voice to a quieter one. "What exactly, and who are you?" the question that had been tormenting Uzumaki for a long time asked. "Me. Call me whatever you like, but I am a dragon, the true dragon Veldenawa. You can consider me a god, because all the worlds that you have seen before were created by my will, and soon this world will also be recreated in a new shell. And for you, I have a small proposal, and since you have nothing to do, I thought that you could agree," answered, as it turned out, the true dragon. "And what is this proposal?" Naruto asked with a little interest. "Would you like to become the caretaker of this world?" Veldenawa asked directly. "Caretaker? What are you talking about?" Uzumaki did not understand. "Before I leave this world, I must leave someone who can look after it, keep it in equilibrium, maintain balance," the dragon explained. Naruto thought deeply. He had already thought about this before, but he did not expect that he would be offered such a thing. Seeing the man's thoughtfulness, Veldenawa decided to wait for now. Naruto didn't think for long. "I agree," Naruto said confidently. "That's great, but before I get back to work, I'll give you something. It will help you understand the structure of the new world, which will soon be greatly changed." After Veldenawa's words, in the subconscious, not far from the Juubi seal, a body began to form, very similar to the body of an ordinary girl. "What is this?" Naruto asked with confusion, looking at the silhouette that had almost formed. "This is Manas, an ability that will help you in many ways, but otherwise it is almost no different from an ordinary soul, with the difference that it is much stronger than the same human soul. It will help you get used to and understand the new world, its creatures and energy, nature and everything else," the dragon explained. Naruto looked at the girl with blue hair to the middle of her back. She was no more than 160 centimeters tall, quite short. The girl was wearing a dress, the same color as her hair, only a little darker. There was nothing on her feet, she was barefoot. Now, as Veldenawa said, Manas was just standing and looking at Naruto, not taking her eyes off him. For some reason, she ignored the dragon. "Okay, you get to know her for now. You can, if you want, give her a name. After all, Manas is not one." "Are you leaving already?" Uzumaki asked. "Yes, it's time for me to get back to my work on the world." "Right, one more thing, when I leave, I will give you some artifact, but that's later." "What?" Naruto did not understand, but Veldenawa disappeared as suddenly as he appeared, leaving Naruto alone with his new neighbor and the seemingly revived Shinji. Naruto decided to deal with the new inhabitant of his subconscious later, but for now he decided to rest. Part 5. The next day, waking up, Naruto immediately decided to deal with the new neighbor in the mind. Having descended into the subconscious, he noticed how the guest was standing by Shinji's cage, calmly examining him. But only having felt Naruto entering the subconscious, she turned around. The girl's eyes were bright blue, reminiscent of his own before he became the Jinchuriki of the tree god, although due to the fact that the girl's eyes did not express anything, as if they were completely soulless, they were a few tones darker. There was silence for a while, both carefully examining each other. Naruto was able to examine her better than when Veldenawa was here. Not too sharp facial features, although they could not be called round. The face was slightly narrowed, the eyes were quite large, a small mouth froze in an even line, a small forehead. In addition to the blueness of the eyes, they also had a slightly elongated pupil. The dress she was wearing was dark blue. Below the waist the dress resembled an accordion, reaching just below the girl's knees. Her shoulders were covered with sleeves that reached almost to her elbow. They would have stood like that for a long time until Naruto decided to start a conversation. "So you are the Manas that Veldenawa was talking about?" Naruto began with a question. "That's right." The beautiful voice was surprisingly calm, one might even say indifferent. "How will you help me understand the new world?" The question that interested the guy sounded. "Give you the information you need, help you cope with something if needed and much more." Manas answered just as calmly. "Help cope? And how?" Naruto asked in surprise. "I can take some of the load on myself, and I can also make it easier to use special abilities and spells." Manas explained in the same calm voice. "I see, you don't have a name, do you?" Naruto asked, remembering Veldenawa's words. "No," the girl answered briefly. "Then you don't mind if I give you a name?" "No," Manas answered just as briefly. "Okay, we'll think about it now." Naruto said quietly, starting to think. How do you like the name Sia? Naruto said, remembering the goddess of wisdom. Not bad. Manas agreed with her master's choice, and at that moment Naruto felt that some of his chakra had passed to the girl. What was that just now? Naruto asked in surprise, not understanding why his chakra had left his body so unexpectedly and willfully. The naming ritual, the girl answered. What? Naruto didn't understand. The naming ritual comes into effect when a creature is given a name, along with which the creature receives a piece of the energy and power of the one who named it without harm to it. People do not belong to this number. Manas explained. I see, Naruto answered in surprise. Okay, Sia, will you be able to communicate with me in the outside world from here? Naruto asked finally. Yes, the girl answered briefly. Having received an affirmative answer, Naruto came out of his subconscious, deciding to go to the lizard. Arriving at the place, Naruto did not notice anything new. Everything was the same as a week ago. He decided to ask Sia for help, to find out in what state the creature is and when it will wake up. Sia, do you know what happened to this creature? Naruto asked, wanting to finally solve this mystery. Yes, presumably, this is a true dragon of the elements of air and lightning, currently inactive. His soul is still not fully formed, his mind is also not formed. The approximate power of this dragon is at the level of the tree god sealed in you. The estimated time until awakening is a little less than 4 years. Sia conveyed the basic information. So, a true dragon, what does this mean? Naruto asked. A true dragon can be called the same Biju for the convenience of your understanding. An immortal creature born from the natural energy of the surrounding world. The level of power after reincarnation does not change in any way except for the memory of the creature. Sia explained. I see, thanks for the help. Naruto stayed near the dragon for some time, just watching. There are only 4 years left before his awakening, and who knows what can happen during this time, maybe an energy release or something else. Returning to his place of residence, Naruto continued to try to master the new energy. He decided not to contact Sia for now, deciding to figure out the basics himself. Control over energy was already slightly higher than in the past time. Still working with FUNN and other techniques gives him some advantage in developing control, and the fact that he already knew how to work with internal energy, chakra, although they still differed from each other in many ways, played a role. Part 6. 3.5 years have passed since Sia appeared. During this time, Naruto has already managed to get used to the new energy. As it turned out, it is a little similar to natural chakra in terms of control. Although there was still a difficulty, for more advanced techniques on this energy, both internal and external energy control were needed. As Sia said, she was able to help Naruto in many ways, for example, to remake more complex FUNN techniques and not only them which he could not do, for the new energy, or to help with mastering more precise energy control, clearly explaining how to work with it and even demonstrating it several times, taking control of his body, of course with Naruto's permission. Sia talked a lot about this world, the plants that fill it, and the various animals. About the energy that fills this world and how it affects it. This energy also changed animals greatly. If earlier, as Naruto remembered, chakra did not greatly affect animals, only in rare cases, then here entire species depended on this energy. It was strange. Sia explained that the new natural energy is more active than natural chakra, because this energy could create creatures such as dragons, or something else, almost without outside interference. But natural chakra, until you pave the way for it yourself, almost did not affect creatures, and not only them, even people with ordinary chakra. Naruto did not know how the dragon would behave upon awakening, so he decided to protect himself. A large number of FUNN seals and barriers were imposed on that clearing, as well as several powerful FUNN restraining and sealing energy. Naruto hoped to seal the dragon immediately if it turned out to be the same as Juubi. Over the past 3 months, the dragon's activity had increased significantly, namely, the energy circling around it began to distort space again, only to a much greater extent than before. Some FUNN techniques were dispelled. It became more difficult to be near the dragon. A pressing aura spread several hundred meters from its body, not so powerful as to suppress Naruto, but still unpleasant. As Sia explained, a huge amount of energy is needed to form a soul that can cope with such power, and the dragon began to draw this energy from the environment in the necessary quantities at high speed, which led to pressure and distortion. The time until awakening was getting shorter and shorter. About another half a month. Halfway before awakening, the activity increased threefold. The energy pressure almost reached Naruto's house, and the distortion previously noticeable only thanks to the Rinnegan became much larger and more noticeable. All the living creatures remaining in this place tried to get as far away from the dragon as possible. For several kilometers from his body there was nothing left except rare animals and the forest itself. Sia, what is happening to the dragon now? Naruto began the dialogue. My answer is the same as before. At the moment the dragon is gaining energy to create and stabilize its soul. The girl answered calmly. What kind of soul is this that requires so much energy? Naruto thought to himself, and Sia decided to answer. Presumably this soul is of a higher order. For its correct formation a large amount of energy is needed. At the moment this energy is not enough, so the dragon's body began to absorb more energy, thereby accelerating the formation of its own soul. Sia explained. I see, and how much is left until the final formation? Naruto asked excitedly. A few days. Can you tell how he will behave when awakened? Naruto asked, hoping for the best. It is unknown, he may go wild, or he may just calmly wake up. Sia answered without changing her tone. Naruto did not want to fight the dragon, at least because their battle would bring chaos and destruction of a huge scale to this world, so he hoped for the second scenario, that the dragon would simply and peacefully wake up. Although the chances are small, such a huge force can still drive a young soul crazy. On the day that the dragon was supposed to awaken, the energy around it caused terrible winds that easily tore out trees, raised huge waves in the sea, created deep cracks in the ground and in the mountains. Thick lightning ignited fires, leaving charred earth at the place of their impact, and the force of the impact created an earthquake. On this day, Sia warned that today the dragon should wake up. On this day Naruto was more tense than in the past years. A powerful dragon was supposed to awaken any hour, and it was still unclear how it would behave. Naruto spent the whole day near the dragon's body, near which the cataclysms were much more powerful than anywhere else. Uzumaki waited for the monster to finally wake up, and was ready to activate all the barriers and FUNN techniques placed around the perimeter at once, in order to try to immediately seal the dragon if necessary, in order to avoid a destructive battle if possible. Around midday, when the riot of the elements had weakened and was about to end, Naruto felt something was wrong, and the next moment Uzumaki was doused with a powerful wave of energy, sweeping away his FUNN and barriers. For a second Naruto found it difficult to breathe, and if not for the experience in fighting such monsters and the utmost readiness to start a fight, Uzumaki would have most likely lost consciousness. The wave rolled across the entire world with the speed of lightning. Many, almost all creatures instantly plunged into the darkness of consciousness. The majestic dragon finally, for the first time in many hundreds of years, opened his amber red eyes. Part 7. The dragon was inactive, his amber red eyes were studying the surrounding area. Naruto was tense to the limit, his chakra circulated through his body at an incredible speed, he was ready to rush into battle at any moment. Naruto's clones, created a few moments ago, tried to restore at least part of the barriers and FUNN seals, to at least somehow facilitate a possible battle. The dragon peered into the distance for a long time, in different directions. Apparently his range of vision was greater than that of ordinary people. His eyes so far showed only interest in the new world. Black pupils often dilated, and then returned to their original form. The dragon's energy was not aggressive, there was not a drop of hatred or anger in it towards anything. The dragon looked at the surroundings for a long time, until the gaze of his red eyes reached Naruto, who was standing only 100 or so meters from the dragon itself. From the small, in the dragon's opinion, creature, there was enormous power, which interested him even more. Feeling that the dragon paid attention to him, Naruto tensed up even more than before. He, as before, did not know how the dragon would behave, whether it would attack, or would simply continue to look at him until it got bored, and then fly away somewhere. Sia, well, is he at least intelligent or not? Naruto asked the main question at the moment. Presumably, from his actions, we can say that yes, the dragon has intelligence. Even in such a situation, Sia was as calm as always. And how developed is this intelligence? He asked the next question. Enough to understand and communicate with you. Sia answered. And how to communicate with him then? Through the transmission of thoughts. I do not think that at the moment he will be able to recognize your speech. In reality, literally a few moments passed before their conversation was over. Remembering what Sia said about the possibilities of energy, Naruto began to collect it, and then released it towards the dragon with a special call. Several times he had to repeat this action, either because of insufficient energy, or because the dragon prevented the emissions of energy, suppressing them on the approach to his body. Sia, what's going on? Why can't I contact him? Naruto asked tensely. I don't think this amount of energy is enough to open a channel for communication with the dragon. So what should I do? Naruto asked, preparing to send a much more powerful emission, which actually didn't change the situation much. After all, the dragon had more of this energy than Naruto now. Try adding chakra, mix it with the energy and try again. Sia suggested. Having released a little chakra, Naruto began to add energy to it, which didn't work out very well. The energy and chakra simply didn't want, or couldn't merge, and several times what looked like a successful attempt at merging simply disappeared in an instant when Naruto released what had resulted. Several times he tried mixing them in different proportions, which took some time. After several attempts, having reached a more or less normal ratio, in which the resulting one did not disappear immediately, Naruto increased the amount of the resulting energy so that it would be enough to create a channel for communication with the dragon and released a new emission towards it. The dragon again tried to dispel what was flying towards his body, but the presence of chakra did not allow it to be done so easily. He did not have time to use more energy, so the directed emission successfully reached him. Sia, did it work? Naruto asked hopefully. Most likely, yes, she answered after a few moments, checking something. I see, and what next? How do we communicate through this channel? You need to feel it, and then concentrate on it, after which you can transmit your thoughts or images. She explained. Where should I look for it? This thread should be on the outer layers of your mind. Trying to do what Sia said, Naruto began to look for a connection thread. He checked each layer of his consciousness until he almost reached the last one. The thread he was looking for was very thin and weak, it felt like any touch could destroy his connection with the dragon. Concentrating on the thread, Naruto finally heard the dragon. His voice was rough and bass, somewhat reminiscent of his old friend Kurama. Do you hear me, little creature? The first thing Naruto heard, apparently the dragon understood what Naruto was trying to do and quickly found this communication thread and has been sending his messages along it for some time. I hear. Part 8. I hear, Naruto answered, a little surprised. Who are you, little creature? The dragon asked again. I am a man, Naruto Uzumaki. He answered calmly. A man then, interesting. The lizard's voice boomed. And you, who are you? Uzumaki asked a similar question. Can't you see? I am a true dragon, unfortunately I don't have a name like yours. The lizard answered. Is it clear, what are you going to do in this world? Naruto asked the next question. I don't know, I was just born and I'm almost completely unfamiliar with the world, so I'll probably fly everywhere, studying it from edge to edge. And what are you doing? Nothing yet, I just live, watching how the world and its inhabitants live and develop. Naruto answered without changing his calm speech. Don't you want to help me, since you're not busy with anything? The lizard offered. I won't refuse, Uzumaki answered without thinking for long. That's great, then let's get started, there's nothing to wait for. The dragon said a little more joyfully. Wait a little, I need to rest a little, after all, you really strained me with your awakening. Naruto stopped him. So be it, the dragon agreed. Well then let's go, otherwise it's not very good here. Naruto said turning towards his house. Where are we going? There's only forest around here. To my house, it's not far. Naruto answered. At this point, their mental dialogue ended and they walked all the way to Naruto's house in silence. The dragon preferred to make itself smaller during the journey, so as not to destroy the surrounding landscape, it was too beautiful for him. Naruto was surprised when the huge lizard shrank to a size slightly larger than Gamakishi when he was over 15 years old. They walked pretty quickly, they reached Naruto's house in a little less than half an hour. The dragon admired the beauty of the house. No, the house was ordinary, even meager, compared to what Naruto remembered, but for the dragon it didn't matter. Now the most beautiful thing he saw was this house and the distant landscape of the endless forest and distant mountains. All the way home, Naruto thought about what would happen if he gave the dragon a name. After all, as he thought, all intelligent beings should have their own names. As he remembered, after naming Sia, part of his chakra went to her. Not much of course, but enough to use the S-rank technique at least once. And here was a huge dragon, and Uzumaki knew that it would take much more energy than Sia, but how much more, he did not know. Therefore, he decided to turn to someone who could answer this difficult question for him. Listen Sia, tell me how much of my chakra will go to the dragon if I give him a name. She answered, no less than half of your reserve. Quite a lot, will there be any other effects? Naruto asked again. Besides the fact that the dragon will receive your chakra, a thread will be created between you that connects your souls. Through this thread you will be able to feel each other on any edge of the world, with the exception of other dimensions, or domain. Also through this thread you will be able to freely communicate and visit each other's subconscious. Sia explained in her always calm voice. I wonder what kind of domain. Simply put, strong beings such as Veldonava, the tree god sealed in you, or a true dragon of such strength as the one you met can have their own personal dimension that will not be tied to this world, only to their soul. Such dimensions are called a domain. The girl explained. Will I be able to get such a dimension for myself? Naruto asked with some interest. In theory, yes, but this will require a huge amount of energy to maintain the dimension so that it does not collapse at the most unexpected moment and for its expansion, but this does not apply to the main expenses. One of the most important is to bind the domain to your soul. This will take most of the energy invested, and if it is not enough, then your domain can become untied from your soul, or other creatures can occupy it, blocking your access to the dimension. So if you decide to create a domain, then prepare more energy for this. I see, Naruto answered a little dumbfounded. At this point, he finished the dialogue with Sia. He found out what he wanted, so he went to think about the name of the dragon. He wanted something not too boring and not too arrogant, like his old friend Kurama had. Uzumaki thought about the name for a long time. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. He went through many names from the legends he read, or heard from the stories of Biju, ancient mentions, but he did not like any of those names. Demon or Agen, his dragon would not suit, so he decided to come up with a name himself, and for an hour now he has been struggling with this task. Lacerda, Naruto said out loud, attracting the dragon. He remembered this word from the ancient Uzumaki writings, those that remained. He no longer remembered what it meant, but he thought that it would suit his friend. What? The lizard sitting on the floor next to Naruto's bed did not understand, thinking about something. Listen, you want to get a name for yourself, right? Uzumaki asked in response. I would like to, why? How do you like the name, Lacerda? Naruto suggested. Not bad, the dragon agreed. Well then, now you are Lacerda. Uzumaki said with some joy, and at the same second sank into a chair. A huge stream of chakra burst out of his body, entering the dragon. Only much more was gone than Sia said. The guy's reserve was almost completely depleted. Part 9. Naruto woke up closer to the evening of the next day, almost recovered. The dragon was found quite quickly. It was lying in one of the corners of the room with its eyes closed, with minor changes in its body. Small horns appeared. The color of its scales became an order of magnitude lighter. On the bends of its paws there appeared shoots of pointed scales, reminiscent of thorns. However, Naruto also felt in the dragon, in addition to its own energy, chakra. Feeling the gaze on himself, Lacerda opened his eyes, which had practically not changed in any way. Well, finally, I'm already tired of waiting, the dragon said, rolling his eyes. Wait for what? Naruto did not understand. Yes, while you come to your senses, after you gave me a name you immediately fell into your chair and passed out, I already thought you would lie there for so long. Lacerda explained. Oh, you mean that? Nothing like that, this often happened to me. Uzumaki waved it off. Okay, when are we leaving? Tomorrow of course, today is not worth it, it will soon get dark and we will not be able to see anything well. Naruto answered. This is where their conversation ended. Naruto decided not to wait long and went to bed. The next day, he and Lacerda finally set off on their little journey. Having grown, the dragon waited for Naruto to cling to it, soared into the air at high speed. Uzumaki could also fly, but not as fast as the dragon. In a few hours, from the sky they saw a lot, picturesque fields and forests, hills growing into huge and high mountains, lakes and rivers, high cliffs near the sea. The last time Naruto flew around all the lands in search of at least someone, he did not pay much attention to the landscapes. He had never seen such beautiful nature before, except that the forests of the land of fire were somewhat similar to these. Lacerda was also amazed by the beauty of various places. He was pleased with today, and was glad that there would be several more such days until they flew around everything possible. How do you like it, Lacerda? Naruto asked the dragon sitting next to him, looking at the beautiful starry sky. It had long been night, but they were not sleeping. It was wonderful, I didn't think the world would be so beautiful. He answered, also raising his red eyes to the sky. It's good that you liked it, tomorrow should be the same or even better. I hope so, the dragon said with anticipation. Listen, you noticed that you have a new source of energy, right? Naruto asked, changing the topic. Yes, the energy emanating from it is similar to the one I had before this one appeared, but it is a little different. Lacerda answered, calming down. This other energy is called chakra. I only dealt with it for a long time until I figured out the new energy. If you want I can teach you how to use chakra. Uzumaki suggested. I don't mind, Lacerda calmly agreed. Well, that's good, then once we're done with this, let's deal with chakra. Listen, Naruto, who were you before? The dragon asked his rather interesting question. Before, when this continent didn't exist, I lived in one country, to be more precise, in a hidden village. That's what the shinobi military formations were called. I was one of these shinobi. It was a long time ago, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands, or maybe hundreds of thousands of years ago. But that's not the point. There were many villages like mine, but only 6 of them were awarded the title of Great Village. Mine was on this list. Then, when I was a boy, I always dreamed of becoming the ruler of my hidden village, which I did after some time. There were terrible wars then, only one in my memory, the 4th, in which I participated, and the whole world. Then we fought for only 2 days, but the losses were simply indescribable. Thousands of people died on the battlefield every moment. We fought with only 2 people and an army of resurrected shinobi of different generations. Their names are no longer important now. After that war, I received the title of a world hero, and the one who is still with me. You may have occasionally felt his presence in me. After the war, peace seemed to have been established. The alliance of 6 countries at that time did not fall apart, but even grew, and when I took up my post there was almost not a single country left that was not part of that alliance. There was a lull for a few more years, but then those who no one expected came. The first 3 who came were quickly destroyed, and I got this, Naruto said, showing his palm with a karma mark. Then, with the help of my clan's knowledge, I managed to develop a very complex FUNN technique, with which, according to my plan, I was supposed to fence everyone off from those who came for several years, but my plan did not work. The shinobi were apparently destroyed, only I remained, who at that time was lying with completely empty chakra reserves. I lay for so long that there was nothing left that could remind me of the past. Everything except the temple where I slept all the time disappeared. When I finally woke up, I saw what I saw. No one was left, only incomprehensible animals and your silhouette in the distance. Then I was looking for at least someone, but unfortunately there was no one, so I decided to stop, because that time I literally combed through the entire world. I returned to your silhouette and built myself a small house at some distance from it, and just waited for you to wake up. And then you know everything. Naruto finished his story. It's amazing, I didn't think you'd live so long. And what is FUNN? And I still have a lot of questions. Lacerda said in amazement. FUNN is this, Uzumaki answered, biting his finger, and with the help of blood began to draw lines in the air that were incomprehensible to Lacerda. After he finished, a dome-shaped transparent wall appeared around them. What is this? Lacerda asked in confusion, looking at the transparent wall. FUNN barrier, Naruto said calmly, taking a stone lying nearby and throwing it towards the wall. The stone bounced off. This barrier is designed for protection. There are many more similar ones, and barriers with other properties are also enough. You can ask your questions. I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. Okay, then. Lacerda asked questions until the morning. There were many clarifying questions. He wanted to know more about the villages that Naruto spoke about the alliance, about the countries that filled the world, about all the wars that were happening then, and about those who came with which Naruto fought. Uzumaki had to describe and tell about everything for a long time. Even somehow the Biju appeared here, although in his story Naruto did not seem to mention their existence. Having learned about the Biju, the dragon wanted to meet at least one of them, but as Naruto said, the Biju is no more. They were all absorbed by Juubi. But Lacerda did not stop. Now he wanted to meet Juubi, but Naruto warned him that he was not intelligent. This slightly dampened the dragon's ardor, since he wanted to find out more from the Biju, because Naruto missed some points and he simply did not answer the questions that he did not like. Having finished with the questions for now, Lacerda increased in size, waited for Naruto to climb on him and took off. It was already morning, and in order to see more beautiful places, they decided to start in the morning. Part 10. During the journey, the conversation about Naruto's past came up a few more times. He tried to answer the dragon's questions as much as possible. Their journey lasted quite a long time, 2.5 weeks, although they flew at considerable speed, and besides, they discovered 2 more unexplored continents in the western and northern seas. They were smaller than the one on which they stayed for a long time, but still had impressive sizes. Although the northern continent could be called a large island under a thickness of a couple of 100 meters of ice, the second, for the most part, was a mountain range, the mountains of which in some places reached a height of a little more than 6 kilometers. In the depths of the continent was very rich in various living creatures, so that the huge mountains served as a kind of barrier, closing the interior of the island behind a thick wall. In the north, a little further from the main continent, there was a fairly large island that could easily accommodate the country of Earth, and a couple of small countries, but for some reason the island was completely empty. There was nothing on it, an ordinary wasteland in the sea, and to the east of this island, on a peninsula 3 times larger than that wasteland, there were mountains of extraordinary beauty, perhaps the highest mountains that Naruto had ever seen. The highest point of this ridge was at an altitude of about 11 kilometers above sea level, very high, although Uzumaki had seen objects much higher, but still, seeing something like this is a real rarity, and at the foot of these high mountains a large rift was found, which, through some underground paths, could lead to a huge underground cave, in which one could confidently build a large city. In the northwest, there were lava rivers that stretched, as it turned out, from a high volcano for many kilometers. This volcano constantly emitted a huge amount of ash, which the wind blew to the north, where, due to the lack of sunlight, because of the endless ash clouds, there was a desert for the most part. In its own way, a deadly and beautiful wasteland. Near the volcano there was a very large lake, the surface of which was covered with a thick layer of ash, under which many hundreds of meters of water were hidden, in which, surprisingly, strange fish lived, and no less strange plants grew. Further, in the southwest there was a huge forest, from which they began their journey. The forest was interrupted by rare small rivers and lakes, meadows, and not high mountains. In the heart of the forest there was a huge lake, larger than what was found near the volcano. Naruto figured with surprise that the same country of Tori could fit into this lake, and there would still be a little space left. The influx to the lake came through a long river, originating from the easternmost sea, although underground rivers cannot be ruled out. To the south of the large lake there was another peninsula, somewhat similar to the peninsula of the country of T, but a little larger. This land was completely covered with hills and meadows, only a few small forests interrupted this green emptiness. On the border of the peninsula and the huge forest, not far from the bay, there was a temple from which Naruto came out many years ago. During this time, the building was covered with moss on all sides, and several, apparently recently fallen, trees modestly covered the temple from the sky, and a couple of logs were near the entrance. Having gone down to the temple, Naruto simply stood at its entrance for some time. At that moment memories from his old life flew through his head. This influx was stopped by Lacerda with another question. Uzumaki simply told a little about the history of the temple, the one that was known to him and his clan, and the latter, to his surprise, knew a lot, right up to the very construction of this ancient structure, which, according to rough estimates, called the formation of the shinobi world, such as Naruto remembered it. He decided to clear the temple, and along the way either dispel the FUNN, or somehow seal it. To seal such a complex structure as this seal, it was first necessary to expand it until the seal was fully formed and activated, then apply a new seal over the seal, directly for sealing, and only then carefully place another seal in it, which will ensure reliable storage of the other two, and will not allow them to be dispelled. Further from the 3 continents, even in the distant ocean there was nothing except for a couple of clusters of small islands. Naruto and Lacerda decided to study the main continent from the ground, in rare cases using flight. After the journey, Naruto and Lacerda chose a new place to live for the next couple of years. They were looking for a place suitable for training Lacerda in the use of chakra. For this matter, they chose a deserted island. Naruto suggested changing the place several times, as he himself said, being in such a deserted environment, in a few years you can go crazy. Lacerda responded that during training they could demolish or burn a couple of beautiful places, which he really didn't want to do. Naruto decided not to rack his brains arguing with the dragon, so he simply agreed with it. Naruto began training, so to speak, from the very beginning, a theoretical explanation. Naruto tried to explain it in a way that could be easily understood, and since Lacerda already knew how, albeit superficially, to handle energy, although not chakra, this greatly facilitated his understanding of the information, since some parts of Uzumaki's explanation Lacerda associated with sensations similar to those he experienced when using energy. The next part of the training, and probably the most difficult for the dragon, was control. They decided to develop it immediately in a body enlarged to its original size. This was done in order not to suffer too much with mastering control in other dimensions. The first part of mastering control was the distillation of chakra throughout the body, first in one direction, then, after completing the circle, in the other, and so on until the speed of chakra in the body was increased to an acceptable speed for the size of the dragon's carcass, 30 revolutions in each direction in half an hour, and then it was possible to move on to other training. In his first attempt, Lacerda lost control over his chakra. Yes, it was similar to his energy, but much denser. For the first round of chakra distillation, Lacerda spent several days of continuous concentration. At this rate, it will take Lacerda about 2 years to achieve his goal, and then he will also release the chakra from his body in the required amount, and then walk on the water surface. Immediately on the water, because Naruto did not know where to find a suitable vertical surface for Lacerda's size. No, after learning to walk on the water surface in smaller sizes, they will move on to vertical, but these are plans for the next couple of years. Lacerda reached the required level of the first stage of control development closer to the end of the second year. Although he went a little further, and instead of 60 revolutions per hour, he was able to squeeze out all 64. Besides, Naruto ordered him to run chakra through his body every day for at least a couple more years, during the rest of the training. The dragon managed to remove the chakra from the body in a period slightly short of a full year. From the beginning of this stage he managed to create weak emissions of chakra from several points on the body. Lacerda did not have the usual tenketsu points, although this is not surprising. He is more of an energy creature than an organic one, and was somewhat similar to the Biju. After he managed to reduce the area of the chakra output, and Lacerda began to try to cover a separate part of his body, and as Naruto said, to hold the chakra outside the body for as long as he could. Then the dragon had to hold the chakra outside the body for several hours in a row. In the interval between the second and third stages of control development, Naruto wanted to teach the dragon to nourish his body with chakra for its physical strengthening, which took a little less than 6 months. The problem was that Lacerda could not hold the chakra where it should have remained inside for some time. It turned out that he simply threw the chakra outside the body, simply repeating what he had recently learned. Naruto decided to leave this matter for later, when the dragon had already mastered walking on the water surface. Part 11. The dragon spent about 8 years mastering walking on water. The difficulty was in the size of the dragon and in the fact that he could not properly distribute chakra throughout the body and maintain it in the required amount. After completing the mastery of the technique of walking on water surfaces, the dragon went into its smaller form, where he could already clearly feel the chakra, which was much denser than in the previous form. Because of this phenomenon, it was necessary to master the denser chakra again, which turned out to be even more difficult. But it took Lacerda half as much time as last time to master chakra control in this form, 6 years. And it took 18 years to master chakra, which was a little beyond Naruto's plans. He decided to teach the dragon the techniques of his elements, those that he knew, and since his main element was wind, although he knew enough techniques of other elements, and even some genomes, those that he got from the Biju during the war, he decided to start with it. The first wind technique was an air gust, a fairly simple technique to start with, although the dragon could use a similar technique, just not on chakra, but on his energy, but Naruto insisted on using only chakra. Lacerda's first technique took a little time, just a couple of weeks. At first he tried to use the technique differently than Naruto said. Lacerda tried to use the technique without seals. No, the gust is a fairly easy technique consisting of only 3 seals, and it was used without seals before, but these were the highest level shinobi, such as the Cage, and even such shinobi could not use techniques above class C without seals. And here is a creature that has just learned to use chakra at an acceptable level, so the dragon could not do anything without seals. The next technique that Lacerda mastered was the air dance. The dragon spent 15 months mastering it. It took so much time because of the complexity of the technique, namely that it required directing sharp air currents in different directions. The technique could be used on different scales, and this is how the dragon mastered the technique, with each successful attempt increasing the scale of the technique until it reached the required minimum, hundreds of meters in the radius of the technique. The next couple of decades, Lacerda and Naruto remained on the island studying various wind and lightning techniques. The world at this time did not stand still, as Veldenava had previously promised. The world began to change. New species of animals and plants again filled the world, changing the entire chain that had developed over hundreds of years. Huge silhouettes of creatures began to appear in different parts of the world. There were only 4 of them, somewhat similar to Lacerda, but several times smaller. New dimensions and planes began to form, somewhat similar to the worlds of summoning. From there often crawled all sorts of creatures, strong creatures, although there were also those who hunted these creatures, and hunted quite successfully. The energy filling the world changed. It seemed to have a new component, which Naruto immediately felt, and after him, Lacerda. And in the west, the first people appeared, who gathered in small communities of 20 to 30 people. These communities developed quickly, and in about 40 years they will turn into the first villages, and therefore the first cities and countries are not far off, and with them, perhaps, the first wars, although this is a matter of the distant future. Centuries passed, people, like other intelligent beings, developed. Lacerda finished studying techniques in 100 years, and now had an impressive arsenal of various destructive techniques. The world began to divide into countries, and soon the first wars were to happen. People learned to use the new energy, which they called magic particles, and made significant progress in their study. The first magic academies were opened, libraries dedicated only to this energy, and everything connected with it. Naruto appeared in some of them, to study what the locals had come up with, and they had come up with quite a lot. The techniques that were called spells here could be used by anyone who could at least slightly imagine and collect the necessary constructs for spells. There were many directions for study, from elemental spells to spatial and summoning magic. The latter interested Naruto, and he delved into studying this direction, although he did not forget about others, sending a couple of clones for books on different types of magic. Summoning magic worked almost the same way as the summoning technique. You put energy, think about who you want to summon. In the case of magic, you also had to make the so-called pentagram to summon creatures from the dark planes, but magic did not require a summoning contract. As in the case of chakra, Naruto also tried to get into the world of his old summoning, but it seems that he also sank into oblivion, like the entire shinobi world. Uzumaki made several attempts to summon, and each time different creatures appeared. Having delved into their study, Naruto learned about different families of demons. There are 7 of them in total, and different ones have different characters. A demon is usually summoned to perform some tasks, be it the elimination of a person, or the search for various information, and the strength of the demon varies from the request of the summoner. Also in the library were found books about different creatures and plants. From them Naruto learned about new types of dragons. Over the years in the world appeared 4 more true dragons, all of them, as it was said in the books, a disaster for the world, creatures that strive only for chaos. Naruto met 2 of them, and there seemed to be some kind of violent dragon, who immediately attacked them. Of course Lacerda did not like it very much, because then they were in a rather pleasant and beautiful place, and he, having increased to his usual size, kicked the young dragon a little, and it seems he did not like him, because during the next 2 meetings he tried to charge him with some technique, which he succeeded once, and the young dragon received significant injuries. As Naruto left the library, he remembered Veldenawa's recent visit to his subconscious, who told him a little about the new changes in the world, and that he had found a lover, and several times during the conversation invited Naruto to visit them in the eastern country, to which he said that he would definitely visit when he finished with some things in the library, and did not forget to ask Veldenawa for advice on the domain. After all, he did not give up on the idea of getting his own personal dimension. Veldenawa explained in detail that to create a domain, you will need, 1. A huge amount of energy, 2. It is either a ready place that he will transfer to his domain, or enough matter to create a place directly in the domain. He advised to find a place in advance, because to create it immediately in the domain will take even more energy than to create an empty dimension and bind it to the soul, and with a ready place it will be easier. It will simply disappear from this world and appear in the domain. So Veldenawa also asked to choose a not very large territory, and the last time asking to visit him disappeared from the subconscious, although now Naruto felt some kind of connection with the dragon. Something similar was when he tried to create a thread of connection with Lacerda, but here it was different. Having decided that he would ask Veldenawa about this later, Naruto headed to the library of the Academy of Spatial Magic. Part 12. As promised, Naruto visited Veldenawa. He was in the land of dragons. In the east, the country got its name because of the dense population of descendants of ancient dragons, most of whom have long since left this world. Basically these descendants of dragons were similar to people, but in strength, both physical and magical, they were an order of magnitude superior to ordinary people several times. This country was quite rich and self-sufficient, although still most of the stockpiled products were bought from other states. The main supplier of products was a country just west of the country of dragons. In that country mainly lived beastmen, quite an interesting mix of people and magical beasts, as Naruto noted. Another major supplier was a multi-racial empire that spread its borders over the entire western and central part of the continent. The empire was a highly developed country in many areas, be it magic or agriculture. In it Naruto studied different schools of magic, because nowhere else there is better knowledge and academies, and accordingly libraries. Naruto did not stay in the country of dragons for long, only about a month. There he finally met the one Veldenawa was talking about. The girl was quite beautiful, her pretty and round face was complemented by pink hair that reached the ground, her eyes were blue, the girl's figure was quite pleasant to the eye. She had a calm and steadfast disposition. She was kind and quickly accepted guests in the person of Naruto and Lacerda. Veldenawa, to Naruto's surprise, was in human form, and nothing remained of the dragon body, except for the eyes, which were still the same as before, in the dragon body. They mainly occupied themselves with telling different stories from their lives. Veldenawa about how he met Lucia, about how they lived all this time, and about how Veldenawa himself lived before the creation of this and other worlds. Lucia about her life, and occasionally supplemented the dragon's stories. Naruto told about his past, and how he lived in the new world before the appearance of intelligent beings. Lacerda said almost nothing. Naruto in his story captured most of the life of his dragon. After visiting Veldenawa, Naruto returned to the Empire. After all, he postponed studying the school of space magic for a while, and it was time to return to it. For the most part, spatial magic was based on the construction of complex magical structures, such as magical runes. They belonged to another type of magic, or magical circles, which were used in many schools of magic. It was difficult to say which of them was more effective. On the one hand, magical circles that could be formed right during a fight or other situations, and on the other hand, in some way, runes familiar to Naruto, which were somewhat similar to FUNN seals. Studying spatial magic with the help of runic structures was definitely easier for Naruto, because he had previously worked in the construction of spatial seals, and they were not much different from runes, only in their writing, because FUNN could be applied to any surface, be it earth, water, or air, which cannot be said about runes. The locals of course got used to stuffing bulky runic weaves into magic crystals, but they still needed to be obtained somewhere. Magic circles were different in that they immediately formed a ready-made magical structure in the air, or on the ground according to the principle of a ritual. Magic circles were so widespread in different types of magic because of their simple study, compared to runes, which had several runic languages, but there was also the fact that circles were less stable than runes, and therefore most of the most complex spells, such as Armageddon of fire magic, were better used with the help of runes, but the locals again came up with something else of their own. They decided to mix runic chains and magic circles, which created a new subspecies of magical art, more difficult to study. But it also allowed to speed up the use of runic spells, although if you have any skill tied to analytical abilities, which was rare among the locals, then using this subspecies of magic was quite easier than without special abilities. But in the Academy of Mind Magic, Naruto found a spell that adds several streams of consciousness, somewhat reminiscent of what Yamanaka had. Although Naruto had something similar to this thanks to his Rinnegan, and he also had Sia, which replaced 100 such streams of consciousness. Naruto spent a couple of months mastering spatial magic, and Lacerda spent all this time studying lightning and air spells, with the help of magic circles, which for some reason he could create only near his mouth, in any size, and so with spells of any element. And so, if they understood correctly, all dragons had it, well, at least two, Lacerda and the one they met, Veldora. As for the rest, they did not know. Naruto tried to study this phenomenon, but the book said almost nothing about it, and he himself did not really want to get involved, so this issue was postponed for the future. The next 5 years, Naruto studied spatial magic, and advanced quite well in it. Ordinary teleportation was now much easier for him than before, as was opening a full-fledged portal capable of passing a living creature through itself. Naruto also mastered the combat magic of space quite well. Of course he was still far from being a master or an archmage, but he was able to learn such a high-order spell as the Shield of Emptiness and Spatial Shift, which cut everything it reached. Also, thanks to this magic, Naruto was able to improve his storage seals. For this he added runic chains to his FUNN, which extended the service life of the seal and increased its capacity. Naruto also found something that could help him achieve one of his goals, a domain. This spell was called personal nothingness. Of course this magic created an independent space, but it was impossible to move there without consequences for the user, because everything that got there was eventually corroded by the emptiness that was constantly there, turning any matter into energy that the user of this spell could pull from the dimension. One could compare this with FUNN designed to collect and store chakra. But in the case of this spell, it created energy by absorbing various types of matter, and this spell could help in creating a domain, as Naruto thought, only serve as a source of energy for this very domain, which is why Naruto devoted so much time to this magic. Recently, after another visit of the dragon to his subconscious, Naruto learned that Lucia had recently given birth to a daughter. Veldonava of course showed her using an illusion in Naruto's subconscious, which knocked him off track for a few minutes. Uzumaki of course knew what illusions were capable of, but he also knew that casting them in the subconscious of a person, or any other intelligent being, would not work. Even if he cast them 10 times as an archmage, nothing would work, and even if there was decent protection on the mind, which Naruto had received in the past, then even more so. And then his confidence in this was reduced by showing the image of a small, pink-haired girl, spitting on all the barriers that were put up by the Yamanaka masters. Naruto came to his senses quickly, was happy for his friend, and listened for a long time to the stories that had happened in the couple of months that the girl had already been alive. 2 years after the birth of Veldonava's daughter, something not very pleasant happened to Milim. The angels that the dragon created as guardians of the world turned against him, for a simple reason. When creating these creatures, Veldonava laid down a simple idea for them that God loves all his creations equally, and then it turns out that having learned about the dragon's love for Lucia, the angels decided to eliminate this shortcoming. As a result, the girl died, and after her, Veldonava, in a battle with his own numerous and strong creations. Naruto learned about this when he again met the dragon in the subconscious, but a little not in the usual form of translucent, as the dragon himself said, residual spirit. Then he told Uzumaki about this, and handed over the artifact promised so long ago that Naruto even forgot about it, which turned out to be a simple sword in appearance, with an unusual shape. And then, Uzumaki learned that the war had begun. Again the same angels poured into the world in a huge stream, destroying everyone and everything in their path. The main blow was taken by the Empire, in which Naruto was currently located. The first few hours of the war were given to the Imperial forces quite easily, and then stronger light ones appeared from the gates. Various higher angels and archangels replenished the army of light ones, adding strength to it. Soon these events will be called the First Tenma War. Part 13. The war has been going on for a long time. At first the Empire managed to hold back the onslaught of the Celestials. This was facilitated by the urgent transfer of the main army to the battlefield. Many thought that the Great War would end there and the Empire would be able to push the light creatures back to their gates, but the front line not only did not want to move to the gates, but did not even stop, only slowing down a little. The angels continued to break through into the depths of the Empire, burning everything in their path along the way. Their march was slowed down only by powerful magicians who arrived on the battlefield. After the front's advance stopped, the angels could not break through the most powerful shields erected with incredible speed for such sizes, and in addition to this, a couple more additional ones followed the first shield, because one, even a strong shield, would not withstand such pressure from the enemy, and besides, barriers sealed in crystals were constantly sent behind the shield wall, dispersing, within their limits, all magic. The Empire could not go from forced defense to attack due to the extreme power and incredible number of Celestials. But the situation was made even worse by the appearance of another gate. They appeared in the northern part of the empire, and like the first, a swarm of white-winged ones poured out from there. It felt like there were far more angels coming from the new gates than from those that had been successfully fenced off, but now the empire would not have enough strength to hold back the Celestials again, and apparently they were not going to wait for the empire to come up with something, and in a wave no less powerful than the first time. They walked across the lands of the empire, going beyond its borders, involving more and more countries in their bloody campaign. The second, after the empire, to take the blow was the country that stretched across almost the entire great forest in which Lacerda was born. After the angels invaded another country, the empire and the kingdom of Ameld decided not to fight this war alone, because if it were to happen, then step by step, country by country, the angels would destroy everyone, sparing no one, and in order to avoid such a tragedy, these two countries decided to create a kind of coalition against the Celestials, which without much thought included the country of dragons, the kingdom of beasts, and a small, compared to the Siltrotso Empire, the Eastern Empire, located to the northeast of Ameld. After the unification of 5 countries against the Celestials, and the transfer of a ready army of 3 countries to help the empire and the kingdom, it was possible to stop the advance of the winged ones much faster than the forces of one empire, but they stopped them, but they could not drive the enemy back to the gates. Neither the forces of the strongest magicians nor warriors could force the angels to retreat back to the gates. At this point, the war stalled in one place. The Celestials cannot pass through the barriers, the coalition cannot push the winged ones back to the gates. During the stagnation of the war, which did not last long, a little more than 3 months, the leaders of the coalition tried to draw up at least a slightly effective plan of action that would not break down immediately after the start of its implementation, but so far nothing worked out, and the army was already beginning to get tired of the constant load. The morale of the coalition troops began to gradually fall, which will again bring the war into an active state. In addition, angels, although in small numbers, somehow managed to pass through the encirclement. These winged ones were engaged in destroying nearby large villages, thereby undermining the supplies of a huge army, which became one of the reasons for the return of the war to an active state. Already 4 months after the end of the stagnation of the war, most of the territory of the Siltrotso Empire and the kingdom of Ameld was scorched and devastated. The coalition army suffered huge losses, incomparable to all the wars of the past. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, villagers and magicians died in just 4 months of war. Thousands of hectares of fertile land absorbed liters of blood, becoming sterile. Looking at all this, all the other countries began to understand that if they did not unite against the angels, the same fate as the fate of the empire would befall them, which they did not really want. For this reason, in all the countries that had not yet participated in the war with the angels, a mass mobilization began. The number of the army of each country exceeded the standard several times, and since most of the warriors did not have enough equipment, and therefore some were sent to the mines to extract metal for forging equipment, and the other part to the forges to forge this same equipment. This war affected not only the countries of the entire continent, but also those who did not belong to these countries, the true dragons, and Uzumaki, who decided to intervene in the war after the angels burned half of the empire. After his surprise attacks from the rear, which he carried out by moving to those cities that the angels had already destroyed, Naruto weakened the front of the winged ones, luring more and more white winged ones to himself each time, because they were trying to catch the annoying survivor. Lacerda was constantly with Uzumaki, helping him in battles against the angels, and the other 3 true dragons appeared on the battlefield only after the kingdom of Ameld fell. After such individuals entered the war, the balance of power changed considerably. Now, albeit slowly, it was possible to push the angels back to the gate, and at this rate the First Tenma War would end in 7.5 months, taking with it many dead souls. Before the end of the war, when almost all the winged forces had been pushed back almost to the gate, the incredible happened. Considered immortal, 2 true dragons were sent to reincarnation. The first was the storm dragon, Veldora, who fell under the crossed attack of the archangels. It would take him a lot of time to reincarnate, because he would have to restore his energy component of the soul, so that he would not be seen again for the next 100 years. After Veldora, the ice dragon, Velzado, who died under unclear circumstances, went to reincarnation, and it was difficult to say how long it would take her to reincarnate. Naruto got his hands on another artifact sword. It happened when he again attacked a squad of angels from behind, but the white-winged ones were already tired of this, and strong-winged ones were sent to many squads, and in some places archangels could also be encountered, which is what happened to Uzumaki. Having attacked another squad that was sent after him, Naruto did not expect that a powerful light magic spell would be shot at him from this small crowd. No, of course they shot at him, and more than once, but those were arrows of light that could not really harm Uzumaki. And then after a swarm of these same arrows a couple of spears and blades of light flew, very strong spells that such a crowd that was sent earlier for Naruto could not use, after dodging these unpleasant attacks with their unexpectedness. Uzumaki noticed that angels of not weak power were flying in his direction, and one of them had the same sword artifact that allowed the use of light magic spells of varying complexity, without the use of runes or magic circles. This is where the advantage of the sword ended, otherwise it was not many times better than ordinary magic swords. Its appearance reminded him of the sword created by Tobirama Senju, which he saw back when he was a genin. The sword that Veldonava gave was much stronger than all those he had already seen, although he could not yet find out what properties the sword had, but in its strength and sharpness it surpassed all. He decided to keep the Archangel's sword for himself until better times, or give it to someone suitable. After all, to use the power of the sword, good energy control was needed. The war was coming to an end, and how the world would develop after the war was unclear, but it was perfectly clear to everyone: the empire no longer exists, it is unlikely that it will be able to recover from such damage, and most likely new countries will soon appear on the continent. Much knowledge in magic, and in other areas that were concentrated in the empire, was lost, and it is unclear whether they will be able to restore it. Part 14. The First Tenma War was finally over. Yes, the first one. It was perfectly clear to everyone that the angels would sooner or later return and arrange a new bloody massacre. Time magicians, yes, there are such, but after the war their already small number was shortened several times. Time magic is a rather interesting direction of magical art, but little studied, although it already had some advantage over other types of magic. For example, in time magic there is an analogue of the spell of acceleration of the mind, as is already clear from the magic of the mind. This spell was called acceleration of perception. It differed in that it could not be reset by another magician. With the exception of other time magicians, or anti-magic, which was an even more unknown side of magic, unfortunately, all the already small knowledge of time magic was stored in the academies and libraries of the empire, and like many others, was destroyed. But that's not the point. Time magicians tried to put together a ritual that would allow them to look at least more than a few months into the future, and after several cycles of the moons, or simply after a few months, suitable consumables and the ritual was ready. In its cost it surpassed everything ever created, and all this allowed to break through the barrier of time only for 9 years, and what was seen was as if in some kind of fog of time, and it was impossible to say anything for sure. However, from those images it was possible to create a picture of another war, however, as one might think, not with angels, but between countries. The cause of the war could not be guessed, and its end was not visible in the visions. The war took with it many innocent souls of various intelligent beings. The war affected almost all races, and some were almost brought to the brink of extinction, and such races as Minotaurs and Centaurs completely disappeared from the face of the planet. The empire, where most of the perished races lived, as predicted, fell apart a few months after the war. New small countries were formed in its place, and the remains of the empire migrated to the west, to the region of barren lands, where it remained for a long time. The countries that formed on the territory of the empire were in decline, scorched lands, and a small population did not allow young countries to develop. For this reason, some countries suffered the fate of the empire, disintegrating into more and more small states. Naruto and Lacerda were currently on the shore of the island where they were training. Uzumaki silently thought, looking at the sky clear from war. The dragon echoed his action, raising his head up. Naruto thought about the similarities between the Great Tenma War and the Fourth Shinobi War, and found quite similar moments of the two wars, although in the Tenma War there were many times more deaths than during the Fourth Shinobi War, and besides, there was another significant difference. After the Shinobi War, the alliance only grew, and here it will not last more than 3 years. And there are many more differences. The most obvious was the duration of the war, because the Tenma War lasted almost a whole year, when the Fourth World lasted only 2 days. The difference is simply huge. What will happen next? Lacerda suddenly interrupted the established silence. I don't know. Perhaps in the next 10 years a new war will begin. The young countries, on the territory of the former empire, are incredibly weak. Most likely the war will begin precisely for this reason. Uzumaki answered after a short pause. Do you think they will return? The dragon asked another question. Of course, to return. Where will they go? But when? We can only guess. Naruto answered, lowering his voice. And what will happen then? There is almost no one in the world who could resist the angels. The countries have lost most of their power, the knowledge accumulated over the centuries is lost, and there are almost no people left who knew them. Will they be able to fight off the Light Ones now? Calm down, friend. The next war with the Light Ones will not be soon, so I think that the countries will be able to recover after the war, and along with the countries, the knowledge. Uzumaki answered the same as before. And we, what will we do? What will we do? He asked another question. I also don't know. Maybe we will go into the shadows, and will try to stop the development of major conflicts, or maybe we will try to restore the lost knowledge, or maybe just nothing. We will wait for the next holy war, or maybe something else. And now, isn't the world on the brink of a new global war? No, right now the countries don't have the power to start a global war, so don't worry, this war won't be more destructive than a local one. Naruto said quietly, directing his gaze at the dragon flying freely in the distance, hardly intelligent, an ordinary animal, albeit very dangerous. Are you sure about that? Completely. I already said, the countries don't have the power to start global wars. He answered again. Okay, you clearly understand more about all this than I do, so I'll trust you. This is where their dialogue ended. Uzumaki continued to peer into the horizon, and Lacerda lowered his head, curled up into a ball, clearly showing that he finally wanted to take a break from all the fuss he experienced in the war. Part 15. 6 years, that's how long the peace lasted after the collapse of the empire, and exactly 6 years later the war between the countries began, for the lands of the former empire that had almost managed to recover. Although the countries had not yet recovered from the Tenma War, it did not stop them from starting a new useless war, and some were even pushed. For example, the Eastern Empire, which was one of the first to invade the territories of the young states. In a short time they managed to gather a fairly strong and numerous army of 120,000 soldiers, but their strength lay only in numbers, because most of the warriors were not prepared for military affairs, and some, it seemed, held weapons for the first time, and already in the first attack, on the mountainous region bordering the Eastern Empire, rich in various metals, and as was already clear, previously belonging to the Siltrozzo Empire. In that war, which, most of its time, was occupied by mountain battles, in which the eastern side lost almost a quarter of the army, capturing only part of the necessary region in a month. Following the Eastern Empire, the Kingdom of Ameld entered the war, wanting to expand the territory of the Great Forest, adding several dozen kilometers of the north to it, which would allow the kingdom to reach the Northern Sea, getting another trade route into its hands. For Ameld, the Beast Kingdom joined the war, wanting to completely occupy the southern strait, which was currently divided by 4 countries, 2 on the territory of the former empire. Ameld and the Beast Kingdom itself, due to the impossibility of transferring troops by land, because Ameld would not allow the bay to be appropriated just like that, the kingdom began the war with several massive attacks from the sea, and then the transfer of the main forces, through the same sea. The third state to enter the war was the Siltrotso Empire itself, hoping to regain at least some of the lost territories. However, due to its new location in the barren lands, small population, and therefore a weak and small army, so Siltrotso could not do anything, and on the other hand, even lost more and more land, which forced it to leave the war with the loss of thousands of kilometers, completely throwing the country into the wasteland. Albeit with rare inclusions of normal, living land, the empire was completely broken. And most likely will never recover, and may even disappear from the face of this planet. However, the war continued, and new states joined it. For example, the country located north of the Country of Dragons, Distraz, went to war with the Kingdom of Ameld, and so far it was moving successfully, because most of the kingdom's army was now on the western borders, and could not quickly redeploy to the north, so Distraz advanced quite far in its expansion. The only ones who did not enter the war were the Kingdom of Dragons and the Country of Lura, located on an island southwest of the center of the continent. By the way, it was also the only state unaffected by the Tenma War. Little was known about this country, only that it was far behind the rest of the world in development. This was confirmed during the only contact, oddly enough, between the Empire and Lura. At sea, their ships were a couple of times smaller than the smallest military ship, and as it was possible to see, there was not a drop of magic on the ship, although this meeting was a long time ago, but no one believed that even in such a long time something had changed. Why this state was so underdeveloped compared to other countries, no one could say, whether it was because of the almost constant isolation of the state, or something else. The war had been going on for a little over 7 years. The Beast Kingdom, as well as Distraz soon after, had failed, although the Beast Kingdom had suffered more, having lost part of its territories. Now it was not as big as before. Distraz, after Ameld had successfully recaptured its territories, and then marched through the territories of its eastern neighbor, created a state loyal to itself in it, thus making Distraz something like a puppet state. The Kingdom of Ameld itself had achieved its goals, having reached the Northern Sea, successfully fortified itself there, and withdrew from the war. The Eastern Empire, having captured the mountainous region, dividing a small part of it with Ameld, decided to continue capturing the former territories of Siltrotso, arranged a massive landing in the southwest, bypassing the obstacles in the form of Ameld, which withdrew from the war, which for the duration of the ongoing war closed the borders to all countries participating in the war. The landing failed from the very beginning. Having sailed far enough from the port, about 40 kilometers, a monster appeared from the depths of the sea, nicknamed Leviathan. A huge monster destroyed the sent flotilla quite easily. In response, it received rare magic shells. The speed of this monster, despite its size, was enormous, and allowed it to escape most attacks. The flotilla did not last long, and after its destruction the Empire also decided to end the war, because if it continued, there would be a risk of losing the acquired region, which it did not want. Thus another global war was over, as a result of which the political map underwent major changes. In the Dragon Kingdom, unusual things were happening. The current ruler made one mistake that led to the destruction of the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The mistake was that he decided to capture the young daughter of the star god dragon, for his own purposes. During this operation, the kingdom managed to kill the young dragon, whom Veldenava left to his daughter as a good friend, and also, in case of anything, as a body for his subsequent reincarnation. But the dragon fell, which caused a fit of anger in the daughter of the first dragon, in which she destroyed the capital of the kingdom with all its inhabitants, as a result of which, without realizing it, she absorbed the souls of thousands of people. But there was nothing good in this. After evolving into a demon lord, the young girl fell into an even greater rage, which pushed reason into the background, continuing to rage, and if not for the intervention of the original demon, who was the same demon lord, then the girl's rage would not have stopped, and it would clearly not have been limited to one dragon kingdom. This situation was one of the reasons for the end of the war. The bordering and fairly close countries to the Dragon Kingdom became wary and decided to end the war in order to build up sufficient strength to be ready, if necessary, to repel the onslaught of the creature that destroyed part of the Eastern Kingdom. Naruto, however, was on the ice continent the entire time of the war, not wanting to somehow participate in such, in his opinion, a senseless war. On the same continent, he met the first, according to the red-haired guy himself, Demon Lord. Of course Uzumaki studied such a direction in magic as demonology. There he learned about the ranks of demons. The highest rank was the archdemons, who, over a long life, if they gain enough strength, could move on to the last known step of the demon hierarchy, the Demon King. But the red-haired guy called himself the Demon Lord. Naruto even carefully clarified with the demon, didn't he make a mistake by an hour? He was careful because of the power felt from the demon. The evil spirits had quite a lot of power, and if a fight had happened, Naruto would have to use the chakra of Juibi, whose power he did not really want to show off. The demon himself confirmed that he had not made a mistake anywhere. Taking a closer look at the demon, Uzumaki began to notice that he was quite abrupt in everything, including how he appeared here, ending with his appearance. Sharp facial features gave good confirmation of this. By the way, the demon also stood out with his clothes, especially in these places. He was dressed quite lightly. For the harsh climate of the icy continent, a naked torso, which was covered with a thin vest, spoke for themselves, although perhaps he, like Naruto, is not very dependent on the surrounding climate. Their conversation turned out to be quite tense. For Naruto, from somewhere the red-haired one knew about Uzumaki's abilities in space magic, and in other directions, and okay, the demon somehow found out about the chakra, which Uzumaki hid quite skillfully, showing off only his new energy, and then this. Part 16. At the moment, Naruto was in an ice castle, which, as it turned out, belonged to Guy. That was the name of that red-haired demon. The castle was quite large. Uzumaki had never seen such buildings before, and inside the castle was just as icy. Everything that did not consist of frozen water could be counted on the fingers of 3 hands. Lacerda, seeing the castle, froze, in some kind of ecstasy, not taking his eyes off the building for a moment. He was only able to tear himself away by dragging him inside the castle, but Naruto found him outside the castle more than once, a little further away, where the ice castle could be seen well. Now Uzumaki, together with the demon, were at a table in a room similar to the one where the cage met. The table, by the way, like the chairs, and everything else in the room, with the exception of some things, consisted of ice, quite strong ice, which the dragon was convinced of, already out of habit jumping onto the table. He always did this when Uzumaki stayed somewhere for a long time, be it a library or some tavern. Uzumaki sat opposite Guy, at a long ice table, not understanding why he had invited him here. Until that moment he had been in a rather spacious, still icy living room, sitting, surprisingly, on a rather ordinary, for the local decor, sofa, thinking about something of his own, until Guy pulled him out of his thoughts, inviting him to a conversation that had not started for some time. The room had been in complete silence for several minutes, occasionally interrupted by the howling of the wind outside the walls, and the creaking of Lacerda's scales on the solid ice, reminiscent of the sound as if someone had drawn a sharp stone or a piece of metal on glass. Guy sat, looking down at the table, thinking about something, obviously about where to start the conversation. It was all quite simple. He wanted to ask Uzumaki to help him create a special dimension for meetings of future demon lords, of which there will be more in the future. It was clear to everyone, this idea was given to him by his friend, Ramirez, who was a spirit, and the same demon lord. He decided to turn to Uzumaki for a simple reason. The Star Dragon told him about an amazing guy after the demon tried to challenge him, but immediately lost at the beginning of the fight, but remained alive only at the whim of Eldenava, who asked him for the same thing that Uzumaki asked, to look after the world. Then Guy learned about the guy who survived the collapse of his world, and still remains sane, and besides, this guy was clearly older than everyone who ever lived, or will live in this world, second only to the Star Dragon himself, and because of his long life, the guy should have gained quite a lot of experience and knowledge of the new world. And we shouldn't forget about Uzumaki's past. Perhaps in his world different directions of magic were more developed, or, as Guy found out, chakra, and perhaps with the help of chakra they will be able to create the necessary dimension. But will Uzumaki agree to help him? And if he does agree, then what will Guy have to give in return if the guy still asks for something? And why did you call me, if it's not a secret? Naruto suddenly interrupted the silence, clearly tired of waiting for the demon to come up with something. Oh, yeah, sorry, I was thinking. Guy came out of his thoughts. Oh, nothing, so why did you call me? Uzumaki asked a similar question again. To hell with it, Guy quickly said, clearly discarding everything he had thought up during this time. I wanted to ask you to help me. And what kind of help does such a strong creature like you need? The white-haired one was surprised. You see, the demon lords are quite strong creatures, and while there are few of us, only 3, we will not cause much concern among the intelligent if we gather together, but over time the demon lords will become larger. I understand that, but how does this relate to your request? Naruto interrupted the demon. Let me finish and you will understand everything. Guy got a little angry. Okay, Uzumaki said briefly, noticing that in addition to him, Lacerda also tensed up, starting to quickly accelerate the chakra and magical energy throughout his body. So, if a large number of intelligent beings like us gather in one place, it could cause some tension in relation to the demon lords, and in order to prevent this in advance, I would like to ask you to help create a separate dimension of sufficient size, because in addition to those who are demon lords, there will obviously be those who proclaim themselves as such. The demon continued to explain. I see, I understand, but you understand that it will take a lot of energy, and besides, I do not have enough knowledge to create such, as you said, a large dimension, and as I understand it with an unfixed entry point, which complicates the task several times. Of course, to put the gate, the problem of 5 seconds, but they will have to be somehow opened in different places. You know how the gate works, right? Uzumaki interrupted abruptly, switching to an unexpected question. I know of course, although I do not understand much about space magic, but I can understand some principles of its operation. The demon immediately answered. And if you know how they work, then you know that without having been to some place where you want to open the gate, they will not work. No, of course this limitation can be bypassed. If where you have never been, there will be your mark, to which you can point the gate, then yes, they will open. However, tell me, how do demon lords appear? Uzumaki interrupted again. In short, after evolution, which occurs after absorbing a huge amount of soul energy. Guy answered calmly. I see, then in essence teleportation spells are closed for gathering lords from all over the world, because you will not be able to put your mark immediately after evolution. All that remains is to bind the gates to some area, and inform the demon lords about the meeting in advance, unless of course you have another way to open the gates, or something else in this spirit. And if you use a spirit for this, for example, put some strong spirit to control the gate system, give him 3 dozen spirits that will track the demon lords around the world, and if it is necessary to place marks for the gates in the right places, will it work? Guy suggested the idea. Of course, you can, but putting a spirit to control such a complex system is very risky, unless you replace him with someone else, for example your servant, if there are any of course, but it is desirable that he knows the magic of space at the required level. Agreed with the idea of the demon Naruto, changing it a little. It's not a problem, I can train such a servant, don't worry. So do you agree, and if so, what do you want in return for my request? Guy returned to his request. Knowledge, judging by your words, you have enough of it, and I would also like to have unlimited access to the future dimension, this will be enough. However, I still need some knowledge to create this dimension. Agreed Uzumaki. Great, it's not a problem, and as for the knowledge, I will provide it to you with pleasure. Guy said with some hidden joy, getting up from the table. I will be glad to work together. Naruto answered with a smile, approaching the demon to shake hands. Lacerta, who fell asleep in the middle of their conversation, woke up, not understanding anything, looked at the 2 guardians of the world, who had already managed to agree on something. Having finished with this conversation, Guy led Uzumaki to a rather large library. In comparison with this, all the libraries Naruto had seen before were like bookstalls. Against the background of this majestic library, the shelves of which went up from the ceiling for several meters, the books on the shelves differed not only in their thickness, but also in their return. Some, according to Guy himself, were written several centuries ago. There were definitely more than 1,000 such books here. In different directions of the art of magic, Naruto even, on the way to the necessary sections, noticed several dozen books on time magic, which surprised him very much, because even in the capital's library and the academy there were not so many. Having reached the necessary shelves, Guy gave them to Uzumaki at his complete disposal. Taking the first book he came across, leafing through several pages, he stopped in surprise and went back a dozen pages. There was one of the most complex spells of this direction, reality compaction. This spell, according to sources of imperial academies, and not only them, was lost dozens of years ago. This spell was capable, with enough applied energy, of instantly killing 2 dragons, or putting down an entire army. Comparable in number to the armies of the Siltrotso Empire and the Kingdom of Ameld, the spell acted in such a way that in the designated area it compressed all available magical power, taking part from the background of the world, to a minimum size. After this small something, often taking the form of a blue-black ball, no larger than an apple, exploded, generating a huge explosion, reminiscent of something like a Juubi bomb, but twice as weak. There were quite a few such spells in various books, and Naruto didn't understand why Guy needed his help if he had such knowledge at his disposal, to which he, with a strange smile, only shrugged his shoulders. Part 17. It took Uzumaki a little less than 15 years to create the necessary dimension, taking into account the time spent on supplementing the necessary knowledge, which went against his plans to return to the central continent, continue observing the world, as well as collecting new knowledge that the current generation could create. And at least on the one hand, such a long delay in his own plans could be of some benefit, in terms of the fact that they would be able to study more in more time. But if those who are engaged in the study of magical art go the way of creating a bicycle, then it would be better for Naruto to spend this time on more important things, for example, studying Guy's library, although such thoughts flashed through his mind, but he rejected them, arguing that there are still those countries in the world in which there is knowledge lost to new states, and they will definitely be able to come up with something new and useful there. On the other hand, Uzumaki simply could not spend so much time on the same thing. No, of course, clones help him, and now he is already engaged not only in the creation and stabilization of the necessary space, but also in the study of available material. But behind the frequent use of such a useful technique there was a very unpleasant minus, which was much smaller for Naruto, but still present, or rather, with his work mode, which left 3 to 4 hours for rest. The use of a large number of clones will exhaust his mind, which can lead to an undesirable outcome, one of which can be the release of Juubi out of control, which will lead to disappointing consequences. And here even Sia, who could process a huge amount of different information in a short time, and then transmit it to her master, could not help, only further reduce the impact of this shortcoming. And if Naruto, after 5 years in this mode, did not pay attention to the more ardent attempts of the tree god to break out, or rather to capture control over his mind, this could lead to the consequences already voiced. So Uzumaki took a fairly simple and effective solution to this situation, to reduce the number of clones used to 10 per day, 3 of which helped Uzumaki with his developments. The world, like Uzumaki, did not stand still all this time. Fortunately for many, there were almost no new global wars, with the exception of only those that were in the fragmented territory, as is already clear, which were part of Siltrotso. However, in the region close to the Barren Lands, after another coup d'etat, a new state was formed, in which, after the same coup, the new government was able to quickly strengthen, which made it possible to prevent another revolution, and after a successful domestic policy, to develop, and then start a new small war, in which the self-proclaimed imperial state of Revernal won over and over again. And so slowly, in 13 years, Revernal was able to unite almost all the territories of Siltrotso, with the exception of those that had already been captured by the stronger Ameld and the Eastern Empire, as well as with the exception of the southern elven state, Amrita. The Ravernal Empire, in order to prevent war with stronger opponents, such as the already mentioned Imelda and the Eastern Empire, quickly began to build various defensive fortifications on their borders. No, the Ravernal Empire itself was in no way going to challenge this or that country. These fortifications were erected, as is already clear, for defense, because states like the same Eastern Empire would most likely want to subjugate such a weak neighbor, and in order not to allow themselves to be surrounded. Imelda would also enter this war, which would ultimately lead to the complete defeat of Ravernal, which she could not allow in any way. The young empire also understood that its fortifications would not help in any way to contain such giants, and then the entire expansion of the empire would collapse, which was already bound to happen soon, because on the same border with Imelda, accumulations of troops were discovered, and they clearly did not conduct exercises, as the kingdom claimed when Ravernal asked to remove the army from their border. Then, in order to avoid the collapse of the young empire, it was decided to take a very risky move, which, if revealed, would lead to an immediate declaration of war not only by the two giants, but perhaps by someone else, because Ravernal was going to announce that on their side were such individuals as the Emperor Dragon and the King of Space, who had participated in the distant Tenma War, on the side of the coalition, but had not contacted it in any way. They were only occasionally noticed by those who managed to survive after another misfortune of the light forces. Rumors about these two individuals spread among the army in rapid leaps, and by the end of the Great War almost everyone knew about them, and their names were also inscribed in the annals of many countries. As one might have guessed, the legendary King of Space and the Emperor Dragon were Uzumaki and Lacerda, but these rumors did not reach them, or were simply ignored by them. Let's return to Uzumaki, who was now in a room that, at Guy's request, was separated from the main dimension, and to which 10 more entry points led. This room, as the First Lord explained, should be intended for meetings of people like him, true demon lords. The room was of sufficient size, but Uzumaki decided to try something on it. To be precise, FUNN, the seal of space expansion. What it does is clear from the name. The seal was pure Fuinjutsu, with rare inclusions of spatial and accumulative runes that did not allow the seal to dissolve into the background of the world, which the dimension regularly passed through itself. In the room itself, except for a table and 11 chairs and a rather large hole in the ceiling, there was nothing. The table was created using the elements of wood and earth, as a word and a place for demon lords. However, 2 chairs were very different from the other 9, as Guy said when he asked to do exactly that, to distinguish myself. So Uzumaki did. The hole in the ceiling was something like a decoration of the room, and opened a view of what seemed to be a forever dark sky, with many white dots, from the same hole to the very floor. Ignoring the table, a bluish, complex figure reached, with not rare black lines. This figure was the center, or core of this dimension. This core was the most complex mixture of FUNN and runic space magic, and this super seal was not limited to 3 dimensions. One could say that this seal was the greatest art of both FUNN and runes. And Uzumaki did not regret when he had a minute when he could look at it with his own eyes, which calmly saw every part of this structure. This super seal was protected by the FUNN that was supposed to protect his old world. That seal was first removed from Naruto's storage, then brought into proper form, and finally installed in that very hole in the ceiling. And since the radius of the barrier wall was narrowed many times, the wall became an impassable fortress. Also, in addition to this barrier, the structure could be moved from the room beyond its limits. This was done in case someone was found who could destroy the barrier wall. It could only be moved by those who had access to the core, and therefore to the dimension itself. There were only 2 such individuals, Guy and Naruto. Now Uzumaki was resting. He had almost finished with the seal of space expansion, which was supposed, as is clear, to expand space in case of battles between demon lords. In order to avoid the destruction of the room, the seal could expand the room no more than 150 meters. If more, then the energy received would not be enough to cover the costs of maintaining the seal's operability. It received energy from the calmly flowing, in this dimension, energy of the world. However, Naruto was unable to increase the speed of this energy flow in this place. In the last 2 attempts he almost destabilized the core, which would have led to the collapse of space, and therefore, the instant death of everyone in it. Part 18. After Uzumaki finally finished working with the dimension, he moved on to studying the red-haired demon's library in full, which, according to their agreement, was completely at Naruto's disposal. The first thing he decided to do was to turn to mind magic, in search of something that would help him get rid of the exhaustion of the mind after the work of a large number of clones, or at least reduce the harmful effect of the same work of clones. The only thing Uzumaki found were 2 interesting spells. One allowed him to restore the mind by healing, which was not entirely effective and practical. After all, this spell had a limit to its action, and it was good for minor cases. The second allowed him to create additional streams of consciousness that could be focused on different activities. For example, the unloading of his mind that Uzumaki needed so much. The additional streams themselves would be directed to processing the information coming from the clones, which should greatly facilitate the work of the mind, and accordingly allow Naruto to use more and more clones. In addition, Naruto also found a rather useful ritual, the same mind magic, after which a kind of protection would appear on the consciousness of the one who used the ritual, and the more energy was invested in it, the stronger the barrier imposed on the mind was, which, as Naruto understood, protected from techniques and spells like those used by Yamanaka or Uchiha. But if you put too strong a barrier, you can break the thread of telepathic, and similar, communication, if it is of course there. The ritual itself was quite expensive and cumbersome, which did not allow it to be carried out in the conditions in which Naruto was now, so he decided to simply rewrite it, and then, with the help of Sia, carry it out in a suitable place. At this point, Uzumaki's interest in mind magic, except for a couple more spells, was exhausted, after which he decided to move on to soul magic, and find something similar to a mind barrier, only to protect his soul and maybe something else useful. This school of magic was of course found in Guy's library, but there was little knowledge about it stored here, but still they were many times superior to those that were on the mainland. And, as Naruto assumed, the ritual for protecting the soul was many times more expensive than several similar ones from mind magic. It was understandable, after all, the level of complexity was at different heights, and this ritual, like the ritual for protecting the mind, was impossible to carry out in these conditions, so Uzumaki did the same as with the ritual of mind magic, he rewrote it. Nothing else was needed in Uzumaki's soul magic, except for the spell of absorption and removal of the soul. What they did was already clear. Following the magic of the soul was chaos magic, which in Naruto's opinion was the most difficult and dangerous, because some spells of this direction of magic can cause damage to the deepest layers of the soul, which in some, not very successful for the victim, cases can lead to the degradation of the soul, or even to its destabilization, if of course the attack reaches the core of the soul. In the first case, if the attack was used on the magician, he can lose strength, or memory, as luck would have it. But the attack can also harm other layers of the soul, for example, the first, which is responsible for the shape of the soul, and if it is damaged, control over it will be lost, and if this is not corrected in a short time, then the soul will disintegrate, with a high probability without the possibility of recovery and subsequent rebirth. In the second case, if the core of the soul was damaged, it will bring enormous pain that will permeate absolutely the entire soul. If the core of the soul is damaged too much, then in a short period of time the soul will simply dissolve in the astral, completely leaving world, dispersing on all planes of existence. Although in addition to such spells in chaos magic there are equally weak protective spells, like the same flickering barrier. As you might think from the name, this is just another barrier only based on chaos, but instead of the usual repulsion, or destruction of an object, depending on the type of energy invested in the barrier, the flickering one simply transferred everything that touched it to a random point in the world, be it distant space, a deep ocean, or the center of some supermassive star. In general a very useful spell. Uzumaki stayed on this type of magic for a long time, and clones in conjunction with new streams of consciousness helped Naruto shorten the time to study this school of magic a little, although it still took much more time than the previous two. In total, Uzumaki spent 4 years on chaos magic, which slightly exceeded his calculations for this matter, but it does not matter, because chaos magic was followed by blood magic, an equally dangerous magical direction, but it could not affect the soul in any way, although even the most powerful and complex spells of this direction of magic were quite dangerous. Even the initial control of blood, with sufficient skill of the user, can kill a person, of course, if the user has sufficient superiority in energy terms to break through the body's natural defenses with energy. Although if there is even a small bleeding wound on the body, this greatly reduces the difficulty of controlling someone else's blood. In addition to fairly simple blood control, there are simpler and more deadly spells from this direction, and there is not always someone who can control someone else's blood. A similar fairly simple, but very dangerous spell is blood boiling, although it can rather be classified as a curse, because one of the possibilities of fighting it is the removal of curses, which makes this spell not very practical against light and life magic, which contain a spell to remove curses. One of the most dangerous and complex blood magic spells that Naruto learned was Full Control. The spell was a more advanced version of blood control, but to activate it, a long concentration on the target was needed, and if everything goes as it should, you can gain full control over the target's blood, and then, at the request of the magician, you can stop the bed, you can arrange internal bleeding, or you can just stop the heart. It all depends on the magician and his preferences. In total, it took Naruto 37 years to study Guy's library, a fairly small price to pay for the knowledge he received. With the power he gained he could challenge Guy without resorting to the power of Juubi. Several dozen passive spells constantly gave Uzumaki a small influx of magical power, part of which went to enhancing his physical abilities. During this time, Naruto was able to find time to leave the castle, find a suitable place and consumables, and conduct a ritual to protect his mind and soul, the energy for which he did not spare. Both chakra and mana were used, which increased the protection by a couple of orders of magnitude. Uzumaki used 2 of his reserves for the ritual of protecting his soul, which made his soul almost impregnable, although he probably will not be able to protect himself from monsters like Veldenava. Also on Naruto's back was a mixture of FUNN and runic magic. This seal was an accumulator of energy, both mana and the chakra that remained in the background of the world. The collected energy went into the seal, in the space of which the ten-tailed lived. There the energy formed 2 balls, one of mana, the other of chakra. Also the seal on Naruto's back collected the excess of his chakra, which was also directed to the seal on his stomach, thereby it slightly increased the chakra reserve, and collected chakra for Uzumaki's long-standing goal. The creation of a domain, of course, with such a speed of collection, it will take more than 1 century, so he often poured energy into the seal himself, accelerating its work. And according to Sear's rough calculations, at such a pace of energy collection, the creation of a domain can be carried out in 13 years. It may seem like a long time, but time was not important for Uzumaki. Part 19. Naruto was in the dimension he had created, or rather in the room that Guy had asked him to make, and the one he had experimented with, expanding its space with the help of seals. He was sitting in his place, behind the chair of which there was no gate, like behind the other 10. Uzumaki, as the creator of this place, could easily move into it at will, since he was tied to this place by some kind of energy thread, which he and Guy had tried to tie to the latter, but nothing worked. It had eaten into the Guy's energy too much. He was here at Crimson's request, and while he was gone he was thinking about a plan of action until the next, unknown when, Tenma War, which he, Lacerda, and Guy had decided without good reason. For example, if the intelligent ones did not have enough strength again, not to join, the dragons, as Uzumaki thought, would end up in hell before them anyway. Naruto's original plan to collect knowledge from all over the world is postponed for an unknown period, because what he studied in the local library will not be developed by intelligent people from the mainland anytime soon, so he needed to occupy himself with something, for example, collecting energy for the domain. By the way, the increased energy supply to the seal over the past few weeks has accelerated the process, and now instead of the 13 years previously calculated by Sia, this number has decreased to 9, taking into account that if the energy collection continues at the same rate. The gates shone for a moment. Guy appeared in the room in the company of the true dragon Velzado, who had recently joined him, as Naruto noted, very proud and arrogant towards almost everyone, at first even towards them, which Lacerda did not really like. She even provoked the dragon, who seemed to be the calmest, several times. Naruto did not think that his dragon friend was capable of rushing at someone with a formed mini-bomb, based on compressed and heated to the limit, from anger, fire magic. Then he almost demolished half the castle with his bomb, which, fortunately, was weak, due to its too fast and almost uncontrollable formation. But even in this situation, the bomb was powerful enough to annihilate and melt the nearest top of a small mountain. The fireball was fast enough to cover this distance in a matter of seconds. After that incident, Velzado no longer threw disdainful glances in their direction, and certainly more did not dare to address them like that. Apparently she clearly felt the gap in their power then. Speaking of Lacerda, all these couple of decades he, with the help of several Naruto clones, studied the magic of his elements, and was also able to use others, but not with such success as the main ones. "I'm not Naruto," Lacerda said. After meeting the Ice Dragon, and several quarrels with her, his calmness broke through to a new level. After that incident, it was much more difficult to upset his mental balance. Perhaps this is good, Uzumaki thought. Guy had been thinking for a long time. One idea did not want to leave his mind almost from the very beginning of Uzumaki's work on the dimension. This strange thought inadvertently flashed through the demon's head over and over again. He had been watching Naruto for quite a long time, and perhaps even began to understand him and his companion a little, who almost every time he stayed to discuss something with the guy climbed onto the table. Perhaps this was just a habit ingrained in his reflexes, or maybe something else. He could not understand the taciturn, at first glance, dragon. Uzumaki was associated with him as an overly inquisitive young man. Yes, he was several hundred times older than him, but for some reason this is the association that came to his mind. In some way, his zeal for knowledge reminded him of demons, and in particular his old friend, Noir, who put the acquisition of knowledge, if not in first place, then somewhere close. The guy's strength sometimes even scared the 1,000-year-old demon. He especially realized this when Uzumaki for some reason poured his entire reserve of secondary, or primary energy chakra into some drawing. Then Guy was able to feel a strange presence for a short time, and listening to it, a vision flashed before his eyes. A huge monster in its appearance did not resemble a single creature known to this world. 10 tails of incredible length froze. A thought flashed through his head for a moment that it resembled a strange color. A huge, unblinking, red eye intently burned him, and concentric circles, with 9 commas scattered throughout the eye, seemed to fascinate and frighten at the same time. The monster's mouth was slightly open, revealing a huge palisade of the longest, and precisely the sharpest teeth in this world. Uzumaki then gave him only a strange look, went into the room allocated to him. The dragon followed him, who seemed to be nothing did not notice. Entering the room, Guy immediately saw the Uzumaki dragon lying on the table, who only opened his eye for a while to look at those who came, holding it for a while on Velzado. The white-haired girl tried not to look at the light blue ancient dragon, looking away anywhere. Turning his gaze to Naruto, the demon received a nod. Uzumaki, such a feeling during all this time has not changed a bit. A thought flashed through his head. Crimson mirrored the action, going to his chair, followed by Velzado obediently, who did not find a better place to look than the floor, which she actually stared at, standing behind the demon. The silence lasted a long time. Naruto did not tear Guy out of his thoughts, as the first time, and now he himself was in them, not paying much attention to external factors. "Well, Naruto, thank you for your help." The demon decided to start with something simple. "Nothing," Uzumaki answered, coming out of his thoughts. Now he didn't really understand why it was necessary to call him here, to thank him. It's unlikely. Naruto understood the demon too well, and for the sake of simple gratitude he wouldn't call him here. "How do you like my library? Is it good enough?" Guy decided to delay his offer as long as possible, not knowing how his interlocutor would react. "You won't find anything better in this world," Uzumaki answered with a slight smile, which however immediately disappeared from his face. Guy noted that Naruto had changed. Well, he certainly wasn't like this at their first meeting. "That's for sure," the demon muttered, remembering what Naruto had told him about the academies of the mainland, and as he himself had mentioned, there was no such knowledge there. "Okay, Guy, why did you call me here?" the guy finally asked, clearly realizing that they could talk for a long time like this, and nothing would come of it except some stories. "Nothing like that, I just decided to chat about nothing," the demon answered with a weak smile and closing his eyes. He knew Uzumaki too well that Guy rarely chatted like this. "Guy, you know very well that this is not so." The guy sharply refuted the words of the interlocutor. "Why, you yourself said that after you finish with the library, you will return to the continent, so I decided to say goodbye to you in this way." "Guy, I told you that I have no need to go to the continent yet, and we need to discuss what role we will play in the upcoming Tenma War, you understand?" So go ahead and tell me why you called. Naruto got a little angry. Okay, I'll tell you, I've been having an interesting idea about you for a while now. Guy stopped, thinking about how best to present this thought, and not glorify some chaos magic spell that Uzumaki loved so much. Well, Naruto pressed a little, feeling that he definitely wouldn't like what the demon would say, and he knew it. In general, I wanted to offer you to become like me. The demon gave in. What do you mean, like me? Uzumaki didn't understand. I'll put it differently, I suggest you become a demon lord. Guy said crisply. Naruto froze in surprise. Lacerda jumped on the table from such words, looking at the demon with no less surprise. Velzado only shifted her gaze from Naruto to the demon. She guessed what Guy and Naruto would discuss. These thoughts came to her when she inadvertently heard how the red-haired man, without noticing it, voiced his thoughts, but quickly interrupted, so the dragon girl was not as surprised as her comrades, interlocutors. Part 20. Become a demon lord. Guy stunned almost everyone present. What? Naruto asked, hoping that he simply heard her mistake. I suggest you become a demon lord. Crimson said more carefully, closely watching Uzumaki's reaction. At any second he was ready to activate a protective spell that would at least give the demon time to collect himself. Guy, you're not joking like that, are you? Uzumaki asked tensely. This is not a joke, he answered seriously. Then why are you offering this to me? Naruto asked the same. You will become stronger. Guy answered uncertainly, feeling the pressure coming from Uzumaki. Guy, please remind me how to become a demon lord. You need to collect the energy of at least 10,000 souls. Not understanding what Naruto was leading to, Guy answered. 10,000, you understand that in order to become a demon lord, I need to deprive this world of at least 10,000 human lives, and all this for the sake of power. Naruto said angrily. He did not really like to kill, and here he was offered to do it for the sake of power, and in his head, at that moment, only one image of his old friend came to him, Uchiha Sasuke, who, for the sake of his youthful revenge, would gladly accept this offer, if only to gain power and take revenge. Naruto, calm down, not everything is as clear as you think. Guy Uzumaki tried to reconcile. What could be ambiguous here? Naruto did not understand. Let me explain. Guy raised his hand, stopping Uzumaki, who still wanted to say something. So, I can tell you that you can become a demon lord without many victims. Catching Naruto's changed look for a moment, Guy continued a little more confidently. You are familiar with soul magic, and you can probably create something that will collect soul energy. Of course, in this case it will take much more time, but sooner or later you will become much stronger. The demon finished. I heard you, but I do not intend to walk around the world, placing seals to collect excess soul energy. I think you do not have to do it yourself. If you want I can help you, in exchange for a favor. Guy relaxed when the pressure emanating from his interlocutor completely disappeared, leaving only small echoes, in the form of a frightened dragon girl. She was too close to the one to whom all this pressure was directed. Knowing you, Guy, having received the seals you will go and cut out some city, collecting souls and squeezing out all the available energy from them, Naruto said with a slight grin. And what kind of service do you want from me? I assure you, I will not cut out anyone, if only a little, and the service, I will announce it a little later. Damn demon. He grinned wider. As it is, so what, do you agree? Crimson returned to the topic of conversation. Naruto fell silent, thinking about the offer for some time. As he had already said earlier, knowing this demon, Uzumaki was sure that he would definitely cut out a couple of cities to collect more energy. The guy did not want this at all. Innocent people should not have anything to do with him, and what Guy asked was very annoying. Naruto could not understand what he would come up with for himself. Okay, Guy, I will create the necessary seals, but if I find out that some city will disappear from the face of the earth, along with its population, I will personally come and shove it into your soul core, understand? Naruto finished by creating a tightly compressed and dense ball of chaos energy above his palm, enough to demolish a mountain, or disembody a soul in a matter of moments. I'll try, Crimson answered, having become more cheerful, but looking at the sphere of chaos with some fear. Don't overdo it, Naruto answered seriously. Okay, when will the seals be ready? Soon. After thinking for a bit, the guy answered. Part 21. Having passed through the gate, Naruto found himself in a long familiar room, the one that Guy had allocated to him in his ice castle. Sitting down in a comfortable chair, he thought about the seal, which he nevertheless decided to make. The seal would not be difficult to make, after all, it was essentially a simple energy accumulator, and the fact that the energy was of a slightly different plan almost did not change anything, but still remembering who he was going to entrust such seals to, and most importantly for what, made Naruto think about limiting this chakra magic design in order to avoid possible genocide, which Guy would not hesitate to arrange. If not with his own hands, after all, he said that he would not cut out the locals, then with the hands of his subordinates, or in general some left-wing intelligent people. Such cases must be prevented in advance, and now Uzumaki was thinking what and how to do so that the seal could not absorb the energy of the soul, which would be filled with emanations of pain, suffering, fear and the like. The main problem with such a limitation is that such energy needs to be introduced into the seal filter, which already puts the creation of such a construct on another level of complexity, because usually energy filters are not installed in such seals, or rather, they were not installed, because before, and even now, in the background of the world there was only one energy, mana, or chakra, which were targeted, which cannot be said about the seal that he needs to create. With a tired sigh, Naruto stood up and started working on the seal. Some ideas had already come to him as soon as he began to think about this seal. Going into a room expanded by magic, he began the first attempts to assemble the seal, which would mostly consist of FUNN. Uzumaki did not decide to use runic mastery for the reason that Guy would be able to disassemble the seal, and possibly remove the restriction on specific energy. In the case of FUNN, if he does disassemble it, which is very unlikely, then he will definitely not be able to do anything, because in the thin structure of FUNN, it is very easy to break something. So if a demon climbs into the seal device, it will most likely become unusable. Of course, the same thing happens with runes, but they are created and based on mana, which means that you can only work with it using this energy. The same with FUNN. It took 4.5 months to create the seal. It took so much time because, unfortunately for Naruto, the seal could not do without a large proportion of runes, and some consumables capable of absorbing soul energy. These were mana crystals, of which Guy had enough. That would have been the end of it, but the part responsible for the selection of energy was made up of runes, and did not want to accept FUNN, ceasing to distinguish energy, absorbing any that was given to it. After several attempts to bring FUNN into this part of the seal, Naruto decided to place this part in the subspaces. The solution is of course simple, but not in practice. It is still necessary for the seal to continue working stably, and with such a creation of a construct there was a risk of the collapse of the subspace, due to the heavy load, so the seal began to grow FUNN, stabilizing the space of the seal, but after that it ceased to be compact, reaching the size of the seal of the death god, applied to Naruto at birth. Of course it was small in comparison, but still it would be difficult to duplicate it. The solution was found to be quite simple, another subspace. Of course this only solved the problem of compactness, but it was enough. However, it still complicated the duplication of the seal, but Uzumaki did not care about this. And so the seal was ready. In a full turn it occupied a square meter by meter, but after adding the subspace it decreased to the size of a fingernail. Naruto created 1,500 copies. He did not do more. This threatened the reserves of the already rare natural crystallized mana, and this would be enough to collect a sufficient amount of energy in several years. However, Naruto preferred not to know the exact amount of time, and even refused Seer's offer to calculate this time. His job was to create the necessary seals. Guy promised to do the rest. Coming out of the portal, Naruto breathed in the warm air of the continent for the first time in a couple of decades. No, of course, there was such air in the dimension too, but it was created by passing through the seals, and was very different from what was in ordinary nature. So Uzumaki simply froze for a while, enjoying the surroundings of the warm continent. Lacerda echoed his action, froze, closing his eyes. A warm wind blew over his scales, which he liked immeasurably. The dragon did not really like cold places, so he spent most of his free time in the dimension created by Naruto, or in rooms with heated air. They came out in the forest where Lacerda was born, close to that very place. They felt it very clearly. After all, the background of mana and, strangely enough, the chakra in this place was increased. After Uzumaki turned his sensorics to a sufficient distance, a very strange thing flashed in his perception, a creature with a sufficient supply of chakra, which, with its density and toxicity, very distantly reminded the guy of an old friend, Kurama, although that chakra was several dozen times more powerful than what he felt now. Naruto decided to move to the upper paths, waiting until the dragon quickly jumped onto his shoulder, accelerated to a fairly fast pace. After all, the creature's chakra was gradually depleted. This could mean either that the creature was rampaging, or was badly injured and the chakra was simply leaking out, taking life with it. After all, the difference between chakra and mana was also that chakra was partly life energy, and if it disappeared, the user of the chakra would die. Having run to the place where the chakra was coming from in a couple of minutes, Naruto stopped. There were no signs of violence, which meant that the creature was seriously injured. Just in case, he checked the surroundings again. In case of an ambush, there were still those who could hide in the background of natural energy. Having found nothing dangerous, except for a couple of creatures that smelled the blood, but immediately ran away, after Naruto released several waves of his pressure, Uzumaki went out to a tree that stood out against the background of others. It was 1.5 times larger than its largest relatives, and to the surprise of the guy, chakra was recognized in it. Thoughts of a second Juubi immediately came to mind, but the tree had very little chakra in order to gain overwhelming power. But the chakra of the plant was different. It was not entirely natural, as Naruto was able to understand. Having tested the plant with several spells, this tree could become the head of an entire forest, having gained power comparable to a biju. Such an intelligent forest could spread for many kilometers. It was interesting. After all, this was the first such manifestation of chakra, and energy in principle, in Uzumaki's memory. Yes, he had heard of forests inhabited by elves, dryads and the like, but all of them, without exception, did not have a drop chakras. But here everything is the opposite, a forest that will be filled with chakra with a small portion of mana. Having decided to try something, Naruto put his palm to the trunk, starting to pour natural energy from the seals, with rare particles of the god tree chakra. The tree immediately, after receiving such an amount of high quality and dense energy, began to change before our eyes. The trunk of the plant was now 3 times larger than its largest relatives. The roots were now coming out of the ground. In height it rose several meters, and around the tree itself a yellowish barrier appeared, visible to the eye, and immediately disappeared. But Naruto still felt it, and felt something else when he touched the trunk of the tree. His chakra, which was splashed out here once, actually gave birth to such a tree. Realizing this, Uzumaki felt that someone was touching his mental shields, quite gently, timidly, so as not to provoke. Having missed the mental message, he felt a strange feeling of gratitude, devotion and the like. Apparently the tree had already acquired its own mind. But Uzumaki remembered why he came here, turning to the three-tailed fox, who was watching with his last strength what was happening right in front of him, quickly approached him, enveloping his hand in a green haze of chakra, began to hold it over the fox. He had already lost consciousness, and was on the verge of death. Although now it had passed, the chakra in the creature's body had a small admixture of his energy, so it was easier to restore the chakra reserve, as Naruto recognized, a kitsune. To a level sufficient to support life, the wound was really very dangerous. The left side was completely covered in blood, which flowed from a deep wound, clearly inflicted by a large predator. The fox itself was the size of an Inuzuka dog, but very emaciated. Apparently in the forest he, or she, was not the biggest fish. The wound began to heal quickly under the influence of Naruto's chakra, and the kitsune's body began to restore its integrity. Soon only a large scar remained from the wound. The fox still had not regained consciousness. So Naruto decided to wait for the moment of awakening, while studying such a rare creature more closely. Part 22. It didn't take long for the fox to wake up. Only a couple of hours had passed since the cure, and she was already regaining consciousness, and her chakra reserves had been restored, almost a quarter, quite quickly for such a state. It was clear that she was still so weak that she would hardly be able to move normally at first. Naruto, who was sitting on the root of a large tree, closely watched the fox's actions, as did his dragon, although he did it somehow, in a careless way. The fox looked sluggish, three shabby tails, and ribs, on which only skin was hanging. In fact, that was the only way to call a fox at the moment. Skin and bones. Her eyes were yellow-red, which was a clear sign of heterochrony. However, Naruto still noted that such eyes really suited the fox. The tails, as already mentioned, had become shabby, the fur had become a little dull, there was much less splendor. Opening her eyes, the fox thought that it was finally all over and she would soon meet her ancestors, who were definitely already waiting only for her, but they did not manage to survive the monster's rampage. It fell too unexpectedly on a settlement, seemingly hidden from prying eyes, in which lived, at most, 20-25 foxes. The winged monster instantly began to pour dark fire on the area, which, like emptiness, devoured everything it fell on, be it wood, metal, fabric, flesh. Nothing could be saved from this terrible flame. The demon did not spare anyone, as if not even noticing, moved through the small community, catching up with the few who managed to hide in their homes in the first moments, thinking that this could shelter them from the demon, who for some reason had gone wild. But their hopes were not destined to come true, and prayers did not save much. So, hut after hut, the demon burned almost everything, leaving for last a couple of small houses, in one of which the fox lived, together with his six-tailed grandfather, who proudly bore the name Garb, which he received a long time ago. From whom the fox received the name, he no longer remembered. After all, more than 1 century had passed since that moment. But even having a name and 6 tails didn't help to defeat the evil spirits. They were too strong, so he quickly ran home, where in the corner, behind a semblance of a closet, the young 3-tailed fox was huddled, only 15 years old. She unfortunately didn't have parents. She lost them when they went hunting and ran into someone strong. But that's not the point. He quickly pulled the girl out from behind the closet, explained to her that she needed to run, and the sooner and faster the better. The 3-tailed tried to remember what her grandfather had told her, apparently for the last time. After listening to him, she jumped out the window broken by the old fox. After all, in such huts, windows couldn't open at all. The 6-tailed one himself preferred to return to the demon, to at least gain a little time for his beloved granddaughter to retreat. She ran quite fast, although after a while she got very tired. After all, running several kilometers without a break was quite problematic for her. After all, she had never run like that before, even on her first and subsequent hunts. After resting a little, the fox began to think what to do now. She did not know. It was very far to go to another kitsune settlement, and she did not know where even the nearest fox community was. In long thoughts, she did not notice how she fell asleep. Fortunately for rest she chose unremarkable routes, which, moreover, were hidden behind thick bushes. The next morning, not thinking of anything better than just walking, and even running into someone, she set off on her way. She did not wander for very long, a couple of days at most. Passing another small clearing, her feelings of anxiety howled about danger, although she did not have time to react. But she noticed how a deep wound appeared on her side, from which blood immediately gushed. The clawed monster that inflicted such a wound looked like an overly large rat, half a meter in height, and besides, it apparently could walk on its hind legs. The front ones were a little longer than usual, and had long, sharp claws. About 20 centimeters long, the monster slowly approached its victim, flashing red eyes. Having approached a sufficient distance, the monster rat made a dash towards the fox, so that it would definitely not be able to fight back or dodge. There were only a few centimeters left before the sharpest claws would pierce the fox's flesh again, when suddenly the entire carcass of the fox was enveloped in a golden cover, in an instant disappearing, finding herself near a large tree, which, just like her, emitted a golden glow, which quickly died out, and the fox fell to the ground. Then, after some time, she heard, first the whistle of the wind, and then steps, and a moment later a tall figure appeared in front of her, with something on his shoulder. The figure stood with his back to her, so she could not normally see who it was, and then she remembered everything in fragments. Here a strange figure does something with the tree. Something grew in the golden glow several times, blazing with power that even she felt. Here the figure is already standing next to her, running his hand over the wound, which was enveloped in green light, and finally, here she opens her eyes, which immediately found the one who saved her, a man in white robes, sitting on one of the roots of the tree that grew in a couple of moments, and a little to the right, stretched out, lay either a dragon, or some other animal. Still, the fox didn't know much about different species, so she couldn't say for sure, although she still shuddered from the strange lizard's gaze. But even so, she tried to notice as many details as possible. The habit instilled by her grandfather made itself felt not only during hunting, when it was necessary to carefully watch the target so that it wouldn't run away, but also in dangerous situations, when the same target turned out to be too tough for the fox, and it had to run. In general, the habit forced her to pay attention even to small details. The silence lasted for a long time. Both sides looked at each other, although Naruto had already managed to discern even almost invisible details, not to mention the fox, who had seen a person a couple of times in her life, and here in front of her was some kind of strange one, pale skin, small horns, and even purple eyes. If she remembered correctly, people should not have something like that, and turning her attention to the man's companion, the fox, after a couple of moments of realization, fell into shock. In front of her was a dragon from the legends and fairy tales that her grandfather told her, though the dragon was always an evil and greedy creature that wanted to suppress small bugs, and take more gold, and everything that even slightly resembled gold and other valuable metals, and here, right in front of her, lies a dragon in which not even a hint of greed or rage was visible. Frozen, the fox fixed her gaze on the dragon, afraid to even breathe, so as not to provoke such a formidable creature. Feeling a gaze on himself that was in no hurry to move anywhere, Lacerda calmly turned to the source. He turned away from the fox when he realized that there was nothing special about her. Throwing a fleeting glance at the fox still lying in a stupor, the dragon, slowly, turned his head to Naruto, asking with his gaze, "Why is she looking like that?" Naruto, however, only imperceptibly, for the fox, shrugged his shoulders. Although now it was possible to activate the explosion seal in front of her, she would not notice. So, with his voice, Naruto pulled the fox out of a state of shock, forcing her to turn her attention to himself. "Since you woke up, tell us who you are, where you are from, and most importantly, why do you have chakra?" Ellipsis. She remained silent, not really paying attention to the strange man's speech, still not having recovered from the shock. "Hey, are you even listening?" Naruto noticed the fox's state, at first ignoring him. She finally came to her senses. Part 23. What? The fox came to her senses. "I'll repeat my question. Who are you, where did you come from, and why do you have chakra?" "Me," the fox asked again, still not thinking clearly after she came to her senses. "Yes, you," Naruto answered calmly, understanding the state the fox was in now. "Me, a fox, or a kitsune?" she slowly said, remembering her grandfather's story, in which he said that they were essentially spirits, and therefore the definition of kitsune suited them more than just a fox. "So, what next?" Naruto asked another question, seeing how the fox again retreated into herself. "Where are you from?" "Here." The fox repeated the last part, looking around, noticing that she was not where she was before she was injured. "I don't know, I was running away from the monster that burned my village." The fox answered, collecting her thoughts. "From the monster?" he asked, raising an eyebrow, yet when he checked the nearby areas, he did not feel anything resembling a monster. "Yes, from the monster, he burned my village, and—" "Okay, I get it, don't continue." Naruto interrupted the fox so that she wouldn't go into hysterics or something else. "Okay," the fox answered uncertainly, fell silent, afraid that this man didn't like something in her answer. "Continue," Naruto said a few moments later, noticing that she clearly didn't want to, or was afraid to do it. She remained silent, forgetting the last question. "Where did you get your chakra?" He repeated the last question. "Chakra, what is it?" the fox asked, not understanding what the strange man was talking about. "Chakra is your internal energy," Uzumaki explained briefly. "I don't know what chakra you're talking about, but my energy is called chi, and everyone has it from birth. So here they called chakra chi." Naruto muttered quietly, almost at the edge of audibility, but the fox's hearing allowed him to hear what he said. "What?" the fox interrupted Naruto's thoughts. "It's nothing," he waved it off. "Better tell me, will you be able to release a little chi now?" Naruto wanted to compare chi and chakra in a released state, and for this he needed the fox to be able to release at least a little of her energy. "Maybe I can, but for what?" She didn't understand what they wanted from her. "Simple," the guy quickly answered. "Okay," she said, starting to concentrate, yet her control was not so good that she could easily release the energy outside her body. The energy itself turned out to be dark orange, somewhat reminiscent of the chakra of the biju, but in toxicity, the chi was many times inferior to the chakra of the tailed beasts. Also in the fox's energy, Naruto felt had mixtures of natural mana, so one could say that she was in some kind of hermit mode, but many times inferior to it. And so, what could Naruto say about this chi energy? It only looked like chakra, having a mountain of different impurities in its composition. There was only half pure chakra there, and, most likely, that is why the fox so easily released the chi without using seals. Interesting. Naruto muttered again. "What's interesting?" "No, don't pay attention," Naruto said, withdrawing into himself, thinking about all this. "Can I remove my chi already?" the fox asked after a couple of seconds, very tired. After all, it was the first time she had held her energy for so long. "Yes, of course." Part 24. Several years had passed since the meeting with the fox. The kitsune decided to join Naruto's small company, to which he thought for a while, agreed, and then decided to give a name to the fox. After all, as he thought, everyone who has intelligence should have a name. That's what he thought when he gave it to his dragon hundreds of years ago. That's what he thinks now. He chose a very simple name, Myobu, although the fox really liked it, or maybe she just really wanted a name, and she accepted it, not paying much attention to what it meant. After the naming, the fox changed greatly. Now the five tails became even fluffier than ever before, and the fur itself became more lush. The fox also grew in size, almost catching up with Lacerda in this. For a reason unknown to Naruto, the fox got horns, like his dragon then. The horns themselves were small, barely noticeable, and did not catch the eye, but still, they were there. The color of Myobu's fur became a couple of tones lighter, strongly highlighting her from the green forest arrays, although the situation was no better before. So we can say that in the aspect of stealth, nothing has changed in the fox, and, as it turned out, Myobu had a very good affinity with magic, or chi, light, illusion and fire. With the last two it was already well developed, and she even knew how to use it, and after the naming, light also cut through. Naruto, after decades, had the first candidate to keep the sword artifact of light, although for Myobu to be able to use it, she would have to sweat a lot with control, and other characteristics, which by Naruto's standards were too low. Naruto decided to train the fox in the same place as the dragon, on the island, only not on the one where Lacerda learned to use chakra, but on the one that was located to the southwest of the central continent, where, according to rumors, there is an unknown civilization. There, developed states will not interfere with them, wars will not interfere, because on the territory of this continent, no intelligent person from the Central Powers has ever set foot. No, of course, there were attempts to colonize the continent, even when the Siltrotso Empire was in its prime, but the mountain ranges on all sides of the continent did not allow anyone to get to it, only dragons, and other creatures that could fly, so there will be no problems when getting to unknown lands. They got to the island in a couple of days. After all, it took a long time to fly, even on a dragon, over such a distance. From that tree to the island it was at least 2,000 kilometers, and maybe more, but that's not the point. They were already on the island in the evening, approximately in its center. To Naruto's surprise, and Lacerda's, after all, only they had heard rumors about this island, and that someone was here. The island seemed to be untouched, trees were everywhere, their size exceeded even the chakra tree that Uzumaki helped, although there was very little energy in these trees, compared to their size, so it was in the soil, or in the fact that it was precisely in it that there was enough energy, although it was still unclear where it came from. Naruto already had a guess about this. Most likely, in the depths of this island there was some kind of source of magical energy. After all, only it was felt here, and having deployed his sensorics at a sufficient level, his theory was confirmed. At a depth of several hundred meters there was a very strong source. Its size did not exceed a person. Naruto did not yet know what to do with this crystal. After all, you never know what could happen when he takes it from here. The magical power of the crystal was simply great. After all, it could influence such a territory from underground, at a depth of hundreds of meters, so if you take it away, most likely the island will begin to dry up, so Naruto decided to deal with this a little later. Now their main goal was to find a place to settle down for the duration of training. The place was found quite quickly. It turned out to be a large, open plain. According to Uzumaki's rough estimates, half of Konoha could easily fit on these plains, and there would still be a couple of polygons left. That's how big this plain was. Without thinking twice, Naruto, using bare control of the wood element, built a small house similar to the one he lived in before Lacerda's awakening. The dragon, having recognized the house, still could not forget it, fell into a pit of memories, from which they were in no hurry to pull him out, yet Naruto himself froze for a moment, plunging into memories of long past years, although he immediately came out of this state but did not pull the dragon out of it, leaving it like that for a while. Entering the house together with Myobu, Uzumaki printed out what he needed for himself, or rather blankets and a pillow. A table, chairs and a bed were already created by the elements. Looking at the fox and thinking for a moment, Naruto printed out a bigger pillow, on which after a while the fox settled down, examining the meager interior of the room. After some time, Lacerda also appeared in the house, settling down in the corner of the room, showing by this that now he would like to be alone. Naruto understood this, and interrupted Myobu, that she wanted to say something, gesturing that they should go outside. Naruto had long noticed the change in his friend, but did not raise this topic in front of him, asking about his condition from Sia, to which she replied that the dragon was gaining strength. This affects his emotional background. Naruto's excitement, she replied that this would not affect the sobriety of mind, and answered the question asked by the shinobi. Lacerda is a true dragon, who had high strength from birth, but even so, in comparison with those energy reserves, the past Lacerda had no chance to oppose the true dragon Veldora or Velzado, instantly suffering defeat from them. However, after 10 years from his birth, after the energy was completely stabilized and was taken under control, his strength began to grow. Thus, after only 100 years he became 12 times stronger. The volumes of energy increased greatly, but they did it gradually, so the control of the dragon did not suffer much, so you did not notice the changes. Thus the development of the true dragon Lacerda, it will last for several thousand years, presumably it will stop after 4,000 years. Bringing the dragon to a level of strength exceeding the level of the strongest true dragon at the moment by 4 times. To Naruto's next question, Sia answered that Lacerda is currently in 3rd place in strength among true dragons. This had been bothering Naruto for several weeks in a row. However, if everything is as Sia says, then it's even good that Lacerda is just coming into strength, while remaining the same as before. You wanted to discuss something, and why did you need to leave the house? Myobu pulled the guy out of his thoughts when they walked a few meters away from the house and stopped. It's better not to disturb Lacerda now, he needs a long rest, Naruto answered, thinking over the fox's training plan. After all, you can't give her such a load as Lacerda, she won't withstand it, it's still too small. Why? The fox did not understand. You won't understand, and it doesn't matter, now you should be concerned about how you'll train. Naruto changed the subject. What should I train? Training, what else? It's not for nothing that we arrived in such a remote place from intelligent beings. Yes, and how will I train? She asked a completely logical question. To begin with, I'll tell you, you'll have to get food yourself. After all, two people don't need food. It will be part of the training, and also, to begin with, you need to develop control. As I saw then, you have practically none, Naruto listed. Stop, that's clear to me, and then what? And then we'll try to get you to the 8th tail. After all, I heard that when you get the 8th tail, you can take on the form of a human, is that true? Yes, so, Myobu answered after a slight hesitation. After you get a body, Uzumaki fell silent for a second, looking for the seal where he had stuffed the sword. We will teach you to wield a sword, he continued, finally unsealing the sword of light, activating it, yet without energy it turned into a simple, albeit beautiful, handle, and when energy was supplied, a golden-colored blade appeared from this handle, which he actually demonstrated. Where did you get such a sword? Myobu asked in surprise. A battle trophy, if you can say so. I received it back in the Tenma War. You most likely were not born yet, like your parents, too much time has passed after all. Uzumaki answered, putting the sword back into the seal. You participated in the Holy War. The fox cried out with even greater surprise. Yes, it happened, but it doesn't matter, let's start the first training. The guy changed the topic. Now, the kitsune asked, changing from a surprised to a displeased tone. Yes, now, Naruto said calmly. But it's evening now, almost night even. Part 25. The training began with fairly simple actions, checking the capabilities of control, and the body. With the first, as was said earlier, there were problems. The control was very weak in relation to the volume of chi, which was quite large. With physical capabilities it was a little better. After all, Myobu had long ago started hunting, and weak physical form would not have contributed much to this, and grandfather would not have allowed shirking, he was strict. And besides, Naruto had a rather rare specimen in his hands, with quite a lot of potential. It's a pity that it was not developed, but he would do it. After checking the fox's abilities, Uzumaki still decided that it was time to go into the house and go to bed. It was already deep night outside. The check took several hours. Lacerda was already dozing in the same corner where he had settled earlier. The fox immediately lay down on the pillow allocated to her, and almost immediately fell asleep. Naruto stood for some time, thinking about everything he had seen today. If he found the right approach to training, then its duration would be reduced several times. After all, he saw how quickly the fox adapts to stress, at least to physical stress. Already now Myobu had become stronger. Just after the assessment lesson, Uzumaki did not know why this was happening, maybe a feature of the race, or maybe something else. He did not want to guess, and he did not want to know either. After all, it was not his business, and if he wanted, then there was Sia nearby, who certainly knew the answer to this question. The morning was not sweet for Myobu. Her body was aching all over, and her chi channels, or as her new master, chakras called them, were in great pain. Last night she had to give it her all, using everything that her grandfather taught her, but she still failed to complete the task, namely, to hide, or defeat the human clone. Although she no longer agreed with the latter, well, people cannot be capable of such things. The clone, as the fox noted, did not really try to catch up or fight with her, so this served as an additional blow to her pride. After all, her species was very guilty of this. Kitsune were very proud, but their strength allowed them to do so. Especially those who reached the 9th tail, and those whose name was torn out. Myobu belonged to the latter, and after she was pointed out her own weakness, she was overcome by resentment, not at the person who did this, but at herself and her helplessness. After the destruction of her settlement, she firmly decided that she would become stronger, and would no longer allow such a thing to happen to herself. But what happened. She almost died from some kind of rat monster. Fortunately the tree saved her. Probably spending a large amount of precious chi, and then a man appeared, who first did something with the tree, and then cured her. To the fox's surprise, the man's companion was none other than a dragon, which the kitsune feared and respected, for their strength of course, but rumors that had been going on since the time when the great tree was born denigrated the glory of dragons, making them greedy and proud creatures. Where these rumors came from and who spread them, no one knew, but after so many years, they began to be accepted as truth, beginning to fear, and, in part, to hate, dragons even more. Looking around, Myobu saw a man at a table, which was quite large. She didn't even immediately understand why it was necessary to make it like that, and she didn't understand until that moment. The dragon Lacerda was calmly dozing on the table, and Naruto was watching him, not taking his eyes off, obviously thinking hard about something, but as soon as she moved, two pairs of eyes were turned to her, causing the fox to shudder. After all, she wasn't used to it yet. It was already dawn outside the window, the race had just begun to disappear, and all of them were already awake. Myobu would have allowed herself to lie down longer before, but now this was not the case, maybe because of the new environment, or maybe because she was hungry, and she did not count on Uzumaki taking pity and giving her food. So, stretching, she headed for the exit, casting a fleeting glance at the man. Receiving a nod, she ran into the forest. Now was the time to catch someone big. The fox spent no more than 3 hours hunting. Returning to the clearing where their house was, there she saw a fire that had already been lit, quite a large one. Naruto and Lacerda were sitting next to it, occasionally throwing nearby sticks that were clearly created with the help of the elements, but still, Myobu could not find traces of cut down trees. Slowly approaching her new comrades, the fox released a couple of large grey hairs from her mouth. She had to skin them and then fry them herself. After eating, Miyobu was given 15 minutes to get herself in order. After the appointed time, she had to show up to Naruto for training. It was difficult to say what awaited her there. The training began with a small warm-up, after which the fox was ready to collapse on the spot. She had never experienced such stress. After the warm-up, the fox got 5 minutes of rest, and they moved on to the beginning of the development of chi control. First she needed to climb a tree without using her claws. How to do it, Naruto kindly demonstrated. The dragon did the same. Having received a short explanation on how to do it, both left, leaving the fox alone. For some time she just sat in place, thinking about how to do it. The first attempts, as expected, were unsuccessful. After all, in order to take part of her chi under control, she needed the strongest concentration, which was interrupted by literally everything. The whistle of the wind, the rustle of leaves, the creaking of old trees, everything that could, interrupted the fox's concentration. Returning home at midnight, the fox did not find either the dragon or Naruto. Both had disappeared somewhere. Deciding that they had gone away on some business, Miyobu fell into her place, falling asleep with pain in the chi channels. The next morning she was alone in the house again. Uzumaki and Lacerda still hadn't returned. A little worried, the fox decided that they had gone away on very important business, driving away all sorts of bad thoughts. She finished the carcass left over from yesterday and headed to the same tree to train. Part 26. Can she at least cope without us? The dragon asked Naruto, trying to keep up with him. Now they were moving along the upper paths. As Naruto called them, they were heading towards a very strong source of magic. Uzumaki couldn't determine who it could be. The released energy was enough to eclipse the perception of the one emitting this energy. Cope, where else would she go? And yesterday she showed that she could survive while we were gone. Uzumaki answered calmly, not distracted from the road. I see. That was the end of their short conversation. The source of this energy moved calmly, but it was not alive. Naruto did not feel a soul in it. Approaching the place where the energy was in the greatest quantity, they saw a cave from which the energy actually came out. The last time Naruto checked the island, in this place, underground, he felt a strong source, so, in all likelihood, it could be him. Having discussed the plan of action, possible dangers, Naruto and Lacerda moved into the depths of the cave, which was quite dark. However, the Rinnegan allowed them to ignore this, and dragons are already adapted to seeing in the dark. For some time of advancement everything was quiet, until a large lizard jumped out at the couple, with glowing, yellow eyes. However, the creature greatly regretted that it decided to hunt at day. Naruto with one movement of his hand tore off part of the body of the large lizard, to which it squealed loudly. Soon its relatives would obviously arrive at this place, and maybe someone else, but in principle this did not bother them much. After all, they both felt everyone who was in the caves. After an hour and a half of advancement, it felt like they did not get any closer to the source. It seemed to be moving away from them deeper and deeper. Naruto did not dare to break through directly. You never know what this could lead to, and even if he did take the risk, the source could reach the magma, which would lead to not very good consequences. Naruto decided to stop for a while. They needed to rest a little, and figure out how to get to the source so as not to provoke a cataclysm. Listen, Lacerda, let's stop, Uzumaki suggested. But the dragon wanted to object, but was interrupted. I know, however, if we continue, then nothing good will come of it, so it's better to stop and think everything over. Naruto added. Okay. Having stopped, Uzumaki erected 2 walls, thereby creating a small room so that no one would disturb them. Naruto had long since learned to use chakra techniques, almost any level, on bare control. He learned this due to the fact that he could almost ideally control magical particles. Having made sure that the source had stopped along with them, Naruto leaned against one of the walls, starting to think about how they could go further to the source, and not cause a catastrophe on this island. He didn't think for long, no more than half an hour for sure, and he came to a rather simple solution: to hide completely. Usually they hid only their aura, as well as their chakra, so their supply of magical energy was constantly in plain sight for everyone, and most likely, the source felt them, constantly moving away. Lacerda, Uzumaki addressed the dragon again. Yes. Will you be able to hide your supply of magical energy? Naruto asked. Yes, I can. Do you think that he feels magic? Most likely, yes, Naruto answered after a slight hesitation. Lacerda concentrated for a moment, and in Naruto's perception he could no longer find his dragon with the same ease, only their connection helped him do it. Following Lacerda, Naruto also hid his magic, completely merging with the surrounding background. Having made sure that their magical power was well hidden, they almost did not feel each other. Naruto dispelled the technique. Having walked some distance, Uzumaki noted that indeed, the source was no longer moving away from them. However, they still had a long way to go, yet the source was accelerating each time, trying to go as far as possible. As it turned out, they still had to get to the crystal for an hour and a half. It took them so long for the reason already voiced. The crystal had managed to go quite far. Speaking of the crystal itself, it was a large, 2 meters high, and almost as wide, diamond-shaped body. The source emitted a toxic green glow. It was not light, as one might immediately think, but magical particles. By the way, crystals of a similar shape, only more chaotic, and smaller in size, were found earlier throughout the cave. In total Naruto counted about 100 of them, and he was able to collect only 3 dozen. The rest, for some reason, crumbled as soon as he touched them. Uzumaki did not know why this happened, but he guessed, when touched, the crystal drew out energy, quite quickly, and because of Naruto's dense energy, they crumbled. Only a few were able to withstand its power. So what is it? Lacerda asked with interest, examining the crystal and everything that was near it. Well, what can I say? Naruto thought for a moment. Most likely this is an accumulator, which, perhaps, has a pseudo-mind, or a pseudo-soul, since it was able to leave us on its own. How strong is this accumulator? The dragon asked a second question. Strong enough to absorb energy equivalent to 1/10 of my chakra reserves. It should not be enough for more, although I cannot say for sure. After all, I only checked it superficially. Uzumaki suggested. Not bad. It would be so if this crystal did not have an unpleasant property of throwing out accumulated energy. Therefore, most likely, it was felt in my perception as a strong source of magic, when ordinary accumulators were never felt like that, even briefly. I see, Lacerda said, plunging into thought. By the way, Lacerda. Naruto interrupted the momentary silence, changing his tone to a more serious one. Yes, the dragon became wary. How have you been feeling lately? Part 27. How have you been feeling lately? Naruto asked. In what sense? The dragon did not understand. Lacerda, I feel everything. Do not forget that we are connected, and only a blind person would not notice your growth of strength. Oh, that's what you mean, and how long have you felt it? The dragon's tone changed. He wanted to hide the growth of his powers from Naruto, because even now he surpassed him several times, and what would happen when his development reaches its peak, how strong he would become. Unfortunately, Lacerda did not have a skill similar to Sia, so he could not calculate this, and therefore was afraid that he could go crazy from the power that he would gain. Quite a long time ago, but I felt it more clearly several months ago. I see. The dragon fell silent, plunging into thought, in which he did not stay for long. So will you answer my question? Yes, everything is normal, although I still became more indifferent, or something. What could previously cause me bright feelings will now cause only interest, or surprise. It seems so. Year after year, it will become even worse. Well, not what I wanted to hear, but I can still make you happy. It won't get worse. After some time you may recover, but not completely, and you shouldn't forget about the age of your mind. You've already seen a lot, you know a lot, so the world is gradually losing its former colors, but as long as I've lived, I find something interesting in this world, which means you can too. Are you so sure about that? Lacerda asked with a little surprise. If I didn't have Sia, maybe I wouldn't be sure, but fortunately she is, and she can tell you what's happening to you. Sia, who is she? Oh yeah, in all the time we've been together, I never told you about her, but oh well, we can do it here. Naruto finished. Just like last time, using chakra, he created a clone on one control, into whose body Sia moved. She hears everything, and therefore already understood what they want from her. The clone's body, as soon as Manus moved into it, began to change, to the latter's more familiar one, and a few moments later a short blue-haired girl stood in front of Naruto and Lacerda, and Uzumaki noted that for several thousand years she had not changed. Is this her? The dragon asked, fascinated, noting that her body consisted of almost pure chakra, without any admixtures of mana or other energy. Yes, this is Sia. You can talk to her if you want, she can answer your questions, and in the meantime I'm investigating the source. Good. Lacerda agreed. He had many questions to which he wanted to get an exact answer. Approaching the crystal, Naruto secured it in this point so that it could no longer move, with a spell from the School of Space, after which he stopped hiding the magical energy, which is why he felt that the crystal immediately tried to move away, but the spell did not allow it to do so. Making sure that the magic reliably holds the crystal, Naruto came close enough to it, from which the energy of the source changed to a more aggressive, or rather to a more chaotic, non-sweating energy of chaos. Such a thing can kill, Naruto thought, and indeed it was so. The released energy was enough to completely destroy the body, and possibly damage the soul, but this energy did not harm Naruto, perhaps due to a high affinity with the element of chaos, and perhaps because of something else. Putting his hand on the crystal, Uzumaki began to try to push his energy into the accumulator, which turned out to be quite difficult. The energy immediately left the crystal with the rest of the magic flows, which made Naruto strain a little, trying to hold the energy inside the crystal for a more accurate study. The structure of the crystal was quite unusual, which actually allowed it to store such a large amount of energy, and the pseudo-mind turned out to be a weak spirit, which apparently wanted to eat in this place, and potentially with such a source the spirit could develop to the highest in the shortest possible time, so it could be considered that in this case the spirit is a parasite that clung to the crystal with its own goal, and after achieving it, most likely it will destroy this crystal for its own safety. So Naruto with a clear conscience crushed the spirit with his pressure, from which it disembodied, leaving behind a clean and strong accumulator, which Uzumaki has already found a use for. Putting his hand on his stomach, Naruto opened the seal of the god of death, into which he immediately placed the crystal, and plunging into the subconscious, began to connect it to the magical core center, from which most of his magical energy came, as well as to the source of chakra, after which he immediately felt how his reserve began to quickly deplete, but the energy production still successfully covered these costs. Thus Naruto not only accelerated the collection of energy for the domain, but also received something that would constantly increase the speed and the reserve of both energies in the body at a fairly high speed. Well, what are you talking about? Naruto said, getting up after difficult work. It was still very difficult to connect a completely alien accumulator to the source of his energy. Yes, but I would like to continue our conversation a little later, answered Lacerda. I do not mind, Sia added, seeing Uzumaki's gaze directed at her, and even so, she read Naruto like an open book, and could understand what he was thinking with a half glance. Well then, okay, when we get back, I'll leave you and take care of Myobu's training. Naruto agreed. Thank you. Lacerda thanked him. Part 28. They returned to their temporary home much faster. After all, there was no need for slow progress now, so they got out of the cave after only half an hour of walking and got to the house itself in even less time. Myobu was waiting for them at home, who decided to while away the entire time of the couple's absence with training, which Naruto was glad about. After all, judging by the behavior and character of the fox, he thought that she would prefer to sleep, or something like that. They found Myobu returning home, apparently after training. Having finally seen her two new acquaintances, Myobu finally left her excitement. After all, the prospect of remaining on this island all alone did not please her very much, and she had already managed to become attached to them. Not so much of course, but her conscience would have tormented her if her friends had disappeared somewhere. So where have you been, and who is with you? The fox asked with some discontent. Calm down, we went on urgent matters, and this. Uzumaki looked at Sia in the clone's body. Sia, if you want, and if you have time before she comes back, you can talk to her. Good, answered Myobu, examining the blue-haired girl. By the way, Sia, why did you decide to stay in the outside world and not go back to the subconscious? It's not very like you usually don't leave there without need. I'm bored, your subconscious is too empty, and the constant roar of the ten-tailed is already boring. Answered Sia. Got it, I'll try to figure it out in the near future, and about the emptiness, well, forgive me, but changing the inner world is very difficult. There are too many factors that cannot be ignored. It's okay, I understand everything, but you could have given me access to your feelings. Because of your efforts, I can't feel anything from there, except for those situations when you communicate directly with me. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. I'll deal with that too, but first Juubi, Uzumaki answered guiltily. It's okay, as I said earlier, I understand everything. Well, thank you for understanding. It's already deep night outside. Myobu has long been asleep, as has Lacerda, and Uzumaki thought a lot. He was still afraid of the ten-tailed, although he felt that now Juubi did not pose a threat to him, but still, the memory of a long-forgotten world war still visited him when he thought about the ten-tailed. Now he can get rid of it, but still the fear was stronger. However, Naruto is not Naruto if he does not overcome it. Having risen, Uzumaki quietly called Lacerda, who woke up immediately as he felt that someone was moving nearby. The two of them quietly went out into the street, where Sia stood looking at the starry sky. She never slept because there was no need, and now, even in an almost living body, she did not need it. What happened, Naruto? Lacerda asked him an intriguing question. Standing behind the guy, he did not see his face, which gave away the level of the guy's excitement. Sia, will you be able to take up Myobu's training? It was as if he ignored the Uzumaki dragon. Yes, no problem, and you, are you going to deal with your fears? Manis said, turning her gaze to Naruto. And you still read me like a book. Yes, he has already become quite boring to me. It's time to get rid of him. And when will you return? I don't know. After all, this is the strongest creature of the old world, so the period for which I am leaving may stretch out for several months or even years. Naruto said seriously, and the dragon did not understand what they were talking about. What are you talking about? Lacerda could not stand it. It doesn't matter, I'll tell you everything there already. Naruto answered. Where there? Don't rush, there is no need for it in such a matter. Sia answered instead of Uzumaki, after which Lacerda fell silent. Okay, then we're leaving right now, Lacerda, let's go. Having finished, Naruto instantly picked up great speed heading to the northern side of the island. Lacerda did not lag behind him. They got to the designated place very quickly. It did not take him even 10 minutes. This place turned out to be a deserted part of the island close to the ocean, from home to here at least 500 kilometers. Naruto looked around, nodded with satisfaction. He began to build walls around the entire perimeter. These walls were at least 100 meters high, after which Uzumaki created a dozen clones that without further ado began to apply FUNN runes of various types to the walls, ranging from barriers and restraining techniques, ending with destructive spells that were directed exactly at the center of this structure, and Lacerda still did not understand watched all these preparations. Naruto, what are you going to do? The dragon couldn't stand it again. Nothing like that, my friend, but I'll still say it, if I suddenly start turning into an incomprehensible creature, like this one. Naruto showed the image of Juubi with an illusion. Try to restrain me and not let me go beyond these walls. The clones should help you with this is very important. Okay, but why all this? Lacerda still didn't understand. If I succeed, I'll tell you, Naruto answered, settling down right in the center of the huge room, plunging into the subconscious, and a few minutes later, he was enveloped in white chakra filled with such endless hatred that it made even Lacerda stagger a little. Part 29. Once in the subconscious, Naruto did not immediately go to Juubi. First he put an additional seal on the one that was already restraining the ten-tailed. This seal will allow him to close the cage again if necessary, thereby giving him the opportunity to rest from the battle with the chakra monster. Due to the fact that Juubi was essentially a god of chakra, and its amount was practically unlimited, and even more so it reached a different qualitative level than everything that Uzumaki had managed to use before, and the amount of Uzumaki's chakra only approached the reserves of the nine-tailed, which was not enough to defeat the ten-tailed. The only possible option that Naruto saw was to use everything he had, and this included both chakra and magical particles, as well as all the energy accumulated in the storage. Most likely he would have to use even the energy that he collected for the domain, but still if he succeeds, then this will not be a great loss. If he gets the power of the God Tree, then creating his own dimension will not be as difficult a task as it is now. Not even that, if Naruto gets all the power of the Ten-Tailed, he will be able to create a dimension similar to the summoning world. The Ten-Tails was not raging now, even its tails, which were constantly darting in different directions, seemed to have calmed down. Its mouth was closed, so there was no deafening roar either. A red, huge eye froze on the figure of Uzumaki. Juibi seemed to know what was about to happen. This was confirmed by the fact that he began to pull all available energy to his body, and absorb what he could. Juibi was clearly preparing for battle, and preparing more successfully, his strength even slightly but increased. But even so, do not forget that the Ten-Tails has several forms. To be more precise, 3. The first is the one in which he is now, the second is humanoid, and from the outside it may seem that Juibi is even exhausted, which is hinted at by his body in this form. However, if you give this thought even the right to life, then you have already lost, because in the second form the strength of the Juibi exceeds the first form several times. The last form was not a combat form, yet in it he took his true form. That is, the form of the tree god, although this form was not a combat one, and it cannot be used in the subconscious, but still, if the tree is formed in the ordinary world, its roots will grow throughout the planet, absorbing all its energy, until it drains the planet bare. Although even not being a combat form, in it Juibi gained truly infinite power. Naruto did not have a plan, and even if he had, everything rests on strength and capabilities. He knew some of the abilities of the Ten-Tailed, for example, the same Biju bomb, or the creation of a continental-scale cataclysm, well, and a few more abilities related to other forms. Although there is something that does not differ from form to form, the speed and physical strength of the Ten-Tailed was beyond the capabilities of all 9 Biju. Even despite the enormous size of Juibi, its speed was simply crazy. Since there was no plan, Uzumaki simply ran energy through his body, connected to all possible sources and energy accumulators, ran through the enemy's possible actions, and opened the seal. While the gates were opening, Juibi had already managed to prepare the first attack. A beam created in a few moments from the densest chakra was accepted on the flickering barrier, being transferred, even from the subconscious, to a random point of the universe. In response, immediately after the scattered beam, several balls of tightly compressed chaos energy flew at high speed to Juibi, which was simply ignored by the Ten-Tailed. They did not leave even a scratch on his body, yet his durability was also at the highest level. Realizing that attacks at this level would simply waste precious energy, Naruto decided to change strategy, dodging the crushing blow of the paw of the God Tree, which created an incredible shaking throughout the subconscious. Uzumaki moved away to a great distance, sending a couple of clones that were supposed to delay the monster for at least a couple of moments, which was a very long time in a battle of this level. After this period, the spell was already completed. The Chaos Elemental was created from an extraordinary amount of chaos energy. Such an elemental can use a spell up to an astral wave, which is capable of knocking down some spells or techniques. Immediately after creating the elemental, Naruto had to quickly build a shining barrier, but now the incoming attack was much more powerful than the one before. The shield began to give in and Uzumaki had to teleport several dozen meters to the side of the Juibi beam. The same one, it seemed, was ready to endlessly throw similar attacks at the guy, which was not far from the truth. Naruto immediately, before Juibi created a new beam, began to create blades of chaos, large enough, even huge in relation to his size. 2 blades surpassed those of even Susanu's last form. The blades were strong enough to take such attacks, so Uzumaki did not deviate from the next one, cutting it into 2 parts, and again somewhere in the distance dull claps of explosions were heard. The elemental, to Naruto's surprise, disappeared somewhere, although it was still felt. Until the new charge of the Biju beam arrived, Uzumaki tried to reduce the distance, as much as possible, deviating from another beam flying at him at great speed. Naruto did not expect that it would turn after him. Fortunately he managed to put up a shield of chaos energy. Having approached to a sufficient distance, Naruto slashed with both blades, hoping that they would be able to cause at least some harm to the Ten-Tailed. And yes, both blades left 2 deep cuts on the monster's body, but they healed rather quickly. The regeneration of the God Tree was also at a level. No more than 3 minutes had passed since the beginning of the battle, and Uzumaki already had a plan, perhaps even a little effective. He created several clones that had access to the magic reserve. They immediately disappeared, moving some distance from the main place of the battle. Their task was to pour all sorts of spells at the level of the Blades of Chaos on Juibi, which they actually did, and after a few moments a barrage of arrows of chaos, overflowing with energy, flew into the Ten-Tailed. After this attack, Shinji suddenly roared, and after this roar, thick lightning began to hit the floor of the subconscious. Hurricanes of unimaginable size appeared out of nowhere. After the start of this cataclysm, the clones were destroyed, and Naruto's plan failed. The battle between the 2 monsters continued for some time, which Naruto found it difficult to name. After all, in the heat of such a battle, there was no matter the time. In the outside world everything was quite calm, except that Uzumaki's body was no longer visible behind the cover of the Ten-Tailed chakra. The pressure of the energy spread over many hundreds of kilometers. Echoes even reached their home, although the barriers held a large amount of energy within their limits, so that if someone who was unable to withstand this was there, then his body would be instantly burned out by the monster's chakra, and his soul would be damaged at some level. A week and a half had already passed since Naruto had gone into the subconscious. Lacerda waited patiently, trying to restrain the raging streams of energy emanating from his friend's body, although even so, he could not completely suppress this riot of chakra, and some time ago, much more chakra began to come out. It seemed to the dragon that it even began to take some form. In the heat of battle, Uzumaki did not even notice how he had already spent his second reserve of magical energy, and his chakra was practically not touched by him due to its uselessness in this battle. Then, in the war they were lucky, the Ten-Tailed was sealed twice, first in the Uchiha, and then in Uzumaki, but if this had not happened, and the Ten-Tailed had escaped from Madara's control, then the war at that moment would probably have ended, the shinobi, even with the support of all the Kage. And two reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths would probably have been defeated in the battle with Juubi. His immunity to chakra-based attacks was simply amazing even in its unfinished form, and now, when all the power of the Ten-Tailed is with him, and even more so that the only effective way to fight was to use magic, although when the Ten-Tailed went into its second form, fighting became much more difficult. As Uzumaki was about to cast one of the most difficult spells of chaos magic once again, he was hit by a strange beam of energy emitted by the Ten-Tails. The beam was different from anything Juubi had shown before and did not cause any damage. Naruto even thought that he was lucky until he found himself in a place he had not seen for hundreds of thousands of years. Looking around, Naruto finally understood where he was. The academy building nearby greatly helped with understanding his location, but Naruto did not understand why he was here. Turning around at the quiet creak of wood, he saw a view of the long-forgotten swing, and he himself was sitting on it, sad, his blue eyes looking down. Approaching his child copy, Uzumaki tried to put his hand on her back, but the hand passed through, and then Naruto understood where he was, and what that beam really was. Now Uzumaki was in his memories. He was probably here for a long time, which was not very good. After all, it was not clear how much time would pass there, on the battlefield, while he was here. Naruto has been wandering through his memories for some time now. The academy, the Genin exam, then missions, the hateful looks of many residents, then another exam, only this time for Chunin, which he fails, followed by a fight with Gaara, and consequently, a fight with Shukaku, then Sasuke's departure, their first fight in the Valley of the End, returning to Konoha, his departure on a journey with Jiraiya, Akatsuki, the war. He lived through his life as a shinobi several times already, not understanding what it takes to break out. In the outside world, things got much worse. Right after Juubi sent Uzumaki deep into his memories, he headed to the outside world. He formed there quite quickly. It took less than a minute for his chakra to be fully released. The barriers were broken, as were all the seals and runes prepared for such an occasion. After the final formation, Juubi let out a loud roar that spread throughout the entire continent they were on, and the surge of chakra plunged all creatures into an unconscious state, and even killed some. Shinji was met with a powerful blow from the dragon, to which he did not even have time to react, but this will not happen again. After all, the Ten-Tailed directed some amount of energy to its strengthening, so he was able to foresee the next blow, meeting it with a Biju bomb, in the place where both monsters were now as if a star had fallen. However, this attack did not cause any damage to either one, but Lacerda's first attack immediately had an effect. Hundreds of thousands of wind blades cut Juubi into small pieces. But it immediately recovered, which allowed the monster to ignore the entire blade. In response, he roared again, but now it brought destructive cataclysms across the continent. Earthquakes split mountains, lightning burned forests, and floods ground down rocks in the blink of an eye. Lacerda had no choice but to resort to more serious attacks, for example, such as a wind cannon that pierced the body of the Ten-Tailed through. The battle between Lacerda and Shinji lasted for several days. Half of the continent was burned out by the attacks of the Ten-Tailed monster during this time, and in some places new seas were formed, empty of water. Lacerda tried to restrain the monster at first in the hope that Naruto would be able to take it under at least some control again, but after the first 2 days he discarded this thought. If Naruto could, he would have done it already, and if he did not, then something happened, so the dragon increased its level, releasing more and more energy. Now it was enough to suppress Shinji, who, by the way, after this trick of Lacerda, tried to take the final form to absorb the energy of the planet. Then this would allow him to equalize his forces again, but the dragon did not allow this to happen. Sia, who was with Myobu all this time, who had not regained consciousness for the second week, decided to teleport from here, and further away. The point of movement was chosen to be the dimension created by Uzumaki for Guy. He will understand if Sia appears there. After all, this demon felt her a long time ago, and accepted her, as he accepted Naruto and Lacerda. Part 30. Naruto has already gone through a cycle of his own memories for several times. He has already forgotten a lot from there for such a long time, but thanks to the Ten-Tailed one, he again and again lives through it all in the role of a powerless observer. Here he sees again how he dies in the Fourth Shinobi War, how his father seals the fox into his second, dark part, and at this time he himself talks to Rikudo Sennin in the depths of his subconscious, where even the Biju will have a hard time getting to. It was this part of the cycle that was increasingly alarming Uzumaki. With each repetition this memory seemed to change, or rather, that Otsutsuki seemed to be looking for someone after the young Uzumaki left the subconscious. Hogoromo seemed to feel Naruto in this place, but this was impossible. These were his memories, right? At first, when this part of the memories gradually changed, Naruto did not pay attention to it. Only when it began to stretch, it began to attract him. After several more long cycles, Naruto decided to try to help Hogoromo in the search for him. The first few attempts were unsuccessful, but after, the Sage of the Six Paths seemed to feel surges of energy, heading in a more correct direction, but before he could find Uzumaki, the memory was carried forward, and everything started over again. Naruto tried a lot, but still, when the Sage almost found him, it was already too late. Uzumaki wanted to try to create a surge of energy immediately, as he would be in this period of time, but for it to work, it would be necessary to wait several cycles, and Uzumaki was afraid that his younger copy would be able to sense him, if Hogoromo could too, although it was unlikely. The gap between them was too big then, even in the form of a soul. If Naruto was at the same level as then, Otsutsuki most likely would not have paid attention to him. In the first few cycles, as Naruto thought, nothing worked, but Hogoromo threw fleeting glances in his direction, which did not hide from Uzumaki. A few more repetitions, and Otsutsuki was able to find him, but immediately after that the memory was interrupted, and for some reason the cycle did not continue. As in many past times, it started from the very beginning, and time began to drag on several times longer. Much more time passed before their next meeting, as Naruto felt. After several more long attempts, Otsutsuki was finally able to find Uzumaki, and now the memory should have ended and started anew, as the inner world around shone for a moment, and both found themselves in the same depths of the subconscious, in which they were a moment ago, only in memories. "And you have changed, Naruto," said the sage, shocking Uzumaki. "Do not be surprised, you still have particles of my chakra, so I can be here, in front of you." "But how?" "After we sealed the 10 tails in you, I placed a small particle of chakra endowed with intelligence in the seal, as your parents did before their death. This chakra was stored in the seal for a long time in an untouched form until you opened it." "And how much did you manage to see after opening the seal?" Naruto asked with a sad smile. He understood that immediately after that attack, Juubi would go to the outside world, where Lacerda would meet him, but still, a fight between creatures at that level could cause some trouble. "A lot, although I can't help but note that even Homura and I individually are not able to resist the 10 tails. You have become stronger, Naruto, much stronger than anyone in the shinobi world. But not enough to defeat the god of chakra. I do not have enough strength to subdue him. Lacerda is most likely holding back Juubi, expecting that I can return everything to how it was, but I can't," Naruto said, gradually becoming quieter and quieter. "No, my son, you were able to completely suppress the 10 tails." "No, you saw everything yourself. It's impossible," Naruto interrupted him, but was interrupted himself a moment later. "For Ashura, nothing is impossible. His will is unbreakable. All his qualities have been passed on to you, but the flow of time has dulled almost everything that was left to you after him. There is no more Ashura, nor Indra. They disappeared just like the shinobi world disappeared. All this remained there. In the past, the world itself forgot about their souls. You still don't understand. The fear that settled in you after the war grew every time you remembered those events. Fear fettered you like unbreakable chains, not allowing you to live in peace, develop and go into the future with a calm soul. Fear does not allow you to defeat Juubi. You drive yourself into a framework. Earlier, if you had the same strength as now, you could easily stop both Madara and Kagaya. But if so, then how can I get rid of this fear, remove these shackles? Let go of the past, let it go after the shinobi world. Now you only have a new world, and your new comrades and friends who can share your eternity with you. Only by letting go of your past, all the possibilities of the new world will open up before you. Do not miss such a chance." Let go of the past. Naruto thought. "Yes, I understand you. It is difficult to do. I myself had to go through this when I lived in the guise of a soul, observing the world." ellipsis. Naruto turned away from the sage so that he would not see him. He now needed to concentrate on what this old man told him. He directed all his strength to this. All the streams of consciousness available now were occupied with this thought, because of which all that power, aura, and energy pressure escaped control. For a short moment, because Uzumaki was quickly able to regain control, but even so, this power was able to reach the outside world, covering a huge territory. This made the chakra monster tense up. He was ready at any moment to direct his chakra back into the subconscious. Lacerda, feeling this surge of power, only began to lean more actively on the 10-tailed, not allowing him to calmly do what the monster had clearly already planned. In the depths of the subconscious, time of course went a couple of orders of magnitude faster. Not much, but there are significant differences. "You're right, old man. I need to let go of my past and start caring about the future. It's time to get rid of the fear shackles that have bound me for many centuries," Naruto said with great determination. No, he was not going to go straight to Juubi for the second round of their fight. First he needed to eradicate the fear that had settled in the depths of his soul. "I'm glad that I could help you in such a difficult hour, and I'm glad that you understood everything." Hogoromo was interrupted, seeing how, by right, his successor was immersing himself in order to destroy his fear. "Goodbye, Naruto," Otsutsuki said quietly, disappearing from the guy's subconscious. "Now for sure, forever." Part 31. Finding himself almost on the last layer of his mind, Naruto got to work. He needed to eradicate the fear that had settled in him for a long time, which prevents him from defeating the 10-tailed. Because in essence, almost every one of the minds close to the last layer were unusually huge, which made it difficult to get rid of fear. It prevented him from doing so, because he could hide somewhere in a secluded place, and just sit there. The first layer that Uzumaki decided to check was the layer associated with deep memory. It was here that those memories were stored that could not affect Naruto in any way, but it was one of the best places for fear to calmly take root. And while Naruto was exploring the depths of his mind, in the outside world the Ten-Tailed tried to return all the chakra to the subconscious after the surge of Uzumaki's power broke out, but the dragon did not allow this to happen, using more powerful spells that could harm Naruto if the Juubi did return. The attacks were strong enough, they were even capable of killing Naruto if the Ten-Tailed returned of course, but upon the death of the carrier, the Juubi would be powerless for some time, his body would take the form of a shapeless, white and large cloud of chakra. At this time he would be vulnerable to various kinds of absorption abilities or spells. By the way, the continent on which they were, and on which the dragon and Juubi were currently fighting, was completely destroyed, its land was worn out and heated so much that in some places it turned into lava. Human and other countries were in a panic. Some attacks launched by two monsters reached the main continent. Other monsters did not interfere because the territory was completely closed by a barrier that Guy had installed. At the request of Sia, he did not interfere at the same request of Manus. It felt like he had been wandering around this place for several days without success. It felt like he was standing still, but that was not the case. Fear had been trying to take Uzumaki away from himself for a long time, but nothing worked. After a while Naruto found what he was looking for. Oddly enough, fear took the form of the divine tree Shinji, rising many hundreds of meters up. Naruto thought that there was little left, because here it was, his fear right in front of him, and all that was left was to literally destroy it. However, approaching the tree, and stretching out his hand to it with an already clear intention, suddenly the tree was enveloped in a yellow chakra barrier, and at that very second Uzumaki found himself in a strange place. In principle it was familiar to him. This place turned out to be the premises of an ancient temple in which he woke up in a new world. Naruto did not understand what he was doing here, but after a moment everything became clear. Behind him the voice of a man sounded, who should have been dead for several thousand years. This room turned out to be a kind of test. He listened for several hours as people dear to him took turns blaming him for the death of the shinobi world. He tried to answer them, and surprisingly the phantoms of the past heard him, and some even left, receiving the answer they were waiting for. So, hour after hour, phantom after phantom, only one remained, who did not utter a word during the entire test. This phantom was his old friend and rival, Uchiha Sasuke. He stood in the corner, patiently waiting for everyone to disappear. Even the pathetic phantom managed to convey the aura that constantly surrounded the Uchiha after the war. He calmly broke away from the wall, slowly approaching Uzumaki. "Do you regret what happened after you left?" the dark-haired man calmly asked, although he had heard the answer to this question many times. "No." After a while, Uzumaki answered just as calmly. "Then tell me, don't you blame yourself for what happened to us?" "No," he answered with a little less confidence, which didn't escape the Uchiha's notice. "I know you're lying." Ellipsis. Naruto didn't answer. "If that's the case, then forget about us. We never blamed you for what happened to the shinobi world. We are grateful to you for the peaceful time you gave us with your barrier." "But," he tried to say something. "No buts, you are not to blame for what happened, and even more so you can't fix it, so forget it and move on," Sasuke said, and thin streams of tears were already flowing down Uzumaki's cheeks. Uchiha was one of the few people Naruto could show them to. "Goodbye friend," Sasuke finished, hugging his old friend, dispersing. Naruto stayed in this place for a long time until he completely calmed down. After the words of his old friend, it was as if a huge mountain had fallen from his shoulders, and when he returned to the tree, he noticed how the golden barrier crumbled into small fragments that dissipated, turning into energy, which hurried to return to its owner in the form of a huge tree. Touching, now to the real tree, Naruto did not feel any resistance from it, after which, with a calm soul, began a short process of destruction. After that, he was thrown back to the place where he talked with the sage of the six paths, but there was no one there, and a little later, he had already returned to where some time ago he fought with Juubi, who, having felt this, decided to return to the subconscious of his host regardless of the consequences. But the dragon still did not allow this to happen, and there may not be a suitable moment, so Juubi tried to grab Lacerda with his tails, which he did not succeed, because the dragon instantly tore them immediately after they wrapped around his body. But this second hesitation was enough for the Ten-Tailed to create a powerful beam of chakra, which Lacerda took on the windshield, and after the beam disappeared, having exhausted its energy, Juubi was no longer there, and the human body of Uzumaki appeared in front of Lacerda again. Immediately upon returning to the subconscious, Shinji was met by a powerful attack of chaos energy, which was mixed with a huge amount of elemental chakra, and after the Ten-Tailed reflected this attack, he saw Uzumaki, behind whom Budodamas were hovering. They were the only abilities purely on chakra that were capable of causing significant damage to Juubi. The second round of their battle Naruto began with several powerful attacks that were overflowing with energy, both chakra and magical particles. He was no longer afraid to mix these two energies. Now it was only to his detriment, because techniques on this mixture of chakra and magic caused significant damage to the god tree, which was visible after the first attack. Part 32. The battle of two monsters shook the subconscious. Powerful attacks flew a long distance, exploding somewhere in the distance. Both participants in the battle were heavily injured. The Ten-Tails had several limbs torn off after several spells of space and chaos, but this had almost no effect on the combat ability of the Juubi. Naruto received several severe burns, having been hit several times by the beam of the Juubi's chakra, from which the Uzumaki did not have time to hide behind a barrier. After a long time of their battle, they were exhausted, although Naruto could absorb some of the energy from the Juubi, and besides, he still had several more seal storage units in which energy still remained. The Ten Tails could also absorb chakra, but to do this, it needed to wrap Naruto with its roots, which did not work, so the Ten Tails lost a lot of energy when the Uzumaki got close enough, although even so, Shinji had a little less than half of its full reserve left, which cannot be said about Naruto, who with his large scale and costly techniques emptied more than one accumulator, although he still spent much less energy than the Juubi. Their battle was so destructive that if it had not taken place in the subconscious, then their attacks would have destroyed more than 100,000 square kilometers, and the Juubi could have caused cataclysms of an unimaginable level. Fortunately, when it broke out into the outside world, it was held back by Lacerda. More than 1 month had passed since the beginning of their battle, which in the battle of creatures of such a level was only a small moment. In the heat of battle they did not keep track of time at all. After Juubi spent more than half of its supply, its attacks became more deliberate, concentrated and accurate, which made Naruto strain hard to avoid getting hit by another beam, or a Biju bomb that was compressed to the size of a small ball. It was no longer possible to get close to the Ten Tails. Its huge red Rinnegan constantly watched only Naruto, and for each clone that he created, Juubi separated from itself one, but a very strong monster made of wood. Throwing around powerful spells and techniques became useless. The Ten Tails either dodged and then immediately attacked, or the technique was not very strong, and the huge monster simply took it in the face. Naruto thought that now it was definitely impossible to defeat Juubi, who showed obvious signs of intelligence, or simply incredible instincts. No powerful technique or spell could reach the monster's body, and it was no longer possible to divert attention from himself, as well as get close to him. He simply moved away from the approaching Naruto at incredible speed, sending a small ball of compressed chakra to the limit into him, which generated a huge explosion with any touch, and could also detonate at the monster's will. So if he missed, the ball flew not far. The Ten Tails itself no longer attacked, but waited for a convenient moment to counterattack, thereby saving a large amount of energy. Naruto once again used flickers from the magic of space to quickly move to the Ten Tails, but as soon as he left the subspace of the spell, he was immediately met by the beam of the Biju, which was received by the flickering barrier, and Uzumaki tried to control the movement of the beam to a random point in the universe. He wanted to send the beam back to the Ten Tails, but nothing worked, but Naruto was still able to feel where this attack went. More than a dozen more attempts, and another beam of the Juubi was redirected to him, which he did not expect. The maximum concentration of the Ten Tails was knocked down, which allowed Naruto to move to his body, and in a short moment pump out enough energy to fully replenish his reserve, and several chakra accumulators. After 2 more repetitions, the Ten Tails stopped using the beam of the Biju, because its own attack caused more damage to it than everything that Naruto used. Instead, the Uzumaki was hit by compressed to the limit Biju bombs, and when Naruto was going to move again using techniques, Juubi tried to compact the space with its eye so much that no techniques for instant or fast movement would work, or would lose their effectiveness. Biju bombs were more difficult to move, because before the barrier had time to absorb it, Juubi had already detonated it, and most of the explosion fell on Naruto, and the part that the barrier managed to transfer was insignificant, and almost did not cause harm to the monster. During the time that had passed since Juubi's return to the subconscious, Lacerda had managed to restore some of the barriers, those that he could. He saw no point in erecting walls, as Naruto did, because as practice showed, walls are not an obstacle for such a creature, so he abandoned them. The barriers were filled to the brim with the elements of air and lightning, so now they are enough to hold back the Ten-Tailed for some time. Also during this time, Sia managed to contact the dragon, because for some reason she could not call Naruto. She wanted to know what was going on there. After she felt that Juubi's power had faded for some reason, and a barrier of strange chakra that was similar to her master's chakra, but strikingly different, did not let her to Uzumaki, she tried to contact the dragon through the threads that were created after Naruto gave them names. It was not possible to contact the dragon right away. After all, Sia did not have a direct connection with it, like Naruto, having learned from the dragon that the Ten-Tailed for some reason returned to the subconscious, and the continent was practically destroyed. She broke off the connection with the dragon, trying again and again to reach Uzumaki himself. Myobu occasionally bothered her. She was afraid to be in this dimension, where the whole time they were here, there was Guy, and only Velzardo occasionally visited their silent company. The population of the central continent was in a panic, especially the non-humans who could sense the echoes of the Battle of the Titans, and some stray attacks that were able to reach the continent destroyed several mountain ranges in the territory of the Ravernal Empire. It was good that there was not a single settlement in that area, except for the lonely houses of hermits who showed courage to settle in this place. In addition to Ravernal, several Bijudas flew into other states, to the south of the peninsula that once belonged to the Kingdom of Beasts, and one of the attacks miraculously managed to reach the borders of Ameld, destroying a couple of border villages. This greatly alarmed and angered the kingdom, but to its regret, it could not do anything, realizing its helplessness in front of those who scattered these attacks. Even the states that dominated the rest could not do anything about it. Those who could feel even the echoes of that battle and tried to tell it could be considered madmen, if not for the obvious signs of it. Part 33. The Juubi, who went on the defensive, caused a lot of problems. It was practically impossible to get close to him. He was constantly trying to get away from Uzumaki. Attacking was also problematic. He would either dodge or ignore the attack due to its insufficient power. At the present time, the remaining energy was enough for a long period of the battle, but Juubi had much more, and after they stopped pouring on each other with something more powerful, the game went to attrition. Whoever first spent all the energy would lose, and if we compare the current reserves of the opposing sides, Shinji has every chance of winning if the battle continues at the same pace. Naruto didn't like it at all, but he couldn't do anything about it. But a moment later a plan appeared in Uzumaki's head, unreliable, risky and reckless, but if it worked, victory would be his. Using darkness magic this time, Naruto created a curtain of shadow to hide from Juubi's eye, after which he created a chaos clone, which had almost the same abilities as Uzumaki himself. The clone was needed to distract the attention of the God Tree. Before the curtain dissipated, Naruto used the Step of Darkness in order to move to Juubi at the maximum possible distance. The next moment the curtain disappeared and Juubi did not notice anything, continued to fight with the clone at the same pace. Naruto at this time approached Shinji at arm's length, after which he tried to draw out as much energy as he could. Attacking from here was useless, this would only ruin his plan. Having sucked out enough energy before Juubi noticed him, Naruto jumped back a sufficient distance so that he would not be affected by the physical attacks of the chakra god. The clone, having spent all its energy, launched the most powerful spell of the chaos element, which it was capable of, at the enemy. Of course it would not cause much damage, but it would be able to buy a little time for Uzumaki's next move. Naruto created a mirage spell from the chaos element. Juubi saw that a huge spell of the same element was flying at him, from which he felt a huge danger, but there was no time to retreat, so a chakra barrier was quickly created, or paw, which, as Shinji thought, would at least be able to contain the power of the enemy's spell. But a moment later, when Juubi did not feel any attack on the barrier, he dispelled it, looking at Uzumaki, who was already finishing forming a real attack, which at the same second had already reached its target. But, to the possible surprise of the God Tree, nothing happened, but a moment later he felt the effect of this spell. Chaos Element, Torment, a spell of the highest order, which however no one used, because of its effect on the target. It was banned throughout the world, and then erased from the pages of history, and if not for the Crimson Library, Naruto would not have learned of its existence. This spell increased the perception of the target by hundreds of thousands of times, and also brought fear, horror and pain. Another notable effect of the spell was that it weakened the target's defense so much that even a normal pat would bring unbearable suffering. The spell does not allow its target to die until the moment it ends its effect. Juubi let such a terrible spell into his body, after which even the slightest movement was felt by him as unbearable pain, but he continued to fight, albeit with much less efficiency. Still in this battle it was decided who would die and who would rise, receiving new opportunities. After most of Uzumaki's plan was completed, he needed to stall for a little time, which he did. With a weakened Juubi it was much easier to fight. Now those attacks that he previously ignored, took in the face, brought him pain that he did not feel even after he felt his own beam on himself. After some time, when Shinji slowed down so much that Naruto had an almost absolute advantage in speed, Uzumaki decided to finish with his plan, so he stopped, ceasing to drive the exhausted Juubi. He suspected something, but it was too late. There was no time to react. Naruto finished the final spell, the spell that will put an end to this battle. Chaos Element, Multidimensionality, a spell of the highest level of complexity. After its activation Naruto and Juubi found themselves in a strange barrier that covered a huge territory, so that the entire Juubi was captured by it. After that the main action of this spell began. The very structure of the world began to change within its limits. The fundamental laws also meant nothing for this spell. The space itself began to change, passing into another form, within the boundaries of the barrier. A four-dimensional space was transformed. Nothing and no one will be able to get out of here. Even if he can unravel the secret of this technique, he is deprived of all possible feelings, artifacts, everything that can give the opportunity to survive will not work in a four-dimensional space. Only Uzumaki himself, as the user of the spell, can do whatever he wants in it. However, from the moment the spell was activated, the time that Naruto received went by seconds, only 30 seconds to end the fight. Only half a minute, and everything will end. Yes, this spell made its user invulnerable, but it also took a lot. Even the entire remaining supply of Uzumaki was not enough, so when it runs out, the spell will begin to absorb the life of its user, and when this happens, it will no longer be possible to cancel the action of multidimensionality. It will not stop until it sucks out everything that can, so Uzumaki should hurry, and he knew it. His risky to the point of horror plan worked only because Juubi did not notice his shadow transition. If not for this, then nothing would have helped Naruto. Naruto did not hesitate. Quickly approaching the inactive Juubi, he began the absorption process, now final. After him there will be no more God Tree. Naruto will take its place. After the end of the absorption process Naruto will be the god of chakra. However, there was still time to make it. The seconds that his own spell gave him flew by like days. Uzumaki was so tense that it was as if time itself slowed down for him. 20, 17, 9. There was less and less time. When literally a couple of seconds remained, Naruto dispels the spell. The space abruptly goes into its usual state, which is not bad to milk Uzumaki's magical core, but he does not stop the absorption process. Juubi tries to break free, but now he is held by tons of FUNN that covered his body completely, leaving only a huge, red eye open, which was filled with incredible rage, hatred and anger. Juubi lost, and he understood it. With the last, furious roar of a desperate beast, everything ended. This roar was the sign that foreshadowed Naruto's victory, but he could no longer hear anything. He fell into the darkness of unconsciousness. Fatigue overcame him completely, and relief came after it. Naruto managed to notice how the remains of Juubi entered his body, finally absorbed by him, after which he was thrown into reality, where he looked at his dragon friend with tired eyes. The barrier that prevented Sia from contacting her dear master finally dissipated. She was immediately able to feel the state of her master, which she immediately reported to Guy, after which she moved to the battlefield to the destroyed continent. Immediately after the transfer, she met the dragon, Lacerda, who was in his full form, was huge compared to the small Manos, but he noticed her immediately, turned his amber-red eyes to hers and asked, "Is it over?" He had not yet had time to assess the condition of his friend before Manos had moved here, but he still managed to notice that Naruto had looked at him with his tired eyes before losing consciousness. "Yes, it's over," Sia answered, carefully approaching Uzumaki, trying to lift him up and move him to a more intact place, which she could not do. The body was too weak, so she looked at the dragon, who understood everything without words, took on his smaller form, and hoisted his friend onto his back, carrying him to the place where their temporary home had previously stood. Surprisingly, although it was destroyed, compared to the rest of the view, it was intact. "And what will happen to him?" a voice of one red-haired demon suddenly asked. Guy appeared unexpectedly. Before speaking he looked around with a strange look. After all, he had not seen such landscapes for a long time. "I don't know, the ancient tree is no longer there, so it will probably remain in this state for a long time," answered Sia, who assumed that Crimson would show up here, while Lacerda didn't even notice him until he announced himself with his question. "How long will he lie like this?" "Enough. Then wouldn't it be better to transfer him to our dimension? There is no one there now, so no one will bother him," suggested the original. The girl, after a slight hesitation, nodded. Lacerda again shouldered his friend, and followed the original, who had already managed to summon the gate to the dimension. The last was Sia, who turned around for a moment, assessing the damage caused by the battle between Lacerda and Shinji. She did not expect this, even with all the information about the Biju, chakra and the Ten Tails itself, and even so she could not foresee such an outcome. She greatly underestimated Juibi, because of which for the first time in many years of her life she felt fear, an emotion that she should not have felt at all, but apparently pressure created by a more powerful being than she could cause and such. Naruto was in a coma for about 7 months. Fortunately the seals still had chakra, so he didn't fall into the same hibernation as thousands of years ago. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the dimension he had left a few years ago. For a moment, he didn't understand what he was doing there. But then the memories of a long battle rolled in, and a meeting with his past, which he was now able to leave behind. Blinking, he noticed Sia, who was sitting nearby, constantly watching her master. When he woke up, she only smiled a little, expressing joy. "Hello, dear master, you've finally woken up," she said in a soft voice, which surprised Uzumaki a little. She was clearly not like that before. "Hello, Sia, how long have I been lying here?" Naruto asked his question before noticing a dragon flying into the room, who heard Manos' voice and immediately hurried here. "Quite a long time, about 7 months, answered Sia, but now Naruto did not feel the same life in Manos' voice as a moment ago. "Naruto, tell me what happened there, you promised." Lacerda, who had clearly been tense all this time, interrupted them both. "Let's do it later, I need to recover," suggested Naruto, and the dragon, assessing his current state, answered. "Okay, but I won't wait long." Okay, Sia, tell me everything later, I need to rest," said Naruto. Now he felt as weakened as possible. Manos just nodded, and Uzumaki fell asleep again. Part 34. It took a little more than 2 months to restore enough strength to feel more or less normal. At first, after Uzumaki woke up, Lacerda pestered him almost every day, until Naruto told him everything the dragon wanted from him. Sia told about Guy's intervention in their battle, that he had set up a barrier around the continent, which did not allow stronger entities to interfere with the battle of Lacerda and Juibi, and she also told, and showed the current state of that previously incredibly beautiful place. The continent was completely destroyed, there is practically no living place on it, and the landscape of the entire continent was radically changed. The countries, after everything seemed to have calmed down, tried to send reconnaissance to the destroyed continent, but they could not pass through Guy's barrier, which was installed 50 kilometers from the ground, so now there are several patrol fleets of different countries near this continent. When asked to assess Naruto's current condition, Sia replied that, with the exception of some transformations of chakra, his volume, density and quantity, practically nothing had changed, and it would take several more months to fully restore his strength. Some more time passed. Uzumaki had practically recovered, and during this period he decided to stay in Guy's castle, occasionally visiting their dimension, checking how the seals and his other installations were working now. On one of those days, he finally met Guy, who had been very busy lately. He was pacifying the very violent intelligent beings that were trying to break through his barrier, and there were enough of them. "Well, hello, Naruto," Guy said, walking from the gate frame to the table, while Uzumaki was examining something in the central seal. "Hello, Guy," Naruto answered, and for a moment his face changed. After absorbing Juibi he moved to a new level of strength, and now he could clearly feel the power of the long-familiar original. Uzumaki could not understand, either he could not simply feel it before, or Guy somehow hid his strength, which he doubted. Something wrong. Guy saw through him almost completely, at least now. "No, everything is fine." "Well, okay, why did I come, are you okay?" asked Guy. He knew that Naruto absorbed his longtime roommate, but he did not know how this would affect Uzumaki himself. "Well, for now I am not drawn to absorb the energy of the world," Naruto answered jokingly, perfectly understanding what the demon meant. "Well, good." Guy fell silent. Did you want something else, or did you just come? Uzumaki interrupted the demon's thoughtfulness. Well, I decided to rest a little, because these persistent, strongmen, who tried to break through the barrier have already gotten on my nerves. Crimson shared his thoughts, then remembered something and continued. And, by the way, regarding your evolution into a demon lord, my subordinates have almost finished collecting soul energy. There is very little left. I think in 5 or 6 months they will finally finish, Guy informed Naruto. Yeah, I get it. Well, if we collected it then fine, Uzumaki answered and thought. Guy finished collecting energy too quickly. The calculation was for a couple of decades, and here not even 15 had passed. Naruto decided that after he completely recovered, he would visit the central continent to find out if any cities with a large enough population had disappeared. Naruto was sure that Guy would be able to somehow bypass his limitation on the absorption seals. Well, that's good, Crimson answered smiling. Guy, I need to leave the castle for a while. I would also like you to remove the barrier from the continent in 5 or 6 hours. Naruto changed the subject. Guy immediately understood what his comrade was going to do and simply nodded. Naruto got up from behind the table and headed to the gate, set the desired point for them and was transported. The gate opened on the place where their house used to stand. Naruto looked around. He was surprised by such soul-staggering destruction, which he had not seen even in the Fourth War. He doubted that he would be able to restore everything in the allotted time, but since he had started, he must finish. Uzumaki rose into the sky, assessing the full state of the continent with his eyes, which had once again received new strength, and, with a heavy sigh, began to work. Combining the elements of earth, water and wood, he began to gradually restore everything from the conditional center, which served as the place of their home. With the element of earth, Naruto restored small, in comparison, craters, saturated the earth, made it cool down, returning to normal temperature. With the element of water, he filled deeper and wider holes, thereby creating seas and lakes of different sizes. With the element of wood, he restored the destroyed nature of this continent. Animals themselves clearly will not appear, but he could not do anything about it yet. The process was very long and difficult, because in addition to creating seas and lakes, it was necessary to lay rivers that would not allow water to stagnate in one place, which could lead to not very good consequences. Naruto also needed to lay an underground stream, which complicated the task an order of magnitude. He finished everything by the evening of the next day. He felt that everything he had done earlier had spent a small amount of energy. Previously, if he had tried to do the same, he would have spent more than a dozen of his energy reserves, and now it did not even take a quarter. Naruto felt omnipotent, but he was brought down to earth by the knowledge that there were many more powerful creatures in this new world. Returning to Crimson Castle, Naruto decided to visit the library, and although he knew almost everything that was stored in it, he hoped that during his absence, Guy would find something new. Unfortunately, his hopes were not justified. The library has not changed a bit since his departure. Returning to his room, Naruto thought about what to do while he was here. He thought for a long time, but still decided to gradually find out what the fusion with the God Tree gave him and his eyes. Naruto remembered that Kagaya was able to create her dimension only after she absorbed the fruit of the God Tree chakra. Will Uzumaki be able to create his own, full-fledged dimension, having absorbed Shinji's power, because Otsutsuki could only create a dimension of one element? Now this of course cannot be checked. Naruto has not fully recovered, and he still needs to master other abilities inherited from Juubi. In general, Uzumaki made plans for the near future. It remains to wait until he finally recovers. Part 35. When Naruto fully recovered, he decided to return to the island, where they restored their former home, and where he decided to continue training the five-tailed fox. Since she, for several months, almost did not do anything, she lost her former form. So everything had to start from the very beginning, which is what they did. Since the fox no longer had to go out hunting, since there was simply nothing to hunt for, these couple of extra hours went to the benefit of its development. Uzumaki gave it food from his reserves. So they did for a couple of months, until they got used to the new environment on the island. After that, Uzumaki decided to still find out the limits of his new powers, so, occasionally, he left the fox with his dragon, or with a clone, but he did the latter not so often. The first thing Naruto noticed was the ability to absorb, not like his eyes, or the karma on his hand. This ability was much more powerful than these two. The absorption of the ten-tailed was capable of absorbing the energy of almost any matter that it could reach. If you learn to use it correctly, then Uzumaki will be able to get a constant increase in his chakra reserves, no matter where and what he does. He could also absorb the life force of creatures, then distributing it between all aspects of his owner. Also, the ability to divide into parts was transferred from Juubi. Naruto could create monsters, almost the same way as Biju himself did, only in human form it was very difficult to do. Another thing that could be highlighted was that Uzumaki received the ability to transform into his image from his longtime roommate. In this transformation, everything that could be used with chakra acquired new, boundless power. Juubi could not use techniques like a simple fireball or a wall of water. He simply did not need it, because his destructive powers were enough for him. And he probably did not know how to do this. Naruto could use everything he knew. In the transformation, a simple fireball acquired not only enormous destructive power, but also an equally huge area of damage. The same with other elements and techniques. Chakra, by the way, was now completely subject to Uzumaki. It was so controlled by him that it was activated at the first desire of its owner. There was no need for anything to control it. Uzumaki's body also acquired some changes after absorbing the Tree of God. All that incredible, even for 9 Biju, strength, speed, and other characteristics reached a new level. Now his body, without any reinforcement by energy, seals and other things, was capable of almost the same thing that Juubi himself could do. The skin tone, by the way, returned to the previous one, what he had before the sealing. The horns on his head were gone, in general, only his eye, which replaced the guy's left Rinnegan, spoke of his longtime roommate. Speaking of eyes, Jujutsu, which was so similar to what Kagaya had one strange ability he had definitely never seen before. The left eye could materialize almost any object, matter, almost anything. The resulting thing could not be called full-fledged, physical. All its properties were performed by the chakra of which the object was overflowing. Therefore, it was impossible to create something that had magical particles. But the ability was very strong and dangerous. Naruto could create objects within a radius of 10 meters from himself, which allowed him to drop the same 1,000-ton cube on someone. Of course, it would take a lot of chakra, but with new reserves it was not a problem. There is no need to talk about other abilities. Like the same Biju bomb, it was still clear that they would be the first to pass to Uzumaki after the merger. Time passed. 3 whole years had passed since that battle. All this time they were on the same island, continuing their training. Uzumaki almost got used to his new powers. He was even able to repeat that strange beam that sent him wandering through his own memories. Everyone got used to his new appearance quickly enough, and Naruto himself was not used to seeing himself like he had once been a long time ago. He even changed his clothes, creating a copy of the one he wore when he was a Kage, as well as a cloak, almost the same as the village rulers, only without any inscriptions, and this cloak covered his entire body, unlike the Kage cloaks. Only his eyes stood out, one purple, the other red, but no one particularly cared. Myobu developed quite quickly. She already had 7 tails, the last one she received a few weeks ago. She could no longer be called weak, but she could not be called strong either. For the previous world of her teacher, perhaps, yes, she was strong enough, but not for the new one. Her chakra, or chi, also increased. It was relatively not long before the 8th tail, a couple more years and the fox would finally acquire a human form. The fox was good at fire magic, its continuation, flame and illusion magic, but, like the dragon, Uzumaki taught her magic of other elements, of which a small talent in elemental light magic was also visible. After Naruto considered that now the knowledge and skills in magic were enough, he handed the fox an old, artifact sword that he once received as a trophy in the war. Having explained and shown how to use it, the sword passed into the fox's paws. After which the study of the skill of handling weapons was added to the usual activities. Myobu wielded 5 blades at once, one of which she held in her mouth, the other 4 moved between her 7 tails. At any moment, a blade could fly from one tail to another. This fighting style was quite effective and dangerous, but Uzumaki did not consider it sufficient. After achieving human form, he wanted the fox to be able to fight with 9 swords at once. In order not to drag a ton of weapons around, Myobu learned to create blades directly from her limbs. They could be different, because they were created from different elements. She learned this herself, without any help from her teacher. And when Uzumaki learned about this, he helped simplify the process of creating weapons. A number of seals and runes were applied to the tails, which constantly, little by little, pulled energy from their carrier, filling their reserves, and on command gave everything accumulated, creating different elemental blades. In general, everything went more than normally. About 300 years have passed since the Holy War. During this time, many states have disappeared and appeared. Some of them rose, while others faded into poverty. Only 2 states remained islands of stability, the Eastern Empire and the Kingdom of Ameld. Stability, however, was relative. The friction on the borders of these 2 states was destructive. Many settlements were deserted because of this. But it did not develop into a war. Both states understood that a war between them would only result in huge losses on both sides. Which is not to say about the western neighbor. The Revenant Empire was easy prey for both states of the eastern side. The only thing that prevented it from expanding towards the west was that if one country started a war, the other would not sit still either. While a hybrid war broke out between the strongest, Revenant calmly used this moment to strengthen itself and fortify the eastern border. Smaller states could not influence the world order, so you do not often hear about them when it comes to global events. But the incident of the Forgotten Island temporarily suspended all conflicts between countries. Expecting something terrible, dangerous, powerful, all the countries that could, were ready at any moment to send all possible forces to that island, for the possible neutralization of such a threat. Or to concentrate them for the defense of their country. Everyone had different solutions, but now they acted almost the same way as almost 300 years ago, during the Holy War. Almost nothing terrible happened. Strange clots of destructive energy flew out from the island, but not all of them reached the continent, only a small part of them. These clots did not cause much damage either. Yes, a couple of border settlements were destroyed, and some cities suffered from the wave that spread for many hundreds of kilometers from the explosion. But, as has already been said, nothing serious happened. And after that, the riot of something on the island completely stopped. Of course, its shores will be inspected by flotillas from the sea for a long time, because no one dared to go deep into the island, fearing to provoke what lived here, but soon they too will return to their previous affairs. Winter came unexpectedly. In this place, it made itself known only by cold weather and occasional snow, but when it did fall, the entire island was covered in its blanket. Uzumaki and Lacerda, who had been on the icy continent for over 50 years, did not have any problems with winter, since both of them were not susceptible to such changes in the environment. Which cannot be said about the fox. Although she was a spirit, she still felt the cold and did not like it. In the place where she used to live, there was practically no cold, not to mention snow. Her previous home was warm all year round. And then she moved to the cold south with her new acquaintances. Miyobu had great problems adapting to the changing seasons and the cold weather that followed. At first, she often turned to Uzumaki for help, knowing that he would clearly not refuse her. But she herself was not very pleased to ask for such a thing, or even a little ashamed. So she tried to do something about it herself. The fox tried to warm herself by using energy first, trying to create heat by accelerating her chi as much as she could stand. At first it helped, but then a real, harsh winter came and it was no longer enough. Then she decided to use the elements, which was certainly more effective, but also more dangerous. Still, using the same element of fire, she could inadvertently set herself on fire. Then she again turned to Uzumaki, asking him to teach her how to use runes or seals. When she had enough knowledge in this area, the fox tried to make a runic structure that would warm her body and a small area around it. It was difficult for her to do something on her own, she lacked experience and skill. During the long, it took a couple of weeks, process of selecting suitable elements to create her own seal, she noticed several times that when she went to rest from boring work, or was busy training, the seal changed in some places. She almost immediately understood who did it. Of course, she was a little offended by the fact that her first work was so interfered with and hid from her, but she was still grateful for it. The seal worked as it should, warming the fox itself and the air around it. This allowed her to feel comfortable both in incredibly hot places and in the same cold ones. Of course, the seal had its limitation. It could only work effectively in a certain temperature range. It was quite large, and for a calm life it was usually enough, but she did not live such a life. Often the seal could overload when the fox uses elemental spells, or during training, when Uzumaki shows her some spells, or makes her endure incredible changes in temperature. Miyobu was weak, even with the power of 7 tails, which was rare among her kind. She understood that she was incredibly weak. She clearly felt that Naruto did not even strain himself during training with her. She felt like a simple child who decided to try to overcome the 9-tailed, ancient spirit. Of course, there are chances, but they are so small that they are not even taken into account. But she was not a child. After all, her childhood ended from the moment she decided to stay with these 2 monsters. She was strong enough to defeat the monster that so unexpectedly destroyed her peaceful days in her home village. But in their company, she was clearly the weakest member. She did not understand this before, but after the riot of energy occurred, so similar to chi, and which her teacher called chakra, which made her experience incredible horror and fear, which oozed from her very soul, she was finally able to feel at least a little difference between them. After that incident, Miyobu changed. She began to take her own development and strengthening more seriously. She wanted to at least slightly catch up with her friends, to get closer to at least a grain of that incredible power that she felt that day. For this she was ready to move even mountains. Finding the 7th tail made Miyobu very happy, but she felt that she was not one step closer to her goal. She definitely needed to reach all 9 tails to at least move from the dead point, but even then she would have to continue to develop diligently. Some time passed since that day. Uzumaki almost completely mastered the new power. He clearly felt an increase in his chakra volumes, and when he was able to fully control it, even after he merged with Juibi and received almost all of his powers, it was still very difficult to control such volumes of energy. Now Uzumaki, together with the dragon, was looking for a suitable place that could be sent to his domain. Yes, Naruto still decided to create a domain. It was somehow not very good to give up on the goal that he had been going to for long decades, even centuries, and give it up almost at the very end of a long journey. When Naruto told the fox that they needed to leave again, it made her very worried. She was afraid of a repeat of that day, but after long assurances that this would not happen again, Miyobu calmed down and let them go. Having found a suitable place, which turned out to be a fairly large clearing, within which several quarters of the old leaf could fit, the clearing was surrounded by a forest that smoothly grew into a dense thicket. Having landed right in the center of the clearing, Uzumaki turned to Manos. Well, Sia, what needs to be done in order to move all this to the domain? You need to cover the necessary area with energy, and also try to make sure that the energy remains and does not fluctuate in this space for the next few minutes. I will do the rest. From the subconscious, as always, Manos's calm and pleasant voice was heard. Good, Uzumaki answered briefly, starting to act according to Sia's instructions. Immediately after the energy stopped fluctuating, a monstrous seal began to unfold right under the guy's feet. After a couple of moments it already covered the entire territory that they had chosen for movement. As soon as the drawings froze, having stopped spreading, Uzumaki felt how energy began to leave his reserves for these symbols. Both Naruto's mana and chakra were spent. All this lasted for several tens of minutes, until the central part of the seal flashed with the brightest light, which in a split second enveloped the entire clearing and the forest near it, and then they, together with Naruto and Lacerda, found themselves in the space of the domain, to which Lacerda also had full access. The domain greeted them with a pleasant glow of what replaced the sky. This glow was a barrier that fenced off the space from the outside world. There was enough space in the domain for a fairly large house, which was decided to be built later. The transfer process is complete. A few seconds after they found themselves here, Sia's voice was heard. Naruto did not answer. Looking around his own dimension, he remembered that entire path, especially the fight with the 10 tails, which he went through to obtain it. What about that dimension you recently told me about? Will you create it too, or will that be enough for now? The dragon interrupted the short silence with a completely understandable question. Uzumaki also told him that with the power of the God Tree, he could create a full-fledged dimension that would be almost no different from the real world. I think we don't need it for now, maybe later. Naruto answered after thinking for a bit. He himself was not averse to, like Kagaya, getting a personal world. Okay, let's go back, otherwise Myobu will get worried again. For now, it was decided not to give the fox access to the domain, simply because Uzumaki did not know what would happen to her surrounded by dense chakra. Yes, there were also magical particles in his domain, but Naruto was still trying to recreate the chakra background that once filled this world. Although the fox had some semblance of chakra, the chi was still weaker than hers. And, probably, such a volume and density of chakra could have a detrimental effect on the body of the fragile Myobu. Time continued to march forward inexorably. A couple of years had passed since receiving the domain. All this time they did not leave the island, only occasionally Uzumaki went to the continent to find out what was happening in the world. Everything was relatively calm there, no wars. Well, that's good. Myobu continued to develop steadily. Now she was close to ascending to the 8th tail. She only lacked the energy for this transition. In her animal form, she already owned weapons perfectly. At least she could fight Uzumaki with swords, partly. She could not choke him with her attacks, and Uzumaki simply chose a style that could be described in a few words: the best attack is defense. In this case, the fox could keep up with him on the same level, unless, of course, Naruto changed his fighting style. Still, in order not to get bored during long travels around the world, he studied different fighting styles of masters at different times. So he had no shortage of skill, and no shortage of strength, which could not be said of the fox. It was not surprising, she was young, even compared to Lacerda, let alone Uzumaki himself, who had witnessed the formation of the new world, especially since she had only recently begun to study the art of the sword, and had made good progress in it during this time. The domain had been slightly embellished during this time. A fairly large house with an equally large, beautiful courtyard had appeared in it. It was simply pleasant to rest in it. The relaxing noise emitted by the nearby forest was complemented by the beautiful views of the always fresh courtyard. The dragon was often here, and occasionally, when the occasion allowed, Uzumaki himself would rest. The fox had not yet visited here. It was decided to wait until she finally awakened the 8th tail, then it would be possible to try to bring her here. As had already been said, there was very little time left until the 8th tail. Energy was accumulating day after day, bringing the day of the awakening of the 8th tail closer and closer. Soon that day came, then Myobu lost consciousness right in their house, without even having time to leave it. A huge flow of chi was released from her body, capturing the area closest to the house. The amount and density of energy were great enough to create pressure that was capable of destroying both the house and the ground next to it. Now there was a small funnel in that place. Even the dragon came to see all this. Having learned from Uzumaki that this is how it should be, he simply stayed next to him, and calmly began to watch all this. The riot of chi lasted no more than half an hour, after which all the released energy reached Myobu. There was so much chi that the place where it was concentrated, that is, Myobu's body, began to emit a white light that could even blind an ordinary person. When the last particle of energy entered the fox's body, the very process of forming her new, human body began. Her human form was forming for about 3 more hours. All this time the two observers, it seemed, did not even move from the spot. When all this was over, in the place where their house used to be, there lay a small, even miniature, girl, whose body corresponded to a 17-year-old human girl. Her long hair was bright, white, almost the same as Uzumaki's. Her tails also changed their color to a lighter one. She did not have human ears, they were replaced by large, fox ears, which perfectly harmonized with beautiful, white hair. However, the fox got a rather beautiful body. Only a blind person could disagree with this, well, or a person with distorted ideas about beauty. The fox slept for a long time. She did not regain consciousness for about several days. All this time she was under the supervision of Uzumaki, in the domain. After all that energy release, Naruto still decided to move the fox to his domain. Now she could calmly be surrounded by denser chakra. When Myobu finally woke up, she felt unusual. After all, she needed a long time to get used to the new body. At first, it was difficult for the fox to even get up from the imposed place, so for several days after she woke up, she had to lie under the blanket in bed, getting used to the new sensations. A few days later, not without Naruto's help, she could already walk a little. She had to relearn this necessary skill. Uzumaki created her clothes in the same way as he did for himself, from chakra. She had to get used to the new body for several months, but she did not complain, obediently doing what Naruto said. The kitsune liked her own appearance, which did not surprise anyone, and the new opportunities that came with acquiring a human form made them surprised. Naruto did not expect that in this world there would be someone who could practically replicate the flame of the Uchiha clan, the blue fire that Myobu could easily create around herself. In its properties it was practically a copy of Amaterasu. Illusions also became much stronger than before. Myobu could change reality through illusion. Of course now it was incredibly difficult, and it consumed a lot of energy, but over time she would be able to do it much easier. Her other abilities and powers also increased. The ninth tail could be forgotten for now. To get it, first you need to get used to what she received from awakening the eighth tail and then accumulate strength for a long time. It was impossible to accurately indicate the boundary of her evolution into Kyubi no Kitsune. For everyone who was able to achieve this, it was different. Time continued its pace, not stopping for a moment. Days were replaced by weeks, then by months, and then by years. Seasons continued to replace each other without stopping. 10 years had already passed since the fox received her eighth tail. She was already quite full of knowledge and skills. She had mastered the sword to perfection, and thanks to the new power that she received from the eighth tail, she could be called a master of the art of the sword. She tried to spend a lot of time in her human form in order to get used to it better. In other aspects of her capabilities, she also improved considerably. In general, Myobu had become much stronger with the time spent with Uzumaki and Lacerda. Her training came to an end. They decided to return to the mainland. The fox was not used to being in new places on the central continent. After all, in her not very long life, she had managed to visit few places. If it hadn't been for that encounter near that tree, even if it hadn't been for that attack on her home, she probably would never have left the confines of her native forest. Now she could go wherever she wanted, to any point in the world, and she wouldn't have to go alone. After all, after so many years she had become attached to these ancient creatures, and they, in such a short time, from their point of view, had also begun to consider the little fox their dear friend. The first place they visited after almost 2 decades of sitting on one island was the forest with the chakra tree, which Uzumaki predicted would become the head of the entire intelligent forest. Of course, 10 years was not a long time for this tree, but still, during this time it was able to expand its power by several dozen kilometers. As soon as these three entered the forest of this intelligent tree, it actually immediately felt them. The tree immediately recognized its benefactor and his dragon companion, but the tree's mind did not recognize the kitsune that had changed during this time, but since she was next to Uzumaki, it did not touch her. Uzumaki felt the already familiar touch of the mental tentacle opening the shutter of protection. He felt the joy of the intelligent forest, the joy that he had returned to it, and in this storm of emotions Naruto singled out concern for the strange and vaguely familiar kitsune. They stayed in the forest for several days, while he asked Uzumaki about everything that happened, although their communication could not be called normal, but still it was pleasant. The tree also showed concern about the old rites of energy, which was so similar to the one that his interlocutor had. After leaving the forest, Uzumaki again gave him a piece of his own chakra, which again significantly strengthened this forest spirit. The course was taken to the northwest from this place. They were heading across the continent straight to the ice castle of Crimson on the ice continent. Along the way, they looked into the large cities of Ameld, as well as its capital. Over the years, almost nothing has changed in the kingdom. Almost 100 years he and Lacerda did not visit all these places. Only the capital of the kingdom changed. It became much larger, more beautiful and majestic. The most beautiful houses were almost in the entire capital of the kingdom. They were tall, some reached a height of several floors. The capital was dominated by white colors. For some reason the intelligent beings of this state loved this color, trying to express their own energy in a place where several million souls lived. The central castle, like the rest of the city, stood out with its beautiful features. Its towers reached a record several hundred meters. Of course, it was impossible to build without magic, but even so, it was incredible just to realize how much effort was spent on this. At the edges of the capital were the highest, pointed pyramid pillars. Their height exceeded even the towers of the majestic castle, 300 meters each of them. This octagon served as one of the main contours of the capital's defense. If necessary, an incredible amount of magical energy was released from these monolithic, white pillars, which then created an impassable barrier wall that could last for several weeks without replenishment from other sources. Ameld really could be deservedly called a super state only because of this city. Research in magical and other fields also helped to decorate such a beautiful city. Speaking of magic, although it had advanced significantly since Uzumaki left the Central Lands, it was of practically no interest to Naruto. And yet, what made him pay attention was quickly copied on scrolls and sent to the huge, still practically empty, library of the domain. So, slowly, they first crossed the border with the Empire of Ravenan, which was just gaining its power. This state did not cause any special interest in them. It was not very developed, or powerful, like the same Ameld, or the Eastern Empire. This country was even a little boring for them, in general, unremarkable. So in a few days they reached one of the most important ports not only of the Empire of Ravenan, but also of other states. Through this port, which scattered its borders in the north of the continent, one of the most important sea routes of world trade communication passed. In general, the greatest countries in the world could start a war for this port, it was so valuable. Although the port was beautiful, the company did not stay here for long, having found an old navigator who agreed to such a crazy idea as sailing to the harsh waters of the icy continent. Naturally, for a lot of money, they boarded the ship, expecting a quick departure. In the rather cozy cabin of a large ship, the silence lasted for a long time, almost until their departure. The first to break the silence, accompanied by a quiet splash of water against the side, was the dragon, accompanied by a quiet splash of water against the side. The dragon broke in, accompanied by a quiet splash of water against the side. The dragon broke in. So, what are we going to do next, after we visit Crimson? Lacerda clarified. Well, first we need to swim to him. He is preparing soul energy for me there. If you have not forgotten, of course. Uzumaki began to answer, but paused for a couple of moments, thinking about his further answer. If there is enough energy for a calm evolution, then we will conduct it right there. After all, it is like a whole mountain was hung over my soul, and then, perhaps, we will return to the continent. We will wait as before, when the light ones deign to return. And during that, how will we wait for the angels? Lacerda was not at all hooked by the words about the evolution of his friend. After all, he remembered their agreement with Guy very well. He was more concerned about the threat of the angels, which hangs over the world like a vague cloud. I don't know, maybe we'll visit the Eastern Empire and other small states, or maybe we'll do something else. He paused again for a moment, turning his different eyes to the fox, and continued. And you, Myobu, don't have any suggestions? After his question, the ship jerked a little, starting its long voyage to the frozen lands. No, I don't know where we can go after we visit Mr. Guy. I'm not like you, I just want to visit everywhere I can, without specific places. A quiet and pleasant voice of a young fox was heard. Oh, you shouldn't call Guy, master, you already know him well enough. Well, if you want to tell the whole world, then that's what we'll do. Naruto's answer surprised the fox quite a bit. After all, she didn't expect that because of her similar and insignificant desires they would change their plans. Thank you, but I don't know Mr. Guy well enough to talk to him like you do. Stop being formal, Myobu, you never communicated like that before. We are good friends, we don't need it. You saved my life, gave me such great power, but still, if you want, I will try to return to the previous style of communication, she answered with a slight smile on her lips. This was the end of the short conversation. Some slept on the bunks the whole way, like Lacerda, or occasionally Uzumaki, and some, like Myobu, looked out the ship's porthole almost the entire way, trying to remember all the distant islands that they encountered along the way. It took them about a couple of weeks to get to the ice continent. The shores of this harsh place greeted them as harshly as they looked. Since the ice continent was not developed by countries from the central lands, there were no ports here, not a single one. The company had to land where the ship could safely anchor. Since it was still far to the land of the continent, they had to continue their journey through the thickness of the ice, which stretched for several dozen kilometers from the real shore. As soon as they overcame the ice shield of this land, they were met by one of the demon's servants, who was the same demon, also from the Red family. Using one of the shortest paths that the Red knew, he led the guests to the castle, after which he immediately disappeared. They could enter the majestic building themselves, and besides, Uzumaki and Lacerda spent a long time here, so they should remember the labyrinths of this castle well. After wandering around various rooms for some time, they did not find the original, and his dragon comrade was also nowhere to be found. The last place where they could be found here was the dimension that Uzumaki created several decades ago. And so it turned out, at the table, in the hall, and those to whom they came were found. Having silently greeted each other, Naruto, along with his two comrades, proceeded to the place that was specially reserved for Uzumaki. As soon as he settled down, Guy broke the short silence. I didn't expect you to want to visit us yourself. I didn't even prepare anything for your arrival. I could have at least warned you, Guy began in his usual, playful tone. As if you didn't know we were coming here, Uzumaki replied, watching the fox's futile attempts to move the neighboring chair closer to him. Having looked at the slightly angry fox to his heart's content, Naruto gave an order to the core that controlled all the matter that was here, and the chair itself began to move in his direction, and a moment later Myobu also sat on it, casting a short, grateful glance at him. Lacerda, out of habit, had already settled down on the huge table. Oh, come on, so why did you come anyway? Well, I remembered that you said that you would soon finish collecting soul energy. I decided to check how things are going here, and if possible finish already, Uzumaki answered calmly, relaxing in a rather comfortable chair. Ah, so that's it. Well then wait a couple of minutes, everything will be ready now. Having finished, Guy looked at Velzado standing next to him. She also immediately understood everything. She left into the darkness of the gate. While we wait, I wanted to ask, are we changing our plans for the next holy war? No, everything is the same. We are waiting for critical moments, and only then we begin to act. What are you talking about? The fox, not understanding anything, intervened in the conversation. You didn't tell her. Crimson was surprised. We will explain everything to you later. Naruto preferred not to answer the question of the original. Velzado returned to the room, announcing it with her cold voice. Everything is ready. Well then, let's go my friend, Crimson said, pointing to the arch of the gate. They came out into a large room with high ceilings. Everything here was dark. The only source of light was a ball hanging right in the center of it all. Quickly looking around, Uzumaki noted that they were still within the castle, only deeper than before. Obviously, this was one of the basements, or catacombs. Crimson led them towards the glow. There were accumulators there. Having checked them, Naruto was slightly surprised. There was an incredible amount of energy in these crystals. Guy, tell me honestly, how many cities have you wiped out? Feeling such an amount of energy, Uzumaki simply could not help but ask such a question. What are you saying, my friend? This energy was obtained exactly as you asked. A slight smile played on the face of the original. How? I only gave you a little more than 100 seals. Naruto was perplexed. He really couldn't understand how such a small number of seals could collect such a huge amount of energy. It just didn't fit in his head. Yes, indeed, 100 of your seals really wouldn't be enough for that, so I just copied them, Crimson answered with the same slight smile. Sir, Guy probably means his copying skill that he used on your seals. Seer's voice was heard from Naruto's subconscious. Damn demon. I see you understood everything, or did she tell you? It doesn't matter, let's get started. Uzumaki waved off Crimson's question. Well, if you're in such a hurry, then fine. Guy walked away from the accumulators, leaving only Naruto near them, and he pulled the others along with him. Can you at least handle it yourself? Turning around, he threw to Uzumaki, who had already started. I will definitely cope. After these words, with the help of Naruto, all the accumulated energy of souls gushed out of the accumulators, which just as quickly began to be absorbed by the Uzumaki body. This all lasted for a couple of moments, after which Naruto lost consciousness, falling in the same place where he stood. He did not have time to touch the cold floor of this place, caught by the dragon. Evolution began, and the surge of energy from the new Prince of Darkness being born let the whole world know about it. Part 36. Now Crimson watched as one of the most ancient creatures of this world, and also his good friend, went through the evolution that he himself had gone through a long time ago. Guy did not spare energy, so he collected almost as much as he himself absorbed during his own evolution. After Uzumaki fell unconscious, for some time nothing special happened, except for the burst of energy that happens every time a true Prince of Darkness is born. A couple of dozen seconds after nothing happened, as if from everywhere, a melodic and incredibly calm voice was heard. It seemed to come from the heavens themselves, transmitting to the earth, which continued to carry the words that this strange voice said. The world itself was speaking. Attention! Individual, Uzumaki Naruto begins evolution into the Prince of Darkness. Upon its completion, all magical creatures associated with him will receive gifts. What was that? Excited by the voice coming from nowhere, Myobu looked around. Probably the voice of the world. The dragon thoughtfully raised his head to the ceiling and answered the question. What? She did not understand what Lacerda was talking about now. The voice of the world is a system that rules the world. It was once created by the dragon god Veldanava. Of course, its voice can rarely be heard, but still it is an integral part of our world. Before Lacerda could say anything, Crimson answered. Attention! Evolution into the Prince of Darkness begins. The individual's body will be rebuilt anew. The same voice interrupted the short conversation between them. Quote ellipsis. Success. All physical abilities of the individual's body will be greatly enhanced. All previously existing skills and abilities will be acquired again. Success. And also new skills were acquired such as absolute regeneration, ambition of the Prince of Darkness, control of the elemental elements, and time manipulation. Success. Uzumaki's comrades were surprised by their friend's new abilities, especially Myobu. Lacerda, as before, was not very surprised by what was happening now. Resistance to mental attacks has been obtained, as well as resistance to spiritual attacks. Success. This completes the evolution. I begin to give gifts to magical creatures associated with the individual. Success. After these words, the consciousness of the fox and the dragon wavered. Myobu fell to the floor, losing consciousness, while the dragon stoically endured all this. The process of gifting Lacerda and Myobu went without any incidents. They did not receive new skills, or anything like that. Their powers simply moved to a higher, qualitative level, but also some affinity with the elements also increased. The evolution is over. Now it remains to wait for Uzumaki and Myobu to regain consciousness, to finally make sure that everything went well. This will take only a few hours, in the worst case a day. Uzumaki lay there for only a couple of hours, but the fox slept for much longer. Such a sharp jump in strength put a lot of strain on the unprepared body of the young kitsune, so she lay unconscious for about 10 hours. During this time, Uzumaki tried to get used to the new sensations that evolution left behind. Tenfold increased energy reserves forced him to strain himself considerably in order to regain control. The physical abilities of his body also increased. Where else could they go? But still, this indicator, as well as mana and even chakra, increased tenfold. Uzumaki dealt with the new insensitivity to mental and spiritual attacks for a couple of hours. As he understood, the consequence of the appearance of such resistance was his long-standing protection that he imposed on his own mind and soul. After evolution, it simply passed into the category of natural shields of his body and soul. An analogy can be drawn with this. For example, his body, as a result of long coexistence and retention of dense energy, is itself capable of withstanding a strong blow from almost any weapon. This has become his natural defense, on which he no longer needs to spend an ounce of strength. Now the same thing happened with a more vulnerable mind and soul. And what were his new abilities worth? In general, all this can be sorted out for a very long time. Uzumaki received a more detailed presentation of his condition after evolution from Sia. She also helped him more accurately assess the difference between what was before and what became after. When the fox, who was a little unhappy with the spoiled snow-white robe, also woke up, they all returned to the hall together, where Velzado was already waiting for them. They sat for a couple of minutes without saying a word. Uzumaki was simply glad that one of his problems was finally solved, and now he would not have to bother himself about it. Guy simply did not know where to start the dialogue. So what next? We'll go back to the continent. The kitsune broke the long silence, causing everyone present to turn their gazes to her, even the dragon, who, surprisingly, was not sleeping. Well, there's nothing to do for now, Naruto responded, turning his gaze to Lacerda. What do you think? The dragon silently made it clear that he was not against going around the world again. After all, they hadn't done it for a long time. And when do you want to go? Guy, who had been silent, joined the conversation. Naruto thought. Probably tomorrow, or maybe in a couple of days. As it goes, so it will be. So soon. The fox was surprised. She thought that they would stay here for at least a week, or even 2. Yes, there's no need to linger when you can calmly go wherever you want, especially since we don't have anything else to do here, right, guy? Having answered Myobu, Naruto turned to the original. That's right, I don't dare to detain you any longer, but I still ask you to come here more often. Well, then go and rest, the new Prince of Darkness addressed his faithful comrades. And I'll take a walk for now. Having finished, Uzumaki got up from the table and headed to the gate. Now he wanted to test those few skills that he received during his evolution. Are you for long? I'll try to finish as quickly as possible, he answered the dragon, and the next moment disappeared into the vortex of the gate. Finding himself in the very north of the frozen continent, Uzumaki began to feel out new possibilities. When everything was clear with the increase in the amount of energy and its strength, as well as with physical strengthening, then with what the new abilities gave no. He started small, control of the elemental elements. This skill allowed him to directly control natural elements, which could actually be understood from the name of the ability. The received regeneration skill simply brought it to a new, qualitative level, making Uzumaki even more tenacious than before. But the next skill without the help of Manos Naruto would have taken a long time to figure out. The skill directly affected the aura of its bearer, strengthening it several times, and the skill also made those who fell under the influence of the aura terribly afraid, or obey the bearer of the skill. Due to the fact that Uzumaki's aura was felt as something ancient and majestic, and besides, the skill also endowed it with oppressive force, strengthening it, then this had an even greater effect on the one who was unlucky enough to be the object of the aura's release. The last skill that he received made him tinker with it for a long time. Time manipulation, it seems to be clear from the name, in part it is so, the skill really gave control over time to its owner. But to what extent could this control work? He clearly could not allow time to stop in the whole world. Of course, the skill also, in addition to the direct influence on time itself, strengthened all possible magic that affected this aspect. Uzumaki was able to understand this quickly. But with direct manipulation, without any algorithms or systems that usually build spells, he could not cope until late at night. Having decided to lighten his burden, Naruto simply gave the skill to Sia for complete study, and preferred to return to the castle. There, Lacerda immediately met him with a question. Well, how did it go? Difficult, but not bad. We need more time for all of this. Naruto immediately understood what his old friend meant. When are we leaving? Having received, albeit incomplete, an answer, Lacerda changed the subject. He trusted Naruto, and knew that if he said so, then probably everything was not so bad. Tomorrow, closer to noon. This was the end of the short dialogue. Naruto went to the familiar chambers that in this castle were firmly entrenched in him. He did not sleep, indulging in thoughts about how great the potential of his new ability was, what it could give him when it fully revealed itself. The rest of the night passed in such thoughts. In the morning they gathered in the same hall, already familiar to most. After a short conversation with the original and his companion, Uzumaki's company headed to the gate. Having said their final goodbyes, they disappeared into its whirlwind. They were transported near the port from which they had departed from the central continent a couple of days ago. The choice of which way and where to go was given to the fox, and based on it, Uzumaki made an approximate route for their small procession. The course was taken to the south, to the very center of the once great empire of Siltratso, now ruled by Revenant. They were walking to the place where the long-fallen capital of the empire once stood. After the war, only ruins remained, which nature had already taken over, but even so one could trace the greatness of the ancient capital. At the pace they were moving, the journey would take a couple of months. This time, of course, was not wasted. Naruto was figuring out new abilities, listening to the words of Sia, who was already able to thoroughly explore the new skill. The fox accumulated energy, which went into the accumulators that Uzumaki had given her. The dragon invariably enjoyed the views around him. Along the way, they visited many small cities of the Ravenant Empire. Of course, they did not stay there for long. They did not shine with anything. Only occasionally Uzumaki visited the local knowledge storage to copy something new into his personal library. Of course there was very little new. Still, in cities in which there are not even simple magic academies, it was almost impossible to find any special magical innovations. The road to the ancient capital was quite calm. The capital itself greeted its guests with ruins of once beautiful and large buildings. Almost the entire destroyed city was already overgrown with various plants and trees. In some more or less preserved houses even settled small animals, which only having seen uninvited guests hid in their holes. There was nothing to look for here. After all, the city was thoroughly destroyed. Even various magical seals had long since stopped their feeding, leaving behind only useless, fragmentary inscriptions on the walls, and they did not need them. After all, a lot of water had flowed under the bridge since then. Magic did not stand still, continuing to develop steadily. On the way, Myobu learned a lot about her ancient friends. Uzumaki, as he said, told her about the war that happened about 300 years ago. And also touched on part of his, and the dragon's, life before the war. Of course, the fox knew about that event, but not in such detail. Lacerda occasionally corrected Naruto, or supplemented his stories when he forgot something. They did not stay here for long. After all, as was already said, it would be impossible to find anything here, only a couple of days, after which they left the ruined capital. The new point where they were heading was the remains of the once majestic, most powerful empire of Siltratso. Yes, it still existed, but from its former greatness only history remained, which was already beginning to be forgotten. After all, more than 100 years had passed. The empire could now stand next to only small countries of the east. Yes, even the weakened beast kingdom dominated the current empire. In a word, the end was coming for Siltratso. Thus, village by village, city by city, country by country, they went around all the places of any significance in this world. It took them about 20 years to go around almost every corner of this world. To Uzumaki's surprise, the world had changed quite a lot since the moment he settled with Guy. Everything became more new. From the echoes of the holy war that haunted this world for several decades, almost nothing remained. People, and not only them, have already forgotten that once their ancestors fought for the right to life, forgot that the angels did not lose, and that they will certainly return soon. Lacerda and Naruto felt it. Although this soon for them does not mean the same as for mortal races. After all, even those 300 years that have passed since the war are like a moment for them. For those who witnessed the birth of the new world, 300 years is not a period to worry about. During their journey, Uzumaki collected quite a lot of interesting books, spells, memoirs and tomes, but even so, it all did not take up even a tenth of the library. Although Naruto himself often supplemented it with his developments. In general, they spent time not only with pleasure from the long journey, but also with benefit for themselves. Uzumaki almost completely disassembled everything that time manipulation gives him. Not without the help of Manos, of course. This ability does exactly what is indicated in its name, controls time in a certain area. No, of course, the skill can cover 200 kilometers, but it will also take a corresponding fee, and so at a distance of 100 meters, the costs of manipulation are acceptable. The ability itself allows you to stop time, as strange as it may be, for a certain time. Basically the stop worked until the invested energy supply ended. Also, a 100-fold acceleration and deceleration relative to the usual speed of time. It was obvious. After all, what can you imagine when you hear time manipulation? This is exactly it. In addition, with the help of this power, it was possible to create time loops, as well as imprison anyone in them. Another rather terrifying side of the manipulation ability was that it could erase anything from the time flow as if it had never existed. Uzumaki thought for a long time, why did he get this particular power? Why not something else? But alas, even Sia could not answer this question. Probably, the voice of the world considered this skill more suitable for him. And perhaps something else could influence this. But it will never be possible to know for sure. Part 37. Time continued its flow. It felt like it was accelerating with each passing day. A couple of years had passed since their round-the-world trip, which, for the most part, they spent in the domain, occasionally leaving it to find out, did anything interesting happen in the world. In other words, they had nothing else to do. So everyone was doing what could captivate them, at least for a while. Naruto continued to observe and collect everything that could be placed in their library. Lacerda enjoyed life, trying not to strain himself too much over all sorts of trifles. The appearance of the fox stirred up the ancients a little, bringing new colors into their lives. The fox tried to grab hold of at least something. It was difficult for her to do one thing. She quickly got bored with it, and sitting idle for her was like death. So, on her initiative, their short break ended. They went on a new journey around the world. And so several times. One of those days, when Myobu pulled her comrades out on the road again, they met a strange man. He was dressed in strange clothes for this world in general, wore strange glasses, and had only a couple of sheets of paper with him, covered with something. The man addressed them in an incomprehensible language. It was not similar to any language that existed in this world, but seemed vaguely familiar to Uzumaki. While he was trying to remember this language, the fox suggested that they just pass by the strange man, and the dragon, seeing the thoughtfulness of his friend, silently stood next to him, looking at the man opposite, from which he was greatly frightened and fell silent. Uzumaki finally understood why this language, which the man he met spoke, was so familiar. It was similar to the language of the Land of Fire from the past. Naruto had already forgotten about it. After all, he had not spoken it normally for a long time, and did not even think about it, having switched to the language of the new world, and with him the dragon. Having recovered from the shock and realizing that the strange beast did not seem to be going to eat him, the strange man turned to them again, and Uzumaki was already trying to make out what they were saying, trying to remember the words he had already forgotten, and after a couple of minutes he finally succeeded. The man, who had introduced himself more than once as Naruto Mori, was trying to find out where he had ended up, asking if they knew how to get to cities whose names Naruto had never heard before, and many other strange questions. Having calmed down the agitated man, Uzumaki explained where they were now and named the nearest cities to which this road could lead. Naruto had heard these names for the first time. He thought that he had somehow ended up somewhere far from his homeland, perhaps even on another continent, since such names were not typical of the region where he lived. So he asked the people who met him, or not people. After all, he initially took the tails of the white-haired girl for a prop, as well as her ears, but then he noticed that they moved as if they were part of the body. About the strange lizard, and even with wings, he had nothing to say. The most normal of them seemed to him to be a young guy, but oh well. He asked that they take him to the nearest city, and from there he himself would deal with the fact that he would return home. They did not refuse. Thanking them, Naruto silently followed them, listening to how the girl clearly tried to find out what they were talking about here, in a language he did not understand, which convinced him even more that he was carried away somewhere far away. It was a couple of hours' journey to the city, so by evening they were already at its gates. Naruto was even more surprised by the sight of the city itself than by the people who met them at the gates. He no longer understood where he had been thrown. After all, finding a city in which there was not a single high-rise building in his time was practically impossible. When Naruto turned to Uzumaki about this, he realized that everything was clearly not as simple as one might think. Having decided to question the man more thoroughly, Naruto led everyone straight to the hotel. They had been to this city more than once, so he knew perfectly well where everything was. In the hotel room itself, having previously set up several barriers, Naruto began the survey, the result of which was that this man was not from this time, and not even from this world. Still, if the first option were correct, then Naruto would clearly have heard of at least one of the currently existing countries, but no, he named states that they had not even heard of. Uzumaki had heard of the aliens, but he couldn't understand how Naruto ended up on the road to a small city, where they certainly wouldn't conduct a summoning ritual. The interviewee himself said that when he was moving from one building of the research building to another, he was blinded by a strange green flash, after which he found himself on the road, where he spent about an hour before meeting them. Naruto couldn't help him somehow. He couldn't send someone to another world, so he offered to stay with them for now until Naruto decided to settle in some country, to which he agreed. In exchange for help, he offered to share his knowledge. After all, he was a pretty knowledgeable person. Uzumaki didn't mind. New knowledge wouldn't hurt him, and the library was still mostly empty. Naruto decided to do all this in the domain, to the transfer to which the alien reacted quite violently, so Uzumaki had to explain what and how he did. The alien really knew a lot. In the half a year that he spent here, with his help Naruto copied several empty books that were prepared for another. Most of all, the man talked about space. He was clearly obsessed with it. Of all this, Naruto singled out for himself only one thing that was more useful for him. Artificial satellites that were launched into the planet's orbit and hung there until they fell, or otherwise ceased to exist. The purpose of such objects could be different, from transmitting information to surveillance. The latter was very interesting to Naruto. After all, he did not want to go somewhere, check something because of some rumors that it was not yet clear who started, but then he looked through the satellite, what was there and how, and there was no need to go anywhere. Naruto decided that as soon as he helped this man find a new home, he would immediately start creating something similar. Over the next 6 months, the alien shared all the possible knowledge that he understood at least a little. After several visits to the large cities of the kingdom and its capital, the alien decided to stay in the latter. He liked the city for its appearance and development. So they said goodbye. After saying goodbye, Naruto returned to the domain, where he began to develop his own satellites. It was not difficult to create the body itself, and there was no need to worry about its strength. Still, all the material was reinforced with runes and seals. The main problem was how to connect the network of satellites with the main center, how to bring the satellites to the desired height and orbit, and how to ensure their functionality. Although there was no question about the latter, magic and FUNN would help him. Naruto decided to provide the connection with the help of 100 spirits, and that is how many he decided to make his satellites. The spirits needed were not weak, and finding 100 higher spirits around the world was not an easy task. Although Uzumaki coped with this in just a couple of months, the only thing left to solve was how to get it all to the right height and give it the right speed so they wouldn't fall back. Not finding anything that could do something like that, Naruto turned to Sia, who suggested simply moving them using teleportation, which she would handle the calculations herself. Having received her master's consent, she set to work. Soon the first satellite was sent into orbit. So far, only one. It was necessary to make sure the method was effective, and whether everything Naruto had stuffed into the satellite worked. The spirit regularly transmitted everything it needed through the communication channel that was obtained after the naming. All observation modes worked as needed, without interruptions. Although after moving to such a height, all observation systems began to require more energy for their work. They pulled energy from the spirit, and he, with Uzumaki's permission, pulled it from his. All the spirits of the satellites were connected to another higher one, which was the center of the entire system. The spirit was left in the domain. It could receive everything that the spirits above could see, and also reproduce everything that it received with the help of illusions, so it was possible to create a kind of screen. After some time, allotted to make sure that the satellite would not fall back to the ground, the remaining 100 were launched into orbit, scattered across the entire sky. Of course, all this required a lot of energy, but the accumulator allocated for all this, not small volumes, could reliably and smoothly provide the entire system for a whole month, after which it received a recharge. However, it turned out not bad. After he finished, time seemed to pick up speed again. The year that Uzumaki spent on his project seemed to him a whole decade. The days again began to pass in a familiar way, and once every couple of years, Myobu again pulled them out of the domain on a journey. So months, years and decades passed. The days were not particularly notable, and even the rare forays did not bring the same colors as before. Until one of these, seemingly ordinary days, something happened that could not even be guessed, and certainly not predicted. They, as usual, walked along one of the many roads leading to different cities, halfway to which, for some reason, tired and, unusually, sleepy Fox fell unconscious. Evolution, her two faithful friends immediately thought, in which they were actually right. This should have been expected in the next 200 years at least, but as has already been said, this event could not be predicted. It happened 100 years earlier than the stated time. Energy was seething, breaking out into the surrounding world from the fox's body, and this was not the breeze that accompanied the awakening of the eighth tail. This was a whole hurricane, a typhoon. The amount of chi that the seemingly small girl was emitting was so great, and as Naruto could feel, the energy was being released even from all the accumulators, of which the fox had quite a few. The energy was raging, trying to bring destruction to everything it could reach. In order not to disturb the city nearby, and Uzumaki had no doubt that there were those in it who could detect such a riot of energy. So they raised a barrier that held back the raging chi, not allowing its pressure to even reach the city. This continued for about half a day, and closer to late at night it all stopped, the energy calmed down, returning to its owner. But, as one might think, the evolution did not end there. Such a fabulous amount of energy, which returned to the body of the mistress, exceeded the initial volume several times. It was difficult to withstand, so as soon as the entire ocean, to the very last drop, of chi ended up in the fox's body, it began to collapse and rebuild, adapting to the new volumes and density of energy. Myobu was lucky that she went through this without feeling it, because if she had been conscious, she would probably have gone crazy from the pain caused by the restructuring of the body. And she would not have been able to be conscious, because evolution affected not only the body, but also the soul. It was filled with energy, gained strength, moving to a new level of existence. Without this, the relatively weak soul of the fox would not have been able to withstand the newly acquired strength. However, the remaining stages of evolution took place until the middle of the next day. After that, Myobu's body did not change much, only becoming a little older. By the look of it, she can now be given about 19 years. Of course, a ninth, fluffy tail was added. The girl's strength also increased quite a bit. The blue flame that she received after the previous awakening moved to a new level in terms of destructiveness and power, and control over it is now much higher. And also the illusions, where would we be without them, became much stronger. One could say that now she can partially influence reality itself. Of course, she will not be able to erase someone from reality, she will not have enough energy, and there is no skill either. The physical body also received a boost in strength, and not a small one. However, even so, the fox would need time to master her new abilities. They decided to do this mostly in the domain. Although the space there was becoming smaller and smaller. After they had practically settled there, Uzumaki built him a rather large house for his personal use. So Naruto was already thinking about becoming like Kagaya, creating his own dimension. A couple of years had already passed since the evolution. Myobu was diligently mastering new opportunities. For a while, their exits into the world stopped, because the one who used to pull them there was busy. This would have continued for a little while. After all, the fox was helped, simplifying the adaptation process. And soon as she finished, the kitsune would immediately pull her comrades into another journey, to which she had already become addicted. But this was not destined to come true, at least not now, and not in the near future. The threat that hung over the world for 500 years, and did not give a single reason for new generations to remember it. Once, as many thought, the defeated angels, again began their bloody campaign. This time, the White Winged appeared near the great capital of Ameld, as you can guess, the kingdom of Ameld. The kingdom, which had not expected this, was able to preserve its own capital only thanks to an excellent defense system. The main forces were far from the city, so it would have to remain under siege for some time. However, this was not the entire force of the light, not even close. This, so to speak, was the first wave, a test of what they would have to deal with. And only after that would a terrifying force descend upon this world. Which, in fact, is what happened. Some time after the siege of the kingdom's capital, a real war began. The Holy War of Tenma descended upon this world again. At first, as if repeating the history of the past, the kingdom's forces managed to restrain, and in some places even push back, the light. But soon the situation changed. At first, a small war grew into practically a whole Armageddon for the developed states. Yes, precisely for the developed ones. For some reason the angels did not continue their journey to the east as soon as they reached the borders of the kingdom with the Dragon Kingdom. Ameld's army tried to keep the more valuable regions that would help the kingdom wage a long war. But the angels were unstoppable. The defense was being pushed through, the army was retreating. Only a year after the war began, Ameld lost its capital. Under a long siege, the barriers fell, the energy in them ran out, and after the barrier, the city itself fell. Some time after that, what was left of the kingdom, having forgotten about grievances and claims, turned to its neighbors, asking for help. The West almost immediately accepted the request for help. The Ravenand knew very well what their inaction could lead to. They remembered very well on the bones of which state the current empire was being built. Even the greatest of the greatest empires of the past, the Siltratso Empire, fell in the Holy War. The East, for now, remained silent, taking no action in relation to the war or to the weakened kingdom. So another half-year passed. Ameld was already on the edge, there was no strength left, and there was nowhere to replenish it. Almost all the cities of the kingdom were razed to the ground, only some border fortress cities remained, and a couple of ports were still standing. Things were going badly not only for the kingdom, but also for the empire, which was the first to volunteer to help its neighbor. After the army of Ameld was almost defeated, Ravenand was left almost alone from the west. The empire was losing its lands at a much faster rate than the kingdom, and soon it was threatened with being completely defeated. The Eastern Empire joined only a couple of months after the fall of the capital of Ameld, when the Light Ones had already entered the territories obtained in the wars after the First Darkness. The mountainous region was impossible to hold, so the empire of Nazca Namrium Ulmaria strengthened its defensive line even on the pre-war border. Thanks to the preparations, the Eastern Empire only lost the mountainous regions in the west, and some of its territories on the border with the former kingdom of Ameld. Uzumaki learned about the war almost immediately after it began. They were in the domain helping the fox develop her powers when the spirit center reported strange magic activity. As soon as Uzumaki looked, "What's going on there?" he immediately understood, the war with the angels had begun. The dragon that was next to him then only sighed tiredly. He clearly did not want this. The fox, who, like Lacerda, was nearby, expressed her desire to go straight there, but Naruto quickly stopped her, forbidding Myobu to even stick his head out of the domain. Immediately after that, he, together with Lacerda, went to Crimson, who also already knew about the war that had begun. Having moved to the hall, Uzumaki found there, besides Guy and his dragon companion, two girls. One looked like the long-dead Lucia, the same pink hair and blue eyes. Naruto almost immediately realized who it was, the daughter of the dragon god Veldanava and the human woman Lucia, Milim Nava. The second was a strange, fair-haired fairy, whom Guy introduced as Ramaris, one of the first demon lords. Uzumaki decided to leave a closer acquaintance for later. Now the main thing was the beginning of the war, and since these two were here, then, probably, they would not stand aside either. According to the agreement, they were not supposed to interfere in the war until the intelligent ones ceased to cope on their own. The final threshold for this was the fall of the capital of the kingdom. Naruto, of course, was eager to go there before, but Guy constantly stopped him. But alas, Uzumaki could not do anything even after he personally appeared on the warfield. Wherever he appeared, as if waiting for him, he was met by not small forces of the Light Ones, the battle with which took a lot of time and effort. Then Uzumaki decided to change the approach. Since he himself could not do anything, then he decided to act a little differently. His companion spirits could shine through almost the entire central continent, which allowed, with the help of the simplest teleportation spell, to send sealed techniques and spells of varying power where needed. Of course, this did not help much, but it spoiled the blood of the Light Ones significantly. The war ended unexpectedly, as it began. The consequences of the war were horrific, but not as bad as the first time. But there was something strange. Why did the angels stop? Last time they rolled like a steamroller almost across the entire world, and here only 3 states suffered directly from the war, 2 of which were completely destroyed, and the third was weakened. The ancients thought about this for a long time, coming to only one thought, which was more plausible than all the others: angels come only to develop countries. It was confirmed by the fact that even having reached the borders of more backward countries, the Light Ones did not continue their journey there. However, this still needed to be confirmed by experience, which would not happen soon. They stayed in the Dimension Hall for a long time, discussing various things related to the war and more. Uzumaki met the daughter of his first acquaintance in this world and a strange fairy. And after some time, in the company of a dragon and an offended fox, he returned to the domain. He needed to think over a lot in silence, which would not have happened in that company. Part 38. Several years had passed since the war. The world began to recover little by little. During this time, Naruto did almost nothing, only gradually established relationships with new acquaintances, the fairy Ramaris and the daughter of the first creature that Uzumaki met in this world, the dragon god, Milim. They talked a lot. Uzumaki told different stories from the past, distant enough to interest 2 immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. In his free time, he visited them quite often, coming to their domain. After all, it was difficult to find Naruto in the dimension. After all, he began to visit it even less often. Of course, when he went out to visit, he was accompanied by his constant comrades. Occasionally, Milim, or the Queen of the Fairies, even visited Uzumaki's domain. They could move there freely. After one incident, Naruto gave a seal that could open a portal to the domain for a couple of seconds, both of them. Then, having learned from Myobu about the domain, Milim began to persuade Uzumaki to show them his dimension. It was easier for him to agree to this request, otherwise, the princess would probably be offended, and Naruto did not want to offend her at all. Not at all because of fear of her incredibly huge power. No, there was something else. Perhaps he wanted to apologize to the child he saw in Milim, because when it was necessary, he did not come to help her, did not even try to find her somehow, or maybe because of guilt before Veldanava, for the same reasons, or maybe something else. Uzumaki himself could not say this either. So Uzumaki spent a lot of time alternating communication with new friends and his own research and development. But with the passage of time, boredom came. What he could research himself had already been researched and created, and he could not learn anything from those living on the continent. They were still recovering from the consequences of the war, so they did not care about something like that now. Meetings with new friends began to happen less and less often. No, they did not get tired of each other's company. They just had new activities and interests, and coming back after half a century for long-lived, or even immortal, was a common thing. They did not consider it something offensive, or offensive to each other. After all, such was their perception of time. The curse of the Eternals began to gradually overtake Uzumaki. Boredom rolled in with each day. There was nothing to do. Even the overly active fox was not left untouched. Frequent travels became boring, ceasing to bring those bright colors into their lives. One of those days, an idea came to Uzumaki's mind that could, at least temporarily, dispel their boredom. This idea came to him when he remembered that he was the only one of the princes he knew who did not have any of his own possessions in the ordinary world. The domain did not count. The idea was terribly simple, but also complex. Uzumaki simply wanted to create a new state, somewhere on the outskirts of the world, or in a quiet place. The main thing was that others would not interfere with their peaceful life there. They decided on the place quite quickly. The intelligent chakra forest had already grown to many hundreds of kilometers, and happily allocated 10 for the construction of the capital of the new country, the borders of which became the border of the forest. The total area of the forest by this time approached 41,000 kilometers, which was quite enough to build a state. At Naruto's request, the intelligent forest stopped expanding. It did not agree for a long time, because if it stopped, it would sooner or later disappear, having exhausted its own energy resource, to which Naruto promised the supreme tree that he would give something in return, something that would not allow the forest to disappear. After some time of long reflection, the tree agreed. It had no reason not to believe the words of its own benefactor. Building an entire estate for the sake of 3 or 4 creatures was obviously not reasonable, so all at the same requests of Uzumaki, the tree brought to them more intelligent inhabitants of the forest that were capable of at least some kind of dialogue. Among them were many different races, among them were those who had long fought with each other for territories, but now no one even tried to think about the battle, because the forest itself turned to them, calling them somewhere, and they obeyed, clearly understanding that they could not resist it if they wanted to live here in peace. Among the races there were several tribes of eastern goblins, whose lands were absorbed by the tree over time. There were few of them, barely 1,500 heads would gather. Besides them there were also intelligent insects, spiders, and even spirits somehow wormed their way into the ranks of the forest inhabitants. Naruto was even surprised by such a variety of races in such a small territory, but was still grateful to the tree for such help, promising to repay as soon as possible. First of all, he decided to get to know everyone who responded to the call of the tree and came here. In total, there were about 4,000 souls here, not many of course, but enough. After which he told them all about his plans for these lands, offering those who wanted to stay with him. Those who did not want this could calmly leave them. Uzumaki was not going to hold anyone by force, perfectly understanding that nothing would come of it. Not many left. About 100 intelligent people preferred to continue living in the forest without worrying about anything. Time sped up again, running through days, months and years. The Uzumaki country was gradually being rebuilt. The named monsters coped with the tasks perfectly. It was quite calm here, at least no one fought with anyone, although there were those who wanted to rebel against the power of the ruler who appeared out of nowhere, but they were quickly pacified by their own, understanding perfectly well that here together they would achieve a better life than in the forest separately. There were not many rules here. The main ones could be identified only two: do not start conflicts, and do not stick your head out of the forest. As one could probably understand, the country was rather closed to others, in no hurry to enter into any kind of relationship with anyone. Uzumaki simply did not need this. The city was impressively built, but it was not large. The monsters built it practically themselves. Naruto wanted them to achieve a good life on their own. He only directed them, occasionally helping. So order and peace would not have left this place for a long time if 3 princes had not come here. It is not clear where they learned about this: Guy, Milam and Ramaris. Although Crimson probably found out about everything, after which he told the 2 princesses, after which they all went here, of course, with congratulations. It was decided to celebrate this event, so a feast was thrown in a small town. Years passed, the country developed, reaching almost complete self-sufficiency, and along with this, boredom began to set in again. Even the creation of his own world could not occupy Uzumaki for long. Speaking of which, the world was similar to those created by Kagawa long ago, but it was more complete. It was not a world of one element, as in the case of Otsutsuki. The world was small, in size it can be compared to a great forest, in which, by the way, the country of Uzumaki was located. The dimension was overflowing with chakra, reminiscent of the long-dead shinobi world, and it was created as a payment to the tree for it to stop expanding in this world. And the tree happily accepted such a payment, because in this dimension it would not be difficult for it to become much stronger and bigger. There were no people there who would prevent it from doing so. So a couple of decades passed. His own country no longer needed him, continuing to move forward towards a bright future on its own. The only thing it needed from him was protection, which Naruto provided, announcing to the whole world that this land belonged only to him. There were few brave ones to poke around in the territory of the Prince of Darkness, so no one interfered with them. On one of those identical days, so much so that Naruto had already stopped even noticing their change, Uzumaki was in the domain. He was watching with the help of his spirits what was happening on the continent. He was already going to go to his library, to read at least some book, although he knew them all by heart. How the silence in his bored mind was broken by Sia. "Sir, the analysis of the artifact sword given to you by Veldenawa has already been completed. What should I do with it?" Manos's pleasant voice could not be heard often. She rarely spoke without a good reason, or until she was asked. "Analysis, I don't remember when I asked you about it." No matter how hard Uzumaki tried, he could not remember when Sia asked about it. "On the eve of the war, you gave me the sword for study, don't you remember?" It seemed to Uzumaki that the last words sounded somehow mockingly. "It's not that I don't remember, it doesn't matter. So what about this sword?" "The sword you gave me before the war," she said as if mockingly, "is supposedly indestructible, has incredible cutting abilities, probably the sharpest thing that exists in this world." Sia was silent for a couple of seconds, thinking about how to say the rest of the information about the sword more simply. Finally, having collected her thoughts, she continued, "Supposedly, the power of Veldenawa is contained in this sword. I want to immediately offer you to merge with the sword, thereby absorbing most of its energy, which will significantly contribute to your strengthening," she finished, thinking for a moment about the further conversation. "What, merge with it, absorb the energy, is that possible?" Uzumaki was surprised, even shocked. He did not imagine that something like this was even possible. It is possible, but too long, Sia answered laconically. Okay, Sia, tell me everything that is needed for this fusion and what effects will be afterwards. Sia was silent for a few moments, sighed heavily. It was difficult for her to talk about something like that, and began, to merge with the sword, you will need a long meditation, part of which will take place under my control. I advise you to do it in the outside world, somewhere far from intelligent beings and in principle from the central lands. As I already said, to merge, you will have to meditate for a long time, an approximate estimate is from 3 to 4,000 years. How much? Uzumaki lost his returned calm. He could not imagine that this would drag on so long that he would need to meditate all this time. In such a number of years of meditation, he would simply lose his eye, but, as Manos had already said, she would control part of her, which would allow him to preserve himself. But what would happen to the rest? Naruto could not afford to leave them for such a long time. So he simply couldn't help but ask, Sia, can't this process be sped up somehow, for example by manipulating time? She didn't answer for a moment, obviously thinking about the guy's question. After a couple of seconds Sia answered, the maximum possible acceleration of time in the meditation space is twofold. More will lead to too much energy being released into the surrounding world, and ultimately to the contamination of the territory with excess magic. Okay, that's more acceptable. Naruto thought for a while, should he do it at all? He was more inclined to answer this question positively, but time. Even taking into account the acceleration, it took too much. He couldn't decide this himself. He had to talk to Lacerda about this, and then to the fox. Sia, prepare everything that is needed for now. Having finished the conversation, Naruto went to the dragon's chambers. He needed to discuss all this with him first of all. The dragon was found quickly. He usually rarely left the house, not to mention the domain. Lacerda was already waiting for him, beautifully feeling the excitement of his old friend when he entered him. They were silent. Uzumaki was thinking how best to tell everything, although the dragon would understand him in any case. The silence lasted for a couple of minutes, until Lacerda interrupted it. If you're thinking about it for so long, it means it's something very important. The dragon knew perfectly well that if Uzumaki couldn't start a topic for so long, then either everything there was very complicated, or too unsafe. Yes, Uzumaki answered, torn from his thoughts, fell silent again for a couple of moments, collected his thoughts and continued, Lacerda, I might need to leave for about 3,000 years. Why? The dragon reacted very calmly to Uzumaki's statement. Veldenawa's sword. Having said this, Naruto received only a questioning look from Lacerda, and he had to continue. Sia said that I can merge with it, absorbing almost all of its power. And you decided to do this? Uzumaki's only answer was an affirmative nod. And have you thought about Myobu? She is still too young. She is not even 500, for her time goes by completely differently. What for us 100 years is a moment that will fly by like an hour. For her it is a significant part of life, and she has become too attached to you. You are a very close person to her, it seems. I don't know how to say it better, so your departure will greatly affect her. I know, that's why I came to you to discuss everything. Then, what can you offer? Uzumaki thought. He tried for a long time to think of at least something that could help now. Several minutes of silence passed before he began. I can slow down the domain and put a double slowing barrier here, but then you will not be able to leave it, because of too big a difference in the flow of time of the domain and the outside world, and anyway you will have to wait at least 500 years, but it is certainly better than 2 or 3,000 years. You know, I can wait all 5,000 years, so it doesn't really matter to me. It's better to talk to the fox. After all, even half a thousand is almost the same amount of time that she has already lived. At this point their dialogue died down. The dragon had nothing more to say. Just like Uzumaki, he had already received Lacerda's approval. Now he needed to somehow talk to the fox. Myobu was found in the library, reading a book about chakra, which had appeared in the library not so long ago. It had changed in general recently, dividing into 3 sections, magic, chakra and the energy that is obtained by mixing those two. The third section was practically empty. It contained, perhaps, a couple of books on the principle of transforming this energy, its control and application. The fox did not even notice how Uzumaki entered the room. Only when he came closer to her, she paid attention to him. The seriousness of the friend who came made the fox tense up, rarely when she saw him like this. For a few seconds she looked at him with incomprehension. Sighing heavily, Uzumaki came a little closer to the table where the white-haired girl was reading, and finally began, Myobu, I understand that the next conversation will be quite difficult, so I will try to say everything as simply as possible. For some reason, I need to leave for a long time, but for you and Lacerda it will be much less than for me. About 500 years, maybe a little more. Naruto paused, letting the fox think about what he had just heard. What? For how long? Why? The fox's tension evaporated, replaced by deep shock and incomprehension. She simply could not imagine what could have happened for Naruto to leave for such an impressive amount of time. After waiting for a minute until Myobu calmed down a little, Naruto continued, I understand that this will not give you anything, but still, having fallen silent for a moment, he moves his hand to the side, calling the sword into it. This weapon, he extends the sword towards Myobu, that I received a long time ago, long before you appeared, and your family, probably the sword of Veldenawa, an incredibly powerful artifact weapon, with incredible energy, which I want to absorb through fusion. For which I need to leave you for a while. Naruto stopped again, expecting questions from the excited fox. After a while, he returned the sword back to his subspace, and he sat down at the same table where his interlocutor was sitting, opposite her. She thought for a long time what to tell him not to leave. She didn't want to, but she understood that she couldn't stop him. She didn't want to seem selfish, stopping Naruto on the way to strengthening, because she herself was looking for him, accepting help from them. But her heart ached, with every thought that he would leave for such a long time. It didn't want to let him go, forcing her to come up with at least something so that he would stay. And what about our city? Her voice trembled traitorously, not allowing her to hide the storm of emotions that raged inside. I'll leave him in the care of the tree. It should cope with this. Naruto saw her hesitation. If you don't want to, I can stay. He understood that he acted too selfishly towards her, but he also understood that it was necessary. He was still not strong enough to protect the fox and other intelligent beings close to him. The silence that followed Uzumaki's words lasted long enough. Naruto, not wanting to put pressure on the fox with his appearance, wanted to leave, but before he could get up from behind the table, he was interrupted by the still trembling, but not so much, muffled voice of the kitsune. You will come back, right? Of course. Then come back quickly. After these words she buried her face in the already forgotten book, trying to hold back as long as possible so as not to burst into tears right now in front of him. Leaving the library, Naruto managed to hear only a quiet sob from behind the closing door. Cat scratched his soul. He froze where he stood, thinking for a while. He remembered everything that Sia told him, looking for a way to speed up this process even a little. One was found quite quickly. You just need to speed up the space of meditation, at least 2.5 or 3 times from the usual speed of the world. But he also understood the consequences of this. Too much energy release would cause mutation of everyone nearby. With these thoughts he addressed Manos. Sia, find the most remote island from everyone, and prepare a 3-fold acceleration for the barrier. His voice was firm. He didn't care what would happen to those inhabitants. If there were any at all, it was better for him to burn out all the mutated ones later than make the fox wait any longer. But Sia wanted to say something about the danger of such a decision, but was interrupted. It doesn't matter, Sia, just do it. This was the end of the short dialogue. She understood that she would no longer be able to convince Naruto, so she simply got to work. The place was found quite quickly. After all, with a full map of the whole world it is difficult to linger on this. It was located far to the west of the ice continent. Naruto decided to go there, having previously warned everyone he needed to about his long departure. This place turned out to be a group of small islands, even small ones. The largest of them was 200 meters in diameter. Unfortunately, the islands turned out to be quite inhabited, which meant that everyone here was doomed to die. Fortunately there is no intelligent life here. With a heavy sigh, Uzumaki told Sia to build a protective barrier around the archipelago, a kilometer from the shore of each island. So he wanted to protect the sea creatures that lived nearby and who could swim too close to the islands, and the barriers would not allow those already inside to leave their boundaries. The islands, although not so populated, still had those who could potentially mutate into a beast of some level, an archdemon, that is, into a rank, or even worse, into A+, which Naruto did not really want, and since these beasts, even after going through mutations, are unlikely to acquire intelligence, it is unlikely that it will be possible to negotiate with them at all, or at least pacify them, so it was decided not to let such creatures live. The barrier had already been installed, so having moved to a quieter island, Naruto installed another barrier, but this time above himself. He should not let anyone approach him. Already inside this barrier, Sia was speeding up time. Having settled down comfortably and taken the necessary position for meditation, Naruto summoned a sword, piled it on his knees. Then he simply did what Sia told him. The long meditation began, and after a couple of days, energy was just gushing from this place. Years passed, decades for Uzumaki. 1,000 years had already passed for him, and about the same number of times his body was rebuilt under the influence of the absorbed energy. This is what Sia mainly controlled, not allowing Uzumaki to be distracted by the changes happening to him. Even now, not having passed even half the way, he became much stronger than he was when he left the domain. His body, soul and energy will go through hundreds more transformation cycles, yet they were too weak to hold this bottomless ocean of energy, let alone fully absorb it. As predicted, all living things on this archipelago that fell under the influence of energy began to change, mutate. Already now there are monsters here that have reached level B, and some even B+. If this continues, then in about 400 years all the creatures here will be no lower than rank A, which is not very pleasing, but for now there was nothing that could be done. Another 1,500 years passed under the barrier. Sia, who at the beginning could only give an approximate time frame, could now name the exact time until completion. There was very little time left, compared to how much had already passed. The world, by the way, had changed since Naruto came here. About 700 years had passed in the outside world. During this time 2 Tenma wars had thundered. Of course everything had changed. States replaced each other, divided the territories liberated after the Tenma wars, already in their own small wars, and so exactly, after each war, people did not change, and other races were no better either. The continent was torn apart by constant wars, bringing with them destroyed wastelands and cities, so several times, dense and blooming forests to the west turned into lifeless, scorched deserts, although in just a couple of centuries nature returned to its rightful place. In general, the continent continued to live, maintaining almost the same pace as always. As for the domain, nothing special happened there. Myobu tried to while away the time as best she could, and Lacerda actively helped her with this, loading her with whatever he could, or telling stories and legends of long-gone years. It helped. She forgot herself for a short time, absorbed in a new story, or driven to unconsciousness by training with the dragon. But still, melancholy rolled over her every time she had a free minute. She counted every day, month and year since Uzumaki's departure, which did not particularly add to her good mood. The 700 remaining years flew by like a day. The fusion with the sword was completed along with the last transformation of energy and body. Uzumaki stood up, stretched, although not a single part of his body even went numb during the entire time that he spent without a single movement. Naruto looked around. The views that were here when he came had changed a lot. There were more thickets, especially near the barrier, as well as a variety of dangerous creatures that were clearly not here before. They were clearly the result of the mutation of their ancestors. He basically guessed this, but the fact that almost all the monsters of the archipelago were not lower than Class A, and some had even stepped up to the next level, surprised him greatly. If he remembered correctly, then at a similar level there were unawakened princes of darkness, whom he had only met a couple of times, and even then, he saw from afar. Despite all this, Uzumaki was in no hurry to do anything. He was waiting for Sia to say at least something. But this did not happen for a long time, so he himself started a conversation with her. Sia, how long has it been since the beginning? This was what interested him first of all. Glad to welcome you, sir. She was really glad, yet she couldn't, like Naruto, detach herself from the world and focus on one thing. All the time she was busy directing energy in the right direction so that the transformation would go smoothly, and also monitored everything that was happening near the barrier. She spent more than 3,000 years practically alone, and was glad that finally her master returned. 3,277 years had passed under the barriers. 1,092 years in the outside world, and about 440 years in the domain. It took a long time, but less than expected. Is that good? How did the fusion process go? Everything went well. However, your body, under the influence of energy, was rebuilt more than 100 times, as well as energy. Without this you would have simply been torn into small pieces. I see. Naruto thought for a couple of moments, looked around again and continued, what about the islands and its inhabitants? Everything is as expected. The release of energy was too strong, so the mutated animals received too much power. The flora was also transformed, becoming much more dangerous and deadly than their counterparts from the continent. Some plants can easily capture the archdemon, and then digest it in one way or another. Knowing what Uzumaki was going to do after their conversation, Sia warned, however, I advise you to first check your new powers in order to more accurately control the new volumes of energy. With careless use of which you can destroy not only the archipelago, but also a significant part of the adjacent ocean. Good. Naruto did not see much sense in this, because his control allowed him to operate with almost any volume of energy. However, if Sia asks, then it is better to do it. There was much more energy than he thought. He even doubted his own ability to control all this for a moment, but the first attempt to contact her dispelled all doubts. The energy responded too well. It even seemed to him that his control was negative before, compared to what it was now. Naruto decided to try to create a ball of fire, which happened with extraordinary ease, and the amount of energy that was contained in this, supposedly, one of the simplest spells, was amazing, and its density. Yes, with such a ball you can slap an archdemon without much effort. Sia, how many times has my power increased? It's hard to say. That was the answer to his question. Even so, well, okay, we'll figure it out later. Now we need to finish here. After these words Naruto dispelled the barrier in which he had been sitting for more than 3,000 years, and moved to a significant height above the archipelago. Sia changed the barrier to a more durable one. A couple of moments after these words the islands were already surrounded by walls visible to the naked eye, which resembled those of the Four Crimson Flames formation, but they were not. The previous one dispelled immediately as soon as the new one finished its formation. Without further ado, Naruto simply stretched out his hand in front of him, concentrating a huge amount of chakra in front of his palm, and a couple of moments later a 10-tailed beast bomb, extremely compressed and overflowing with energy, burst out from there. With just the pressure of the chakra that this small ball emitted, it could crush fortified houses and small hills into a thin pancake. For a couple of seconds she descended to the ground, and brought despair only by her appearance, even to brainless, unreasonable animals, and then an explosion. An explosion of incredible power. If not for the barrier, it would have spread for many kilometers to the sides. Only a small memory remained of the archipelago in Naruto's head, and nothing more. Did he regret it? Perhaps, but returning now was much more important. After all, he made a promise to himself that he would try to be faster. There was no point in staying here any longer, so he slowed down the domain before moving to his. Lacerda immediately felt it. Speaking of the dragon, the time allotted to him for reaching full strength had expired, about 300 years before the moment of Uzumaki's return. Now the dragon was stronger than ever. Now, only by uniting, 3 dragons could stand on the same level with Lacerda. Kitsune was left far behind her dear friends, and she understood this, so she strained her veins, trying to catch up with at least someone, but the gap only increased, and now, she seemed to be that small, three-tailed fox again, as she was when she was picked up that day. Lacerda was already at the place where the entrance to this space was fixed. After the dragon felt that the domain was returning to the usual speed of time flow, he immediately understood that Naruto should return soon, so he went to meet him. Myobu did not understand why the lizard went there, because, as she found out, while the domain was under such a slowdown in time, it was impossible not to leave or come from here. Therefore, she decided to go and check what happened there. Already on the approach, she heard Lacerda greet someone, and a moment later she froze when the voice that she had wanted to hear again for so long reached her fox ears. Having recovered from the shock, she sped up, wanting to find out what it was. Uzumaki said that he would return in 500 years, and now a little more than 400 had passed. Almost running, she reached the right place, her gaze frantically searching for a familiar figure, and finally found it, again freezing for a few seconds, broke away, as if moving straight to him, hung on his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. Her eyes were already wet. She thought for a long time after he left. Tried to understand her own feelings for Uzumaki. And yet she accepted that she still fell in love with this, the most ancient in the whole world, man. Without breaking the embrace, she looked into the face of Uzumaki, who wanted to say something, decided, rose on tiptoe, pressed herself to his lips, giving him her first kiss, and a few seconds later, breaking it, returned her head to the ancient's shoulder, pressed herself to him tighter, clearly showing that she did not want to let him go anywhere anymore. This seemingly simple action stunned the two immortals. Well, they obviously didn't expect that. So, in silence, they stood in the same place for several minutes. Part 39. Several minutes passed, they were still standing, not moving a single step. After a while, the fox moved away from Uzumaki. Having calmed down a little, she was able to assess the current situation. Realizing what she had just done, Myobu jumped back, hurrying to leave as quickly as possible. She headed to her chambers, her beautiful face crept into scarlet colors, and a feeling of guilt and shame filled her soul. The fox acted too impulsively, without thinking. Although she had long ago admitted that she loved Uzumaki, but what about him? What if this only worsens their relationship? Or even make him angry, or leave? Thoughts of this kind instantly filled the fox's head. She diligently tried to drive them away, to make herself think that everything will turn out well, but this did not work out well. With such not very pleasant thoughts she reached her home. Meanwhile, Uzumaki and Lacerda were still in a state of shock, trying to understand what had just happened. It would have taken a long time, but Lacerda had recovered from his surprise, although it was still somewhere on the periphery of his mind. Uzumaki was still in this state, and was clearly in no hurry to come out of it. The dragon did not want to stand here like this in silence and wait for Naruto to return to reality, so he hurried to bring him back himself. Well, I think you need to be alone and think carefully. Having said this, Lacerda decided to go back from where he came to meet Uzumaki. He realized that he had been told something only a few seconds later, when the dragon had already left. Naruto silently agreed with him and also preferred to go to his room. He really had something to think about. He had only now noticed his strange attitude towards the fox. His uncharacteristic agility and inexplicable cruel determination were also a consequence of all this. After all, if everything was normal, Uzumaki would have strictly followed Seer's advice, which would not have led to the destruction of that archipelago with all the creatures living on it. Yes, he definitely developed some feelings for the fox, but he did not think that everything would happen like this. And besides, he was not very eager to be imbued with such feelings for someone in this world, at least he thought so. He did not want to lose someone again, as it had happened to him before. And also his immortality. For all the hundreds of thousands of years that had passed since the moment he received it, it had not changed a millimeter. It seemed to him that he was now able to survive any era in any world, and along with this, any intelligent being. What can we say if he was lucky enough to outlive the Creator God himself, although if he had not deprived himself of power, he would have lived to this day. And besides, the fox also had some kind of immortality, so in fact, time could not separate them. And with the new power that Uzumaki had acquired, no one in the world would be able to separate them either. But would Uzumaki be able to accept her feelings? To respond to them in kind? He thought about this more than anything else. And, considering everything, they could share their eternity, going through it together. Uzumaki made up his mind. He headed towards the exit of his small house, but just before the exit, doubts made him freeze for a moment. However, his heart, having already decided everything for him, did not let him stop, forcing him to go to where he had already felt the fox. Having learned from the dragon that Uzumaki was deep in thought in his house, the fox decided to distract herself with something again. However, nothing helped, neither books, nor classes with the dragon, which she decided not to stop, nothing. The excitement continued to grow with every hour that Uzumaki spent without leaving his chambers. Now she was sitting at one of the library tables, there was nothing on the table, she was just drilling it with her worried gaze, again trying to distract herself from all this, but all her thoughts, no matter how hard she tried, but returned to Uzumaki. The silence of the large room was suddenly broken by the echo of the door opening and then the measured steps that were clearly approaching her. Myobu jumped up from behind the table, turning in the direction of the steps. She immediately realized that Uzumaki had come. The fox's heart pounded, absorbed by the growing excitement, fear, hope, and a bunch of other different emotions. She tried to calm down, which she did not do very well. The excitement simply did not allow her to bring her thoughts into any kind of order. Behind all this, she did not notice that Uzumaki was standing just a few steps away from her, and only when he took a deep breath, clearly about to say something, did she pay attention to him. Myobu, however, he could not continue, all thoughts seemed to fly out of his head, forcing her to break off at the very first words. What? Her voice was trembling, it was difficult for her to even speak now, she was so excited. However, there was no answer. With his silence, Uzumaki only increased the fox's tension. She was even afraid that she had done something wrong. Unable to put his thoughts in order, and therefore to come up with something he should say now, he simply decided to express his feelings in the same way as the kitsune did. Uzumaki's unexpected movement made the fox shudder and reflexively take a step back, but she bumped into the table that blocked her path. She tried to look away from him, looking anywhere but in Uzumaki's direction. Coming close enough, he raised his hands, carefully placing his palms on the fox's soft cheeks, which, albeit a little, calmed her down, forcing her to return her uncertain gaze to him. An unimaginable cloud of different emotions splashed in the fox's eyes, which Naruto found difficult to understand. After a few moments, he bent down slightly, closing his eyes. He pressed himself to her pursed lips, returning the kiss to her. It did not last long, only a couple of seconds, but in this insignificant time, the fox's enormous excitement came to naught, giving way to incredible relief and joy. She hugged him again, pressing closer, receiving a return hug from Naruto. This action was clearer than 1,000 words for the fox. Her feelings were not rejected, or anything else, but were even mutual, which caused her incredible joy. Some time had passed since that day. The relationship between the kitsune and Uzumaki was only gaining momentum. However, in addition to Myobu, Naruto's time was also occupied by mastering the new powers that he acquired with the absorption of the Sword of Eldenawa. Although he could easily control new amounts of energy, but the abilities that also moved to a new level of power required testing, because if even the simplest fireball had incredible power, then what would more powerful spells, techniques and abilities be capable of? This is what Uzumaki wanted to check, but he was in no hurry, trying to spend more time with the fox, although this did not bother him much. At this pace, days, months and years flew by. Naruto became more and more skilled in using his new power. Now, perhaps, he managed to rise to the same level as Guy, or dragons, but he was not sure of this judgment. Still, feeling the power of Lacerda, who almost reached his peak, he could not say that he could easily defeat such an enemy. In fact, there were not many intelligent beings left in the world who were on the same level as him, although it was impossible to be 100% sure of that. As for Sia, she also became much stronger, and also acquired the ability to copy, which was somewhat similar to Guy's ability, but was much weaker. After all, Crimson's copying was able to repeat everything that was possible in the blink of an eye, from spells and techniques to the most incredible abilities and skills. Manos's copying could not repeat something like that so easily, because in addition to greater time expenditures, she needed more energy to reproduce something, and the amount of energy spent increased several times depending on the quality and complexity of what was going to be repeated. However, this only concerned skills, abilities and special items. Techniques and spells would not make Sia even strain herself, because any unfamiliar spell would be immediately disassembled by her into components, and then studied. Time sped up again, days filled with routine, interrupted occasionally when something important and significant for them happened. Months, years and hundreds of years passed this way. Angels returned and left the world, bringing with them the terrible Tenma Wars, in which Uzumaki, however, no longer took direct part, preferring to remain in his domain with the fox and the dragon. Even having risen to an unprecedented level of strength, they could not stop the angels from their bloody campaigns. This was repeated over and over again. From war to war, they practically stopped going out into the outside world, remaining in the domain, or visiting the dimensions of the spirit of the tree which was once created by Uzumaki. It was much calmer than the lands of the central continent, and therefore more attractive, because no one would get them here. Many hundreds and even thousands of years passed. The world changed, sometimes turning upside down. States changed, replacing once great, now extinct empires. This was in the order of things, because almost no state can exist forever. The generations of many races changed in almost the same way. In some, incredible individuals appeared, who could crush enemies and unite peoples with just their presence. It was even interesting to watch them. However, the heyday of such individuals did not last long. After all, in their short, relative to Uzumaki, moment, they made themselves not very pleasant enemies, or inadvertently ran into those who could wipe them into dust with just one move. There were enough such cases. However, in addition to such intelligent Uzumaki were attracted to those who came from other worlds, no matter in what way. Although he was not interested in the aliens themselves, only useful knowledge from their worlds, which he exchanged with people for various kinds of services and help in the new world. However, there were frankly few people who could bring their achievements to this world. Although even one was sometimes enough to reconsider some methods of using one's abilities. At this pace, Uzumaki did not even notice how entire millennia passed. During this time, he only left the domain and dimension of the tree a few times. Even less often he attended Walpurgis nights, which were not held very often anyway. Everyone would have forgotten about him long ago, if not for the territory of the Great Tree, where his state still existed. However, there was only a part of it, because everything else also migrated to the dimension of the Supreme Tree. In the domain, they did their own thing. They spent time with each other, developed their powers, although this mostly applied only to the fox, because at the level of two ancients, simple training sessions would not help much. Occasionally, the three of them would gather to observe the world, evaluate what was happening on the continent, and also look at outstanding intelligent beings that could attract their interest. Although these observations were most often done only by Uzumaki, it became his distraction from the routine, like a game. One of these days, a strange-looking girl caught his eye. Although at first glance there was nothing strange about her, but what he felt from her aroused his interest. The black-haired girl was not from this time. Naruto felt it right away. He even vaguely saw that most likely this was not her first time moving. However, guests from the future did not interest Uzumaki much. If it weren't for the strange feeling that they had already met or were acquainted, then he probably wouldn't have even paid such close attention to the girl. It's clear that Naruto would have remembered her if he had met her before. It only meant that they hadn't met yet, and it was probably supposed to happen sometime in the future, although it was unclear how far away. In addition, she emanated a weak sense of time energy, which was not particularly surprising, considering that she came from the future. However, he would not leave the Uzumaki domain for her sake, but would only continue to observe her. Part 40. Interest in the girl began to wane quickly. She did not do anything important, or anything that could retain the attention of her observer. And after she got to the sacred lands of Rubrius, Uzumaki stopped paying attention to her at all, having taken up more important matters. However, he still assigned a spirit to her in order to immediately be aware of anything interesting. Uzumaki was distracted from his game. His head was filled with thoughts about the fox, or rather, about the escalation of her powers, or, more precisely, about the fact that she had stalled. The increased stress that the fox experienced during training did not give anything more. Naruto saw her evolution as the only solution to this issue. The easiest way was to rise to the Princes of Darkness. Unlike the path of the hero, they had everything ready. All that was left was to accumulate a sufficient amount of energy, which would also not cause any difficulties. And this method was more reliable. After all, the spirit of the hero, which inhabits the bodies of the blessed, can leave them, taking a significant part of the power, which they did not want. However, some anxiety still hung over him. The title of Prince of Darkness not only gave strength to its bearer, but also added problems. The Princes of Darkness were openly disliked, and they also attracted the attention of those who had a desire to take the prince's place or to become famous by defeating him. In addition, if they did not have a safe way to collect energy, which did not require local genocide, Uzumaki would have decisively abandoned this idea. But still, due to the presence of these safe methods, he was ready to go for it. It only remained to find out the opinion of the fox herself on this matter, to which Naruto headed. Feeling Uzumaki walking towards her, the fox got up from the place where she was dozing. There was nothing to do again, so she whiled away the time as best she could. Having adjusted her disheveled, white hair, she slowly walked towards her dear person. A slight smile appeared on her lips, which, by the way, was a frequent guest on Miyobu's face. Uzumaki approached the rather large courtyard a couple of minutes later, where the fox was already waiting for him right at the entrance. She stepped forward a little to meet him. Naruto's serious and thoughtful face made Miyobu a little nervous. But she still did not refuse the pleasure of hugging him tighter. Afterwards, she tensely waited for what they came to her with. Miyobu, I will not somehow stretch and complicate everything, so I will say it directly. I suggest you go through the evolution of the Prince of Darkness. What? Although she was surprised by this, she still expected something more serious. No, of course, this is also very important, but seeing Uzumaki with such an expression on his face, she expected something terrible. Your development has practically stopped lately, and in order not to remain at this level of strength forever, I offer you awakening into the Princess of Darkness. Naruto wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the fox. No, I understand, it's just, can I do it? Although she was confident enough, but knowing the risks and problems of awakening, she was losing this confidence. Of course, Uzumaki answered briefly and simply, knowing what the fox was thinking. However, he was 100% sure that nothing out of the ordinary would happen. For a short time their short conversation fell into silence. The fox thought about the offer, and if Uzumaki himself was so sure of her, she was inclined to agree to it, but knowing Naruto's attitude to this issue, she still hesitated. But casting aside her indecision, she nevertheless answered, okay, I agree, but how much does it take to collect the necessary energy? No more than a couple of years. This was the end of this conversation, and to unwind, they decided to go out into the outside world, walk around the current great cities. Returning to the domain, Uzumaki headed to his place. Now he wanted to work on the seals, or rather, increase their number to the required number. But first, something needed to be changed in them. The old seals, with which Guy still collected energy for him, had some limitations, for example, the same collection speed, or filters that limited most of the spectrums of the energy collected. Having arrived in the right room, Naruto got to work. First of all, he took the necessary seal out of the storage, then expanded it to full size and began to change the structure of the drawings. He spent about a couple of hours on this matter. The current seal absorbed energy at the maximum possible speed, one of which would now be enough to take almost everything from the background of a small city without missing a single drop. In the absorption spectra, the seal now had much fewer restrictions, unlike the original version, which could only absorb fairly calm energy. After finally completing work on the seal and refolding it to its usual size, Naruto turned to Sia, asking her to copy the construct, and then create 200 seals, which, unsurprisingly, she managed to do quite quickly. He already had the seals in his hands, all that was left was to place them in the right places, which were the most populated cities of the central continent. However, Uzumaki himself, like last time, did not want to place the seals, and did not intend to. He intended to entrust this to several spirits, who had to cope with the work, maximum, in a couple of days. After all, having the ability to move from the domain to any place in the world, it was difficult to linger. Soon all the seals were in their places, actively collecting energy from the cities. All that was left was to wait, and it was not that long to wait. Sia almost immediately calculated the exact time, 2 years and 7 months. It might seem like a long time, but in comparison with how much energy was needed to collect for Uzumaki, this is a short period, and even more so, for those who have lived for more than 1 millennium, some 2 years are just a drop in the ocean. Uzumaki did not plan to wait and do nothing. So, a couple of days after installing the seals in the world, he himself headed to the continent. Now he wanted to do the same thing he had been doing for a long time before, collect, but not a spell. Now, with the new ability of his Manos, Naruto could copy those skills and abilities that he could only like. Of course, this would take a lot of energy, but Uzumaki was not one to complain about his reserves. Along with him, he dragged the fox, although anticipating, but still bored, and the always calm, it could seem that indifferent, dragon. At first, Naruto copied almost all the skills that he only met on his way. However, he quickly abandoned this idea, deciding to be more selective in this, because most of the abilities that he met not for a very long time did the same thing. The difference was only in the methods of obtaining the result. Now, before copying a skill, Sia studied it in detail, passing a verdict on its usefulness to Uzumaki. This method allowed not only to filter out frankly useless skills, or those for which Uzumaki had analog spells that did the job much better than them, but also to delve deeper into the understanding of the structure and operation of abilities. Almost 3 years, as expected, flew by like a short moment, which was unlikely to be imprinted in the memory of immortal beings. However, this time was different from what they spent in their dimension, for Uzumaki at least. The first reason, of course, was that they got out of there into the outside world. The second reason was what he did during a short trip, even a walk, if you compare it to how they did it before. Thanks to an in-depth study of the structure of skills, he almost came close to being able to create them himself, but something was missing and he and even his faithful Manos could not say what they were missing. They lacked an understanding of this direction and the necessary knowledge. So he put off trying to create his own skill for a long time, until better times, if he ever remembered about it. After all, there was no need for this ability. As for collecting energy, nothing unusual happened. The seals quietly and peacefully completed their work, and the spirits dragged everything to the right place, where Naruto was going to carry out the evolution of Myobu. There was no need to hesitate, so he moved to the accumulator, which was located in the mountains of the continent where they lived for several years, and where Uzumaki got rid of Juubi. The island itself practically did not change, except that the living creatures returned to it, not without Uzumaki's help. Standing not far from the accumulator, the role of which was played by a crystal that emitted a pleasant, blue glow, Uzumaki wished the fox good luck, and she decisively moved towards the accumulator, which at the first wave of Uzumaki's hand released all the accumulated energy, which the fox began to absorb at the same second. After which, the voice of the world, already familiar to them, announced the beginning of the evolution into the Princess of Darkness, which did not last so long. A couple of minutes later, the voice from the sky died down, and the fox fell unconscious, but was gently picked up, albeit late. After all, Myobu's evolution was given to both Uzumaki and the dragon connected to her, but still reacted to Naruto. After completing the main process, they returned to the domain. Myobu will sleep for about 10 hours before he can personally evaluate his new capabilities. Speaking of which, in addition to the greatly increased energy volumes, she received several skills similar to those that Uzumaki had once received, but there were also unique ones among them, such as the skill of reality manipulation. If earlier the fox could indirectly, albeit significantly, influence it through her illusions, now she could do it directly, bypassing the barrier in the form of the limited impact of illusions. However, she had yet to reveal the full potential of the acquired ability, as Uzumaki had once done with his time manipulation. It is probably not worth going into details of how the ability works. A couple of days had passed since the evolution, and Myobu had long since come to her senses. Now she was trying to get used to her new abilities and sensations, as well as to curb the new skill. She did this, as always, not alone, but with the support of Uzumaki and Lacerda. Although the dragon's help was not needed here, and he was nearby only out of interest. Mastering new abilities was quite measured. Myobu did this only a few hours a day. However, even at this pace, everything was going quite quickly. The fox was able to master everything she received after evolution in just a couple of months. And after that, she tried out her new powers, and, for the most part, was satisfied. But even so, with the multiple gain from the ascension, she understood that she would never be able to catch up with either Uzumaki or Lacerda. She understood this and, although it was quite unpleasant, she accepted and resigned herself to it. Now she tried to become as strong as possible, at least as much as it was possible. Several years passed, they continued to do what they could. Uzumaki was still trying to unravel the secret of creating his own skills, but nothing worked out for him, as before, and he did not really try, rather he did it in order to while away the time. Not long ago, something happened that could excite every sane person in the world. One of the true dragons, the storm dragon Veldora, was rampaging again in one of the cities of the Great Forest. Usually, Uzumaki would have brushed off this news, simply noting another destroyed city, because this was not the first time the storm dragon did this. However, now someone came to fight him, and if this person was just another hero, Naruto would not have paid attention to this either, but the hero turned out to be the same girl who came here from another time a couple of years ago. Only her appearance aroused interest in this event. So he decided to watch what was happening in the forest for a while. As a result of a long battle, the dragon, due to its own stupidity, was defeated by the hero's special skill and ended up in endless imprisonment, in which Veldora is destined to stay until his very reincarnation, because he will not be able to get out of there on his own. Some time after the battle, Naruto decided to visit the imprisoned dragon. His target was not Veldora himself, but rather what he was sealed with, since abilities of such power that was enough to restrain a true dragon were not found very often. Having moved to the place of sealing, which turned out to be a cave, Naruto headed straight for the dragon, ignoring those monsters that had already managed to run to the large source of magic. He reached Storm in a few minutes, and, upon exiting the numerous tunnels of the natural labyrinth, was immediately noticed by him. "What, have you come to gloat?" Veldora's voice sounded displeased with the guest who had come. "No, dear friend Veldora, I just wanted to look at what you were sealed with." Having said this, Uzumaki looked away from the dragon, studying the contours of the barrier, invisible to the naked eye. "Is that all?" Now surprise was heard from the sealed giant. "And did you expect something else?" "I'm not going to tell you anything, there's no need for that, especially since I warned you that your rampages could end up like this," he replied without looking up from studying the imposed ability. Having fully assessed it, he nevertheless decided to copy it, with which he turned to Sia. That's all Uzumaki received in response from the once again dissatisfied dragon. "I got what I wanted, so I'm leaving, good luck." Having said goodbye to the dragon and not waiting for an answer, which would not follow, Naruto disappeared from it, moving back to the domain. The cave again plunged into maddening silence, which was occasionally interrupted by the grinding of the scales of the majestic dragon on the rough stone.